The highest bounty 171 to 200. Chapter 171. Hostages are used for making money. When the ear-deafening explosions stopped, many turned toward the source of the noise, and what they saw was shocking. Gyuding had clasped his hands on Yaro's wrist while there was not a scratch found on Gyuding. This was something entirely unexpected. Everyone thought Gyuding had been killed and beaten to a pulp under the vicious attacks of Yaro. Yaro was a rank 11 gene body, and under such high-frequency raging attacks, even a rank 10 gene body would have been annihilated, as it was near impossible to survive such an attack. But Gyuding came out of it unscathed. Not only were the spectators shocked, most of the Marauder's crew members were chilled to the bone when they witnessed this scene. They knew how powerful their boss was, and no one could have predicted that a young brat with less than half a year's experience would be able to withstand their boss's attack without suffering any damage. It was only then that they realized their crew had picked a tough opponent. They were destined to lose quite a few teeth in this fight. Benji and Annie had bitter expressions on their faces. Benji could hardly hold the fort with Biggie. Biggie had such expertise in swordsmanship that Benji knew quite well he could not continue the fight much longer. He had been using his special abilities and defense the whole time. He was planning on keeping Biggie at bay until his boss took care of Gyuding. Instead, things had turned out this way. Benji was starting to regret suggesting going into battle to Yaro. As for Annie, she had always had a violent streak in her, but fighting with Elsa made her realize that Elsa was a notch more violent than she was. Elsa may look like an underaged girl, but she had the power of a rank 10 gene body at its peak. Her strength was different from primary power, and she had an unusually huge amount of stamina. When they went head to head, Annie found herself completely overwhelmed by her opponent's pure strength, something that Annie had always been proud to possess. She had also expected everything to end with Yaro finishing the battle, but it looked like Yaro had landed himself in big trouble. Elsa, who was fighting Annie, had also witnessed this scene and was surprised because Yaro's attack would have no doubt seriously wounded Elsa if she was the one on the receiving end. Yaro was a rank 11 gene body. After all, Gyuding had managed to grasp Yaro's wrist not because Gyuding was more powerful than he was, but because he was shocked by Gyuding's action. He could sense Gyuding did not get hurt by his attacks, rather, it made Gyuding stronger. Support our web novel Gocom. Not only that, but there was also an alarming sense of danger in Gyuding's smile. Yaro knew that Gyuding was a close combat martial artist, so he made an accurate decision to struggle from Gyuding's grasp and dash away to distance himself. Just as he was making his escape, Gyuding followed in pursuit. Gyuding's right hand was encompassed in gold-colored primary power as he reached into the air to grab Yaro on the left leg. Yaro immediately reacted with silver-colored righteous force encompassing his right leg as he gave Gyuding a kick on the chest. Silver light shot out from the bottom of his feet and collided fiercely with Gyuding's chest. Gyuding did not even bother to evade it as he took the full force of the hit. He was now at Ultimate Arts level 10. His defense was 4 times higher than before, and it was safe to say that none of Yaro's attack could hurt him. Gyuding had been able to feel the pain from Yaro's punches previously, but with the enhancement of defense, that vicious kick was nothing but a tickle to Gyuding. While Yaro was attempting to escape, Gyuding pulled him back forcefully. His left hand was clenched in a fist as gold-colored primary power began accumulating around it again. He punched Yaro with sudden prowess on the chest, and this time, freshly wounded Yaro with the help of an additional damage curse. This sole attack had reached a peak of 4,896,000 points. Even though it was unable to penetrate Yaro's defense, the collision had badly hurt his chest. Yaro could clearly feel that Gyuding's attack had been enhanced once again. Yaro tried to ignore the pain on his body as he made another attempt to escape. The righteous force on his left leg suddenly surged in an explosion, but Gyuding's right hand did not let go. Seemingly unfazed, Gyuding proceeded to tighten his grip around Yaro's left ankle, following which, Gyuding delivered a second punch, which brought along that glimmering golden attack that landed on Yaro's chest. This time, Gyuding's attack had reached 9,792,000 points. This level of attack was awfully close to Yaro's defense of more than 10 million. Yaro could feel the pressure of something heavy crashing onto his chest. It was twice the pain from before and very close to the limit of his defense. It was only then that he realized the true ability Gyuding possessed. My God, He has the ability to amplify attack effectiveness. That would mean every attack would be double the previous attack. This punch is way too close to the limit of my defense. That means the next attack. Yarrow's guess was quite close to the truth. The difference was that Gyuding's ability was not to amplify attack effectiveness, but it was damage stacking, which had a 3-time limit. According to Yarrow's calculation, Gyuding had launched 4 attacks on him, with each assault doubling the power of the last, and he had no idea what Gyuding's limit was. Yarrow started to struggle frantically. He knew that he would suffer defeat once Gyuding's last punch landed right on him. But the more he panicked, the more he overlooked the fact that he could have retaliated with a counterattack. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of Gyuding as Gyuding grasped him around the neck with his left hand and slammed Yarrow to the ground. Yarrow felt death calling out to him in an instant. Gyuding's gold-colored primary power surged into his fists, but he did not land the punch on Yarrow's head. Instead, he punched Yarrow on the chest. As the gold-colored primary power and silver-colored righteous force collided, the silver righteous force dissipated in an instant, and close to 20 million points of combat effectiveness was released, mighty as a torrential flood, flowing into Yarrow's muscles and bones. Nothing was stopping that force as it crushed every bone in Yarrow's chest, destroying his ribs. That force had also caused a huge rupture in his internal organs and finally passed through Yarrow's body as the full force was released onto the ground. In an instant, a huge crater of close to 100 meters deep appeared on the originally flat surface of the jade marble floor. Jade marble was a material that was solid and durable, which was why harbors used it for porting spaceships. Spaceships weighing tens of thousands of tons would anchor on it and all it would leave was a minor scratch. Yarrow threw up blood and lost consciousness. All who had witnessed this scene were shocked. Is this a dream? Some of them even pinched their faces. What had unfolded right before them did not seem real at all. Yarrow was a powerhouse with a bounty worth over 100 million universe credits. With his crew's combined power, they were among the top 10 Overlord-ranking crew. Yet now, Yarrow had just been finished off by a newcomer like Gyuding, and it took less than 20 minutes. Benji and Annie quickly retreated from their respective fights when they saw what had happened. Stop, everyone. Benji was the crew's second-in-command. When he gave the instructions, every one of the marauders stopped. In fact, more than 30 out of their crew of over 50 had been their lights punched out by the combat robots. The rest were barely holding on. All of Robert's robots stopped as well when they saw the enemy withdraw. Elsa had also pulled Biggie back and returned to Gyuding's side. As the second-in-command of the marauders' crew, I accept the defeat of this battle. Benji looked very upset because many of the spectators around him had recorded everything. When he had given the instructions for everyone to stop, those people immediately started uploading the footage. Gyuding the leader, we hope to end this farce of a fight peacefully. We, the marauders, are willing to give some material compensation to you as a token of our apology, and hope that you would be able to return our captain to us in one piece. Benji said humbly as he gave Gyuding a bow. He had seen Gyuding's powerful combat effectiveness and was worried Gyuding would break Yarrow's neck out of anger. Neptune conducted a quick check on Yarrow's physical condition and whispered in Gyuding's ears, "This guy's breathing is a little weak, but it's stable. His heartbeat is also slightly weak, though he could still hold on for 3 to 4 hours before it gets serious. I think you can get Lilai to conduct negotiations and sell him for a good price." Gyuding nodded and Neptune immediately awakened Lilai. "Lilai, the battle is over, and Gyuding got us a hostage. It's the captain of their crew. Let's sell him for a good price." Lilith took off her metal hat and whipped her hair about. She noticed the unconscious Yarrow. "Looks like this is their big boss. Good job, Gyuding." Lilith patted Gyuding on the shoulder and walked to his side. She hugged herself across the chest with one hand while sticking her thumb near her mouth with the other hand, smiling at Benji. "How much do you think your big boss is worth?" Benji was stumped by this question. If he gave a high value, they would request a high price, but if the value is too low, it would humiliate their boss when so many people were recording this. "Please don't make this difficult for us, noble lady. Our boss is priceless. What's important is how much he is worth in your eyes." "How much is the bounty on him?" Lilith asked on purpose, even though she knew the answer. 180 million universe credits, Benji replied honestly. "That would mean that we would get 180 million universe credits if we sent his head to the federal government. However, I'm not really fond of dealing with cosmic governments. Lilith shook her head. Your crew targeted us for a fight because of this golden eagle, didn't you? Let's just have it this way. You can just compensate us with the price of our golden eagle. Our is second-hand, so we won't ask for 1 billion universe credit. According to the market price of a second-hand, we'll take 800 million. Gilding raised his eyebrow when he heard Lilith make that exorbitant request. Even he would have just asked for 300 or 400 million, which was about twice the price of Yarrow's bounty. Yet, Lilith had demanded 800 million without hesitation. Benji had a grim look on his face, and the others behind him looked even worse. We don't have that kind of money. To be honest, when Cold Blood took our ship, Doctor, he took most of our valuables as well. Chapter 172, Closed Deal. Lilith frowned slightly at Benji's words. She was about to say something when Annie, who was next to Benji, voiced out. How about we conduct the negotiations on the ship? Annie patted Benji, hinting for him not to continue discussing this matter under the scrutiny of the public. We can't do anything to your golden eagle. Anyway, you don't need to worry at all. The golden eagle was made out of unique materials that could only be destroyed by someone with rank 12 gene body. It was indeed a good place for having negotiations. Brothers, go back and wait for our news. Annie and I promise to bring our boss back in one piece. Carry those who have yet to regain consciousness back, Benji shouted out to his crew as he waved them off. Even though they were reluctant, they still left with their heads hung low. There was a defeated look in Benji's eyes as he watched the crew of the Marauders leave despondently. This was their second recent loss, and this time, their boss had become a hostage. This had been a total failure and their reaction was not to blame. Benji and Annie followed Gilding and the others up the spaceship after watching their crew members leave the harbor. Support our web novel Go.com. Benji is the second in command and I'm the financial planner of the crew. I'm Annie. Annie introduced herself. She was much more rational compared to before the battle. I named the asking price while I was outside. Lilith turned her gaze from Benji to Annie. We don't have that much money. Annie did not look like she was lying. Our crew has had financial issues since being robbed by Cold Blood, which was the reason we targeted your golden eagle. We didn't want the golden eagle for our own use, we wanted to sell it. She's not lying. Neptune could easily sense she was telling the truth by monitoring the movement of her bioelectric current. Lilith frowned slightly at Neptune's information. If Marauders did not have any money, this trade would end with them making a loss. If you have no money, then there's nothing to discuss. Even though we won't be selling him to the federal government, some other pirate crew might be interested in buying him off our hands. Someone might even be willing to pay a higher price. Benji knew that his crew had made many enemies. If Gilding's crew was really planning to sell Yarrow, there would be other crews who would be willing to pay for him. He did not want to see Yarrow chained up by a Starcore collar and humiliated for all to see. We truly don't have 800 million. Even if we sold our spaceship along with all of our other valuables, we still won't be able to put together that amount. If you lower the price a little, we can try our best to figure out how to get the money and there will be a chance that you will be paid. How much do you have? Gilding asked curiously. The crew is left with savings of less than 150 million. If we add everyone's personal savings, we might be able to get together a sum of more than 200 million. But it won't be more than 250 million. Annie replied calmly. Neptune's voice was once again heard at this moment. I checked their bank account. It's just as she says. Isn't there anything you have of value? Lilith was not willing to give up. The spaceship is worth around 300 million, but we can't sell that. We did however obtain a dagger from the ruins of the ancient civilization. It might not have been a demigod item, but it was worth more than 1 billion. However, it had been stolen by Cold Blood. Annie was not willing to admit it, but from the looks of the crew's current financial situation, she had failed as a financial planner. Ask them if they've gotten anything else from the ruins of the ancient civilization, Neptune prompted. Did you manage to get anything else from that ancient civilization ruins? Gilding grew curious at Neptune's question. We did, but there was nothing valuable or useful to us, so we sold them off in an auction. We had made a total earning of 1 billion and 100 million universe credits. But Cold Blood robbed us of 1 billion. Isn't your money saved in a bank account? Did he force you to make a transfer? Lilith was not sold on Annie's story. They have a very skilled hacker on their crew who was able to track our account number through our communicator's encryption code. They proceeded to decipher the password and made the transfer. The whole process took less than half an hour, transferring 1 billion universe credits out our account. It was only after the battle ended that we realized what had happened. Annie felt like clenching her teeth when she was telling the story. How about this? Gilding used 670 million to buy Golden Eagle. So, I'll give you a slight discount. 600 million is my last offer. If you still think the price is too high, there would be space for us to continue negotiations. Lilith skimmed 200 million from the original price. 600 million may prove to be quite a challenge for you, but I believe you will be able to get the money. We'll give you 3 days. Benji and Annie did not look too happy when Lilith announced their price. This was a price that would require the crew to sell their spaceship. You can begin raising the money now. The sooner the better. Lilith proceeded to kick them out immediately. Wait. Benji hesitated as if struggling with something in his mind. It took a while before he continued. 200 million. Plus a treasure map to the ruins of the ancient civilization. Take anything you want from the ruins and sell it in an auction. It would not be too difficult for you to get 600 million universe credits. Lilith looked toward Gilding and he nodded. He was not a greedy person and he was not too keen on keeping Yarrow on his spaceship. That guy was a rank 11 gene body. After all, he was a threat to everyone on the ship, including Gilding. Fine. But we'll have to determine if the treasure map is real. If we find out it's a fake treasure map, there will be serious consequences, Lilith threatened. Don't worry. It's not something we would do, Benji replied as he projected the treasure map. Neptune conducted a scan and concluded. This treasure map is real, but this is only a portion of it, about 1/9 of the full map. Where's the rest of it? Gilding asked after listening to Neptune's explanation. Return our boss to us and we'll send you the rest of the map. Also, Annie will immediately transfer the money to you. Benji was being wary about the situation. Gilding grasped Yarrow on the collar and threw him before Benji's feet. Benji crouched down and conducted a quick check. He was relieved when he realized Yarrow was alright. He stood up once again and emailed all 9 portions of the map to Gilding's mailbox. VV. Annie also followed up with the promise and transferred 200 million universe credits into Gilding's account. After the trade was done, Benji and Annie left the harbor quickly with Yarrow, fearing that Gilding and the others would go back on their word. The spectators surrounding the area watched as Benji and Annie left crestfallen with Yarrow, speculating privately about how much had been paid to buy their captain back. Gilding and the others had not noticed the huge stir caused by the battle. They had resumed their daily activities after dinner. Gilding went back to perfecting his primary power. Lilith caught hold of Elsa for some chatting. Biggie was looking at new recipes again while Robert continued hankering about in his room, busying himself with work. Unbeknownst to them, the video of the battle between Gilding's crew and the Marauders' crew had started trending in the Border River. More than 20 people were recording the battle, meaning every angle had been caught on camera. The video had also garnered many comments on Skynet. This newcomer called Gilding looks really powerful. Everyone underestimated their crew, thinking that newcomers can be bullied. Instead, they ended up getting themselves in hot soup. The Marauders are not a weak crew. They deserve to be in the top 8 among all the interstellar pirates in the Border River. How did they end up getting beaten up so badly? Many powerhouse crews within the Border River had also watched these videos. They paid the most attention to the fight between Gilding and Yarrow among all the video recordings. Some of them had even noticed something from the clips. This Yarrow seems to have become weaker. Did he get hurt in that battle with Cold Blood? Judging by these videos, Gilding's defense looks really strong. He was completely immune to Yarrow's attacks. Gilding's attacks look a little strange. The first few punches didn't seem to cause much damage to Yarrow. It was the last punch that disintegrated Yarrow's defense completely. Does he have the ability to amplify his attack effectiveness? Many had started to analyze Gilding's special ability. Some of Gilding's old friends in the Border River had also watched the videos. Bart had just started making a name for himself in the Border River when he saw the videos. He thought something was wrong with his eyes. Gilding had collided into a rank 11 gene body in the video. He had flown off after getting struck in the beginning yet got the upper hand and finished things in a powerful ending. knocking his opponent unconscious with a single punch. That was not even the end of it. Gilding had openly requested a ransom for them to get their boss back. As for the final result of the negotiations, no one knew what transpired. Bart was surprised at Gilding's growth. Gilding had required a mesh around 10 days ago to go up against Emily, who was a rank 10 gene body. Now, Gilding did not even need a mesh to go head-to-head with a rank 11 gene body, and he won the fight. By comparison, Bart's improvement was not even worth mentioning. The most envious part of it all was that Gilding had recruited another rank 10 gene body crew member with terribly powerful combat effectiveness. It was late in the night and Gilding and his crew were all sleeping soundly, unaware of the overnight sensation they had become. Chapter 173, Queen of the Border River. Deep into the night, a woman in a purple dress was seen half lying on a wooden sleeping chair. In her hand was an intelligent ring, projecting a few videos. The videos being projected were of Gilding in combat. They ranged from Gilding's first battle after his debut, all the way until the most recent fight he had with Yarrow. The woman even had videos of Gilding refining medicine in the Hermian Alliance. The woman dressed in purple curved her lips up slightly. He's an interesting boy, isn't he? He's only a rank 5 gene body, yet he possesses such powerful combat effectiveness. Young mistress, Gilding might look worthy to be placed under the monster ranking, and he would be at least 4 stars or above according to them. However, the Gilding now still has a long way to go as there is a huge gap between his essence and those of 7-star ranking monster powerhouses who possess prohibited abilities. A figure slowly formed in the darkness. It was a tall, slender woman. Any man who saw her would not fail to describe her as a woman with an angelic face but a sinfully tempting body. It's still too early to jump to any conclusions. The woman in purple did not look away from the screen. Young mistress, you aren't attracted to that boy, are you? Even though he is quite cute to a certain level, and is totally my type, but for the young mistress. The tall, slender woman laughed. The woman in purple raised an eyebrow. There's something about him that I find attractive, and I have no idea what it is. The tall, slender woman fell silent when she heard those words. The people from the dark sectors are after them again. That little girl named Lulai is currently the biggest burden for their crew. Support our web novel Go.com. Camellia will be celebrating her 1700th birthday soon, right? Get her to invite Gilding. Also, prepare an exquisite gift for her and get 2 peak rank 12 gene body powerhouses to deliver it to her, said the lady in purple. Her tone was calm and casual. Camellia won't be too happy about this, especially when she sees those people from the dark sectors at her birthday celebration. The tall, slender woman knew very well what her young mistress was planning. That is why you should pick a gift that will satisfy her. The woman in purple finally turned off the video projection and turned to look at the tall, slender woman. The former's lips were curved up in a small smile. Understood. The tall, slender woman nodded. However, she continued in a low mumble, trading a third-grade life fruit in exchange for the lives of an entire pirate crew that we don't even know. We're only going to suffer a loss no matter how I look at it. Just keep your opinions to yourself if you don't agree with me. You don't need to grumble about the matter in a low voice, I can hear you. The purple-dressed woman was a little exasperated as the tall, slender woman had always behaved that way on purpose. The tall, slender woman covered her mouth and laughed. I'm sorry, it came out unexpectedly. I'll make the appropriate arrangements. You should rest earlier today. After the tall, slender woman disappeared, the woman in purple broke into a smile. She projected a picture of Gilding that showed him smiling widely with his bright, white teeth. I wonder how you'll handle things this time? Gilding was woken up by Neptune the next morning. The battle the day before had left Gilding quite exhausted. Even after a night's worth of sleep, his body was still aching all over. Gilding stretched lazily and asked in a slightly unhappy tone, Neptune, can't you just let me sleep a little longer? Didn't you all say you were bored recently and want to go somewhere to have fun? Neptune laughed as he asked, you found a place? Gilding got up immediately and started to wash up. Neptune explained, I wasn't able to find anything, but someone managed to find us. I guess our battle yesterday must have caught the attention of some big shots. What do you mean? Gilding asked in a garbled tone. I just received an invitation from Viscount Camellia. She's inviting us as guests to Juang to attend her 1700th birthday bash. Neptune sounded quite excited. What sort of person is Viscount Camellia? Gilding thought that the name was quite familiar, but he did not know where he had heard it from. "Didn't I tell you about the top 10 crews in Border River? Camellia is the renowned queen of Border River. Even if the other 9 crews combined forces, they would still be no match for her. The woman is a rank 12 gene body. She's a powerhouse that was bestowed the title of Viscount by the federal government. She sounds really powerful, but isn't she an interstellar pirate? Why would the federal government give her the title of Viscount?" Gilding was unable to comprehend the matter. The federal government is known to recruit powerful and influential interstellar pirates. They bestow them titles and promise not to interfere with their matters on the condition that the pirates accept the titles and help the federal government guard the territory. The federal government recognizes the Border River, and the area belongs to Camellia. It's part of the reason why Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation and Fey Cosmic Nation rarely interfere with anything here, Neptune explained in detail. In other words, it means that the federal government gave her a license to be an interstellar pirate, which is why she doesn't have a bounty on her. Gilding described the woman's situation with much more common terms. Neptune thought that Gilding's description of the situation was apartment. You could put it that way. Before that woman was recruited, the bounty on her was 7,800,000,000 universe credits. Her entire crew's bounty was more than 15 billion universe credits. On the other hand, your bounty has not even reached to 0 on her bounty. Nevertheless, after she was recruited, her crew's second-in-command left with a small number of others. "Tell me more about Camellia." Gilding thought that it would be best for him to know more about her since he was about to attend her birthday party. "Camellia has been in charge of the Border River for more than 200 years, and she is turning 1,700 years old this year. She's almost at the end of her lifespan. She and her second-in-command were lovers and were very much in love before she was recruited. They were still together even when she was recruited. However, on the night of her recruitment banquet, her second-in-command found her in bed with a young officer from the federal government. As a result, he left in anger. She started leading a degenerate life after she was recruited, seeking out different types of men each day. Some say that she has slept with every captain and second-in-command of the 9 powerful crews in Border River. No one knows how true the rumor is. Nevertheless, the only thing that we're sure of, is that she wastes her nights away. What sort of people did she invite for her birthday banquet? Gilding changed the topic. Almost all the crews in Border River that are in the top 20. The top 10 crews make their appearance each year. Sometimes, well-known personalities who are passing by the Border River are invited by her. For example, a high-ranking army officer from some cosmic nation, officers from the federal government, federal nobilities. Rarely, she invites potential newcomer crews she thinks well of. When is the birthday banquet? Gilding walked toward the kitchen after washing up. There's still a week left before it. We only need 2 days to travel from here to Jiuwang. Is there any place that's interesting to visit on Jiuwang? Gilding was weighing his options, to stay on the current planet and cultivate, or make an early arrival to Jiuwang. Jiuwang is a planet that revolves around tourism. It's the largest administrative planet in Border River, and it's the planet with the highest number of visitors in Border River. There is a unique nature reserve on the planet that has plenty of rare beasts in it. They even have 2 vipers. Sounds great. Gilding was already in the kitchen. Everyone was present there besides Robert. Hence, Gilding announced, "Let's prepare to make our way to Jiuwang after breakfast." Elsa and I have read a little bit about Jiuwang. There's a nature reserve that looks quite interesting. Liliath was also thinking about where to go during their next stop. That nature reserve is a must-visit for us, but the main reason we're heading there is to attend Camellia's birthday banquet. Gilding started to explain the reason for their journey to everyone, including Robert. Attending a birthday banquet looks like the first thing we need to do after getting off our ship is to shop for clothes. Liliath nodded. Didn't we just buy some yesterday? Elsa did not really understand. The number of clothes she had in her inventory ring was as high as a mountain. They're different. Those clothes are for everyday wear. For banquets, we'll need something like a gown, something nice. Besides new clothes, we need accessories and shoes. Just leave it to me. I'll do the picking, and you guys just wear whatever I get you. Liliath shared her opinion. I guess there'll be no need for us to leave the spaceship to try on the clothes, right? Gilding felt like he had dodged a bullet when he heard Liliath's words. How would that be possible? You need to try on the clothes to find out if they fit. Starting at Elsa and ending with Biggie, Lilith pointed at each and every one of them. You, and Robert, all of you have to leave the spaceship to try on the clothes. I don't think Robert has to wear anything. Gylding voiced his objection. That's not possible. It's a banquet, and everyone has to wear something. Robert is not allowed to run around buck naked. Lilith's stubbornness was beginning to stress out Gylding as cold sweat poured from the latter's forehead. Boss lady, why did you send an invitation to that little brat, Gylding, for the banquet? A woman asked questioningly as she looked at a dignified woman who was sitting on a golden chair. He made his debut less than half a year ago and only entered Border River recently. I don't think he has much influence, even though he was victorious over the Marauders. Maybe he was just lucky. Besides, it would be awkward to have him and Yarrow appear at the banquet together. Bonita, stop asking questions about it. Camilla was looking through videos of Gylding's fights. She saw the clip of Gylding's battle with Yarrow, and it only took one look from her to notice that Yarrow had been hurt before the fight. Gylding's performance during the fight with his combat effectiveness did not impress her at all. To her, a regular person would be able to cultivate primary power after accumulating 10,000 cell index points. For Gylding to be able to cultivate primary power, his gene level had to be at rank 8. Nevertheless, even if a rank 8 managed to unleash combat effectiveness similar to that of a rank 10 at his peak, he would only be considered as half a monster at most. That would mean Gylding was not even at the standard of a 1-star monster. However, Camilla had received a request from someone important to invite Gylding. Consequently, that request prompted her to investigate and find each and every one of Gylding's battle videos. After a night of research, Camilla came to know a few intriguing details about Gylding. Gylding's gene level was not high, and there was a chance he was not even a rank 6. Camilla suddenly understood why a woman as important as that person had taken notice of Gylding. Chapter 174. Bonita's evaluation. Juang was located in the middle of the Border River, and it was the largest planet that had been made suitable for inhabitation. It was also a planet known for tourism. It was the planet where Camilla's Scorpion pirates stayed. Unlike other planets in the Border River, the only interstellar pirates who had residential rights were Camilla's Scorpion pirates. Without Camilla's approval, no member of the Federation army was allowed to visit the planet. That was her privilege as a Viscount. Gylding had planned to stay on the spaceship to continue his cultivation when they arrived on the planet. He was not expecting to receive a call from Lilith below the ship the very moment he climbed onto the top of the ship's cabin. Get down from the ship and drag Robert out with you. Camilla's people are here to pick us up. Lilith hung up after speaking. Gylding was stunned. It looked like the female Viscount named Camilla was a friendly person. He knocked on Robert's door and explained the situation. With that, Robert packed up his things and left with Gylding. They got off the spaceship together and saw an elongated version of a black classical parked nearby. The window of the car was rolled down, and they could see Elsa waving crazily at them. Classicals were retro car models for nobles. Its price was not the most expensive, and it was not even one of the top 10 car models. The reason as to why the model was well known was because each car was handmade. Hence, there was only one of each car model. Besides that, the car manufacturer only accepted orders from those who had noble titles bestowed by the federal government. That was why every in the cosmic seas was unique, and every one of them represented their owner's status. A tall, thin woman dressed in a clean, tidy-looking gown stood next to the door of the car. She was not pretty but not ugly either. However, there was a unique charm to her that gave everyone the impression that she was of a very good upbringing. She gestured to Gylding from afar to welcome him. Support our web novel Go.com. Gylding nodded and smiled at her as he pulled Robert into the car. How did you know we were going to arrive today? Gylding asked casually. Boss lady instructed some of our sisters to wait at the harbor the day the invitations were sent to our guests. It would be rude of us to allow our guests to stay at hotels. Besides, we have more than enough guest rooms for everyone who was invited. The voice of the tall, thin woman did not match her looks. Another woman opened the door to the car for them while the tall, thin woman turned specifically to look Gylding in the eyes as she answered his question. There was a small smile on her face. Boss lady? Does everyone call her that? The matter piqued Lilith's sudden interest. She thought it sounded quite pleasant to be called boss lady. Yes, Camilla especially loves it when others refer to her as boss lady. Everyone in Border River calls her that, including the captains of the other crews. It has been this way for many years, and all of us have gotten used to it. The tall, thin woman nodded. If you aren't used to that moniker, it would be fine to call her by her name. You just arrived at Border River, so she won't mind. Big Sister Benita, is there anywhere in Juang worth visiting? Lilith started to sweet talk, referring to the woman as Big Sister very quickly. The tall, thin lady had introduced herself to everyone before Gilding got down from the spaceship. Juang is a tourist planet. There are many places you can have fun at. However, there are a few spots I highly recommend. Benita got into a happier mood the moment she heard Lilith call out to her in such a friendly way. The first place you should visit is the nature reserve. You'll be able to see many precious beings there, even those that can only be seen after venturing into the cosmic sea. There's also a section set up for picture taking and video recording. It's situated in a non-danger zone and is filled with gentle beings that are safe. Benita explained everything in detail and managed to get along with Gilding and the others during the journey. When the classical stopped, Gilding got off the car with the others. The next moment, they were rendered speechless when they raised their heads and saw a huge castle. Lilith and Robert did not react too much. On the other hand, the others had stunned looks on their faces. It was the first time they had seen such a large castle that was not a picture being projected from Skynet. It's huge. Gilding could only blurt out two simple words after racking his brains in an effort to figure out how to describe it. Benita was not surprised by their reactions. All she did was smile. Let me take you to your guest room. She led Gilding and the others toward the left wing of the castle and stopped in front of a door numbered 203. She placed her palm on the door and it opened automatically. There are 5 rooms and 2 washrooms here. You can check out the room and decide if you like the interior design. If it doesn't suit your tastes, I'll take you to the next room. Gilding and the others filed into the room that was clean and tidy. Its accessories were warm-toned, and it had nice lighting. It also had a huge courtyard with a big swimming pool in it. I think it's pretty good. What about you guys? It was Gilding's first time staying in a room that had a personal pool. He was pretty happy about it. Lilith smiled and nodded. It looks like your boss lady spent a lot of thought on this. We'll take this room. The others had no objections as well. That's great. You just have to register your fingerprints, and you will be able to get in and out freely, Benita said as she pressed against the door with her palm for some time. Then, a screen popped up in the middle of the door. Press your palms on the screen and it will be done. Once your fingerprint has been registered, there will be a voice prompt. Gilding was the first to press his palm against the door. It took less than 3 seconds before he heard a synthetic female voice say, "Your palm print has been successfully registered." "Thank you." Lilith and the others, including Robert, also registered their palm prints. Each one of their registrations was successful. "You can call me directly through my communicator if you need anything," Benita said as she emailed her communicator number to Gilding. "We shouldn't need anything else. We'll just take a casual tour around the planet. You can carry on being busy with your work. You should be occupied these few days. We'll try our best not to disturb you." Gilding did not like causing trouble for others and liked to solve problems his own way. Benita smiled and nodded when she heard Gilding's words. "You can have your meals at the huge hall we passed by earlier. The one with a flag of a fork and knife hanging at the door. Take whatever you'd like to eat as it is open every day for 36 hours. All the food and drinks are free. The restaurant is usually closed for 2 days during the weekend, but we'll be hosting many guests during this period, so it will remain open this weekend. Since we need to take into account everyone's different dietary needs, you won't find that many local specialties at the restaurant. If you wish to have a taste of the local flavors, you may head over to Ford Street in the city center." "Thank you," Elsa shouted out before Gilding was able to. Food was her #1 priority, and anyone willing to provide her with it for free were good people in her eyes. That was why her gratitude toward Benita was completely sincere. After leaving the room she had arranged for Gilding, Benita began to head toward the main building of the castle. There, a tall, slender woman in a white dress could be seen holding a cup of coffee in the study of the main building. She was bathing under the sunlight that shone through the French windows. A knock was heard from the study's door. "Come in," the lady in the white dress said without turning to look at the door. She gently sipped on her coffee and licked her lips as she called out lightly, "Boss lady, Gilding's crew has arrived. I just picked them up from the harbor and have settled their accommodation. There was a soft smile on Benita's face. "What do you think of them?" Camilla finally turned toward her. "They're just a bunch of innocent kids." There was a smile on Benita's face when she answered Camilla. "That's quite high of an evaluation. You look pretty happy." Camilla raised an eyebrow and placed the cup of coffee down. "It just felt really relaxing when I was with them. I felt much younger than I currently am." The look on Benita's face suddenly changed when she said this. She started to panic after having realized that she probably should not have mentioned anything about age. Unexpectedly, Camilla did not lose her temper. She remained silent for a while before she asked, "Do you think I should interact with them unofficially?" "I think that's not a bad idea." Benita knew what her boss lady meant by unofficial interaction. "Do evaluate them one by one. We'll start with Gyuding." The matter piqued Camilla's interest as Benita was usually quite reserved when it came to unofficial interaction. "How should I describe Gyuding?" "A young man who is very polite and sincere. There's a look of purity in his eyes, transparent and clean as clear lake water. There's a special charm about him that makes people feel safe and secure. Even I have no idea why I felt that way. However, he does not give me the feeling that he is a powerful person." "How about the girl named Lilith?" Camilla continued asking. "She's very smart and knows how to observe the people around her. She also has a wide knowledge of different etiquettes. Characters such as hers are normally a thorn within a crew because the smarter one is, the more selfish they tend to be. Such type of people always attempt to garner the greatest benefits for themselves. However, she doesn't act that way at all. She has a lot of trust in each member of the crew and gets along well with them. I feel that she sees Gyuding and the others as family. Not the kind that argues with each other all day long, but the kind of family that rely on each other. That huge man should be someone with powerful abilities, am I right?" Camilla extended her questioning to Biggie. "He's a rank 10 gene body at his peak. He has terrifying sword sense, and I have a feeling that he has never shown his true combat effectiveness even in his previous fights. He has a very simple and honest personality. Additionally, he does not talk much. He seems quite different compared to the way he fights as shown in videos. Both sides of his personalities don't seem to match up." "What about that little robot?" "I couldn't find out anything about him. It seems like he is an artificial intelligence robot. He didn't say a word at all, even while I was chatting happily with the others. He continued to sit at the side in a daze." "What about that newly recruited girl?" Camilla had a feeling that Elsa was not a common girl. "She's very powerful. She's the most powerful member on Gyuding's crew." Benita gave a strange evaluation. Chapter 175, A Kitten. Ford Street was one of the most famous food streets on Juwang. It would not be that accurate to call it a food street as one could find almost anything there, including all kinds of fruits, vegetables, and other unprocessed foods. The food street there was a little different from other food streets Gyuding had been to. Usually, food streets were dirty places similar to red light districts, only with less blood and more grease. However, this food street gave people a completely different feeling. It was clean and spotless. All smells of cooking were sucked away by underground pipes. "It's a little different from what I expected," Lilith spoke Gyuding's mind. "However, it's a change for the better." "That looks delicious." Elsa's eyes were drawn to a stall not too far away. "That looks like scallops." Watching scallop meat cooked to a glossy sheen, Gyuding felt a little hungry. Support our web novel Go.com. "That's a shrieking scallop. It's a food that requires special treatment." Biggie recognized the ingredient immediately. Shrieking scallops are said to be very timid. If even a sound is made within a meter of their surroundings, they will be startled immediately, scream horribly, and close their shells. Then, it will take them at least 3 days to open once again. You can just roast them when they're closed. "What's the difference?" Gyuding asked in slight confusion. "Don't look down at how small their shells are. Chefs have done experiments with them. Their shells can withstand very high temperatures up to 880,000 degrees. The shell will explode violently the moment its temperature surpasses 880,000 degrees. The cook who had conducted the experiment was a rank 10 gene body. He died from the explosion. Biggie's story sounded a little surreal. "Can't you pry it open with brute force?" Elsa did not think that it would be a problem to break the shell with her own strength. No one below demigod level can force its shell open, and a few videos on Skynet confirm that quite a few people have tried it. Biggie explained while shaking his head. "I don't believe it." Elsa did not believe that such shells existed in the world. She walked up to the shopkeeper and said, "Boss, can I borrow an unopened shell? I wish to try and break it." The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man with a flushed complexion. He did not seem surprised, as Elsa was clearly not the first customer to make such a request. Besides, the show usually brought a lot of business to his stall, so he happily handed Elsa a shrieking scallop that had its shell closed. Elsa gripped the shell with her fingers and made a sudden effort to tear it open. Nevertheless, she found that it would not budge. Instantly, she became angry, and she clenched her teeth. As she amplified her vibration force, the sinister force was once again poured into the shell, but it vanished as quickly as mud that was poured into the sea. The shell remained as strong as a rock, without a crack. Lilith could not stand it. She took out her silver handgun and turned it into a sniper rifle. She loaded it with 2 armor-piercing shells. "I don't believe it. The fact that you can't pry it open with brute force or break it with armor-piercing shells. It won't work." Biggie discouraged her. "People have tried such methods before." Lilith ignored his advice and fired 2 consecutive shots at the shrieking scallop. The shell ended up ricocheting away, and Elsa leapt to catch it. Elsa looked down at the shrieking scallop in her hand and shook her head regretfully at Lilith. The shrieking scallop was as strong as an indestructible fortress. The 2 girls' actions had attracted many onlookers. Most of the elderly residents were only expecting the worst. Apparently, it was not their first time seeing this kind of thing. "Let me have a look." Robert reached out his hand and took the shrieking scallop. He knocked it from side to side. Then, he took out a drill, a cutting machine, and tried all his tools. Nevertheless, they were to no avail. Suddenly, his eyes lit up after a while and he ran to the shopkeeper's booth. He asked, "Boss, could you sell me these useless shells? If you want them, you can have them. We treat them as rubbish anyway. They're also very difficult to dispose of as rubbish. You have to immerse them in extremely acidic materials for several days before they soften." The shopkeeper agreed readily, as it was not cheap for them to dispose of the scallops each day. Returning the scallop to the shopkeeper, Robert transferred the empty shells in the former's rubbish bin into his inventory. "In that case, how do you eat them?" Gilding asked his own question. "A shrieking scallop takes 0.001 seconds to react and 0.001 seconds to close its shell. In that 0.002 seconds, the chef has to quietly pick out the shrieking scallop's meat with a hook," Biggie explained. "Looks like I've bumped into an expert." The middle-aged shopkeeper smiled. "Would this gentleman be interested in giving it a go? I've never cooked shrieking scallops before, but I've heard of them." Biggie was also a little nervous. He was not too sure. "There's no shame in trying." Gilding patted Biggie. Having been encouraged, Biggie nodded and took the hook from the shopkeeper. Biggie's eyes fell on an open scallop in front of him. His right hand swung out, and with a quick pull, he hooked the pink blob out of the scallop. He was so fast that the shrieking scallop had no time to react. "Nice work." The shopkeeper started clapping. The others at the side tried to sound out, and their business immediately picked up. "Boss, we'll take 4, take away." Gilding felt that it was inappropriate to disturb others for so long. Not to mention, the shrieking scallops on the grill did look delicious. Except for Robert, Gilding bought one for himself and the rest. Gilding and his crew found the shrieking scallops delicious after tasting them. "I'm going to buy some shrieking scallops. Then, when we leave this planet, we won't have to worry about not being able to taste them anymore." Biggie had made up his mind to learn how to cook shrieking scallops. The 5 continued their journey into the depths of Food Street. "That fish looks adorable. It looks like a stuffed chubby man. It can't even swim freely." Elsa pointed to a fish tank not too far away. "That fish with silver scales that's wagging its tail quickly but swimming slowly is called a poisonous pufferfish," Biggie explained. "That fish also requires special treatment. It's delicious, but you can't touch its innards while gutting it. Otherwise, the whole fish will turn purple and become inedible." "Why can't you eat it when it's purple?" Elsa felt that food should not be wasted. "That's because if it turns purple, it means that it contains a lot of poison. Apparently, any powerhouse below demigod level will die in less than 10 hours after eating it." Biggie's words got Elsa to look away from the fish immediately. Without walking too far, Elsa's eyes were suddenly drawn to a piece of meat. "That piece of meat belongs to a steel jagged teeth beast. which is a rank 9 Gena Beast. The Gena Beast's muscles are as hard as adamantium alloy and possess extreme defensive capabilities. Only Gene body powerhouses at rank 10 or above who have managed to cultivate righteous force can kill it. Their meat also has to be heated to a high temperature of over 50,000 degrees to soften, otherwise, it will taste like adamantium alloy. Before Biggie could finish, a yellow shadow flashed by and the piece of meat disappeared. Elsa reacted instantly. She reached out to grab it, only to see it accelerate and grab nothing but her. Biggie had also made a move by then. However, instead of reaching out to grab it, he pulled out his saber to intercept it. The saber came out of its sheath and blocked the way of the yellow shadow. Just then, the yellow shadow stopped in its tracks. That was when Gylding and his crew saw that the meat had been stolen by a kitten. The cat looked a little thin and had tiger stripes, but it was energetic. It glanced over Biggie, sat back, and slowly nibbled at the meat that was as hard as an adamantine alloy. At the sight of this scene, Gylding and his crew were speechless. "It looks really hungry." Gylding looked at the puny little guy and felt sympathetic for him. After all, he had been bullied for being thin since childhood. If the cat was not desperate, it would not have dared to steal food. "That cat thief." The shopkeeper quickly caught up. "I'm going to kill you. Boss, I'll pay for that piece of meat." Gylding felt sorry for the kitten and feared that it would end up miserable if the owner caught it. The little guy saw it all. After paying the shopkeeper and sending him away, Gylding took a bag of chips from his inventory and walked over to the little guy. He had heard that many cats enjoyed such a snack. The little guy glanced at Gylding, seemingly oblivious to his approach, and continued to nibble away at the piece of meat. In just tens of seconds, it finished a quarter of it. Gylding thought that the little guy had unusually good teeth. He approached the little guy with a smile and unwrapped the packet of chips. Then, Gylding picked one of them up and held it to his mouth. The little guy gave Gylding a lazy glance and chose to ignore his gesture. Gylding reached out his hand to touch it, but it vanished right when Gylding was about to touch its fur. "How fast!" Elsa could not help but exclaim. "The cat's speed is in par with the rank 11 Gene bodies." Biggie nodded. He was also able to bite through a piece of steel-jagged teeth beast's meat that a lot of rank 12 Gene body predators are unable to kill. It's meat that's hard to bite without cooking it properly, and even if you can bite through it, it tastes horrible and is harder to digest. No matter how bad it is, it's only a poor little thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stolen it. Gylding shook his head. "Let's go back. It's getting dark. We've been out shopping since noon, and I'm so full right now." As Gylding and his crew left, the kitten poked its head out of the corner, stuffed the rest of the meat into its mouth, and trotted off behind them. Chapter 176, Into the Nature Reserve. The room Benita had chosen for Gylding and his crew had good lighting. Early in the morning, sunlight shone through the yellow curtains of the room to light up the place. A gust of wind blew into the room through a half-opened French window and slightly swung open the curtains, causing a layer of light and shadows to form in the living room. A yellow shadow flashed by. A kitten with tiger stripes landed softly on the living room coffee table. It looked around and confirmed the location of the kitchen. Then, it jumped off the table and trotted toward the kitchen. Evidently, Neptune noticed everything. In actual fact, the little creature had been following them since the day before. Nevertheless, Biggie and Elsa had not noticed its existence. When the two returned to the room, it hid in a big tree outside and silently watched them. Neptune had left a gap in the French window the night before, but it was cautious to observe for a night to make sure it was not a trap before slipping in. Once it was inside the house, it ran toward the kitchen and pulled the door of the refrigerator open with great skill. There was nothing to eat in the fridge except Milka, which Gylding had bought the night before. When Gylding and his crew arrived on the planet, Biggie put all the ingredients they had into his inventory ring. For the past few days, instead of cooking, he was studying the planet's local specialties. The kitten looked disappointed but picked up the bottle of Milka, which was bigger than it was anyway. It then dragged the bottle away from the fridge. Support our web novel Go.com. Hiding under the coffee table, it easily cut open the metal bottle containing Milka with its claws. What it did next was quickly lick the Milka leaking out from the opening. All of this was witnessed by Neptune, but he did not tell Gylding and the others who were fast asleep. He wanted to see Gylding's expression when the latter opened the refrigerator the next day and found that out of the 2 bottles of Milka, only 1 bottle was left. Not long after, Gylding rolled out of bed and asked sleepily, "Anything new?" Hearing Gyuding's question, Neptune suddenly remembered something more important. The dark sectors have gotten the news that Lilai is not dead. The two men from before are heading toward Juwang. Those two. When will they arrive? Upon hearing the news, Gyuding's drowsiness vanished completely. In 4 days. According to their style of doing things, they'll probably come straight to the party. Neptune speculated. That's good news. My absolute seal will be available in 3 days, and I will gladly give the dark sectors people a serious warning. Gyuding's eyes were cold. He would never forget what they did to Lilai in the past. There are 2 of them, and you are only able to use your ability once a month. Neptune did not forget to remind Gyuding. Camellia will make a move. Gyuding's reply was reassuring. She's considered half a federal government member. Anyone from the dark sectors can be considered a primary target for the federal government. Sharp and his crew may have been helpless last time. However, this time, Camellia's a peak rank 12 gene body. Besides, it's her own birthday party. She'll do it for her own sake. Be careful anyway. Neptune was still a little worried even though he knew Gyuding's plan was fine. Wake up Lilai and the others. We'll go to the nature reserve today. Gyuding was looking forward to going on a trip to the nature reserve. Once he finished washing up, he changed his clothes and went into the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator door and saw only 1 bottle of milk left. He raised his eyebrows. I remember buying 2 bottles yesterday. Who drank it? Shaking his head, Gyuding did not think too much about it. He took the bottle of milk, sat down in front of the coffee table in the living room, and started drinking it. What he did not know was that beneath the coffee table, hidden by tinted glass, a tiger-striped kitten was drinking the other bottle of milk. All of a sudden, Gyuding heard the sound of a metal bottle rolling from under the coffee table. He looked down and saw a kitten peering at him. The man and kitten met eyes and instantly looked away. Gyuding's eyes fell on the empty bottle below the table, while the cat's eyes fell on the unfinished milk bottle Gyuding was holding. The former licked its tongue. Looks like you haven't had enough, little one. Gyuding left the bottle of milk on the coffee table and went to the kitchen to get a bowl. He was not expecting to return to a scene of the little guy drinking from the other metal bottle of milk on the table. The kitten had managed to tear through the metal bottle of milk. Why, you little cat thief. Meanwhile, Lilioth and the others had just finished cleaning themselves up and were about to enter the living room. Both girls seemed delighted when they saw the kitten. Meanwhile, Biggie began projecting recipes, searching for the term, how to make a cat a delicacy. Before the 2 girls could reach the kitten, it ran away with the metal bottle in its mouth and continued to drink milk at Gyuding's feet. It seemed as if it was indicating that he preferred Gyuding. Gyuding crouched down and tried to touch the kitten. This time, instead of dodging, the kitten reached out his paw and slapped Gyuding's hand away. The message it was trying to convey was also clear this time around. I don't like to be touched. Don't touch me. Gyuding withdrew his hand somewhat sheepishly. This gluttonous cat thief drank my milk but won't even let me touch it. The kitten's second bottle of milk was soon emptied. It looked up at Gyuding as if to ask, is there more? I only bought 2, but there's food in the restaurant. I wonder if there's any milk. Gyuding was not sure if the little guy could understand him. Can it understand you? Lilioth was skeptical. The cat nodded. It's not an ordinary cat after all. Ordinary cooking won't work. Biggie muttered under his lips as he continued to flip through the menu on his projection. If you understand me, follow us to the restaurant. Gyuding got up and followed his crew to the restaurant. Following from behind them, the kitten trotted along. Once they were in the restaurant, Gyuding and his crew found an empty table. The kitten, with a piece of meat in its mouth, fell on the table and began to tear it apart. The way it consumed the meat resembled that of a fierce predator. Nevertheless, it was inevitably endearing to Gyuding and the others. Their breakfast took a little longer because of the kitten. Gyuding was surprised that the cat could eat as much as Elsa. However, it appeared to eat only raw meat and milk. It had no interest in plant-based drinks, including those that contained sugar. The cat only seemed satisfied when it finished the last steak in the restaurant. It also left other diners in the restaurant disappointed as it ate so much steak that the restaurant was beginning to run out of ingredients. It was something that rarely happened at the restaurant. We're going to the nature reserve. Do you want to come with us? Gyuding found it convenient to know that the little guy could understand him. It hesitated for a while before it jumped onto Gyuding's shoulder. Looks like it wants to hang out with us. Gilding felt that its attitude was indicative of what it wanted, a cat that understands people. Lilith shook her head in frustration, presumably guessing that based on Gilding's personality, he would keep the little one. Although she liked small animals, it was clear that the little cat thief was reluctant to answer to anyone. Elsa sneaked up behind Gilding in an effort to reach and touch it. Nevertheless, she was only faced with a warning look that read, "No touching." Hence, Elsa lamely withdrew her hand. The nature reserve had 4 entrances, one of which was on the outskirts of the city near the port. It was already noon by the time they had arrived by car. The kitten seemed to be asleep as its eyes were closed and it was wagging its tail gently. It had not moved from Gilding's shoulder throughout the journey. After getting out of the car, under the intense sunlight, the Sun Sutra within Gilding slowly began to operate on its own without him even realizing it. On the other hand, the kitten opened its eyes just as the Sun Sutra began to operate. It glanced at Gilding, noticed nothing unusual, and proceeded to close its eyes. It then started to wag its tail a little more than before, as if in a happier mood. In the nature reserve, the main means of transport was hoverboards that had transparent protective barriers. Everyone got one. While Gilding was handing out hoverboards to his crew members, he was stopped by a staff who said, "Sorry, sir, we don't allow pets because they're vulnerable to the predators in the reserves and might be attacked. If you go in with your pet, not only will it end up being eaten, but you and your friends may also be attacked." "You heard him, little guy. We'll go in and take a stroll. You can just hang out here and look for something to eat," Gilding said to the kitten. The kitten reluctantly jumped off Gilding's shoulder and sat obediently at the customer service table. "Let's go in." Gilding grabbed hold of his hoverboard and entered the reserve together with Lilith and the rest. After watching them leave, the kitten disappeared in a flash. It was very easy to operate the hoverboard. Its direction was controlled with its handle. On the other hand, the button on the left side of it that was near one's thumb was to shift gears and adjust the hoverboard's speed. Lastly, a red button found on the right side of the board acted as a brake while the green button functioned to raise the transparent protective barrier. After a brief round of instructions by the staff and after everyone had raised their protective barrier, the group of tourists was allowed to leave. It was Gilding and his crew's first time. They were excited. They had not gone very far before they were met with their first rare animal, a giant black-armored rhinoceros. The giant rhinoceros was nearly 5 meters tall and was more than 10 meters long. Additionally, its back was covered by a layer of thick black armor, and it was eating the broad leaves of a tree not too far away. Just then, the black-armored giant's ears started twitching, and it stopped chewing. All of a sudden, it lunged in Gilding's direction. "What's the matter?" Gilding did not get it. "It's a bloodthirsty abyss demon that's roaring," Neptune said as he projected an image. It was a huge red-armored creature that stood upright with a horrible face. Moreover, it was a rank 11 gene body. It gave a terrifying cry, and the nearby mountains were shaken to the ground by its horrible sound waves. "It's a bloodthirsty abyss demon. These guys are usually fast asleep. I don't know why they woke up this time. Let's make a detour and not go in that direction," a smartly dressed, bespectacled woman with a nervous expression on her face shouted at them. Chapter 177, The Vipers and the Cat Look at Each Other in the Eye. The name Bloodthirsty Abyss Demon was known to many as an abyssal creature that walked upright on 2 feet like humans. Nevertheless, unlike humans, they were over 30 meters in size and had 6 arms and 3 eyes. They were extremely bloodthirsty and liked to tear their prey to pieces. They loved watching blood spurt around. Such creatures were far from lovable. It had been given to Camellia as a gift by an admirer who knew that she had built a free reserve. He had helped her seal a beast in a volcano. The beast was fed once a month, and it was extremely tough. Other than when it was fed, it slept in order to avoid burning more calories. However, it had now gone into a frenzy, out of everyone's expectations. Its cry was shrill and it hit the volcano's walls frantically as if it was suffering drastic pain. Although the nature reserve had professional veterinarians, they always kept a respectful distance away from the abyssal creature. Nevertheless, even if they could get close to the creature, they would not be able to treat it. That was because most drugs made by humans proved ineffective on the creature. Upon hearing the bespectacled lady's words, A large number of people chose to take a detour. Some people also felt unsafe and began to retreat to the exit. Gilding and his crew could not see anything from the video projection other than the ugly creature slamming wildly against the wall and screaming. They could not see anything else, and thus, they took a detour. They had come to see rare species, not to engage in pointless battles. Support our web novel Go.com. The bespectacled lady was clearly very familiar with the free reserve. She steered the group away from the volcano and offered some advice on a few safe routes they could take. Have you visited this free reserve many times before? Gilding accosted her after seeing that the bespectacled lady had chosen the same route as his crew. I come here to relax when I'm not that busy with work. The corners of the bespectacled lady's mouth curled up slightly. What about you guys? You all look like tourists. Do we look that touristy? Gilding laughed. It's not that. It's just that this place is where singles, couples, or families with their kids often come. Very few peers come in groups. Those who come in groups usually consist of only two kinds of people: school students led by teachers and old people who organize such trips themselves. For teenagers like you, especially since you're in a group of 5, your normal pastime should be going to a pub or going to a party at someone's house, or even having a small party at your own house. You wouldn't go to such places like this normally, so you can only be tourists. The bespectacled lady analyzed them thoroughly. Wow, what an impressive analysis. Gilding thought that the woman did not seem easy. Which of these circumstances do you fall under? Lilith instinctively felt a little repelled by the woman. Although it was Gilding who initiated the conversation, Lilith vaguely sensed that the woman had approached them with some kind of purpose. The bespectacled lady's eyes fell on Lilith. She smiled faintly. I'm sort of a spinster. Why don't you get married, big sister? Elsa asked out of the blue. She was curious about the question since she had been raised to marry a strong man as soon as possible. On the other hand, Lilith smiled to herself. She initially wanted to raise the question, but Elsa did it before her. I enjoy being single. There are no constraints. I've been with a lot of men, and without exception, every man has bad habits that you can put up with for only a short period of time. Those bad habits only get bigger and bigger in your eyes each day until a point you can't stand them. My choice is, when I can't stand them any longer, I change who I sleep with. Then, if I can't stand it once again, I'll change to another man. The situation would be different if I was married, because marriage is sacred, and you can't just abandon your husband. I can't seem to make that commitment to anyone, so I choose to stay single. Lilith blinked a few times upon hearing the bespectacled lady's words. She found herself unable to refute the woman's strange views. Doesn't a woman have to be married to be happy? If not, she'll end up a desperate old lady who would have been single all her life. Elsa remembered that her mother had said the same thing to her almost daily. That point of view is not necessarily correct. Whether one becomes a desperate old lady depends on their attitude toward life. I know a lot of women with bad marriages who end up as desperate old ladies. The bespectacled lady was not stingy with her opinion on the topic. The bespectacled lady's words made Elsa think deeply. Big sister, which area are you going to? Lilith asked out of the blue, wanting to avoid going on the same route as the woman. What about you? The woman's eyes fell on Gilding when she asked the question. We're going to the Viper's territory, Gilding said as he did not see Lilith winking at him. What a coincidence. Me too. The bespectacled lady had a look of surprise on her face. Since we're heading to the same place, let's get to know each other better. My name is Kaya. My name is Gilding. Over here is Biggie, Lilith. Gilding introduced his crew members one by one. Big sister Kaya, what do you do for a living? Lilith was trying to find something wrong with this woman. Lilith felt that she was too well disguised. Trust me, you don't want to know my profession. Kaya deflected the topic. Would you like to know what our profession is? As soon as Lilith said this, she saw Gilding frown. Lilith. Gilding shook his head at Lilith. We all came here to relax. Some topics are better left untouched. Lilith did not want to go on because she knew what Gilding meant. I know there's something wrong with this woman's identity, but there's no need to tear each other up by asking about it. I'll take you to the Viper's territory. Kaya knew her identity was under suspicion, but she did not panic even in the slightest bit. Instead, she acted as if nothing had happened. Excellent. Though her identity was still a mystery, Gilding did not see her as an enemy because he did not perceive her as hostile. Since she had intentionally offered to tag along, she had to have a purpose. They might as well walk with her and see what she was up to. Vipers were the offspring of dragons that had bred with other species, so there were many kinds of vipers. There were two subspecies of dragons in the nature reserve. One was a golden-winged dragon horned beast while the other was a crowned dragon hawk. Both vipers were rank 12 gene bodies and were two of the most powerful vipers in the nature reserve. When they were first sent to the nature reserve, the two dragons caused trouble everywhere. They completely destroyed the entire nature reserve within just a few days. When Camellia learned of it, she took it upon herself to keep the vipers under control. After that, the two huge beasts finally stopped their troublemaking. That was why both vipers were left free to run in the reserve. Upon entering the two vipers' territory, Gilding and his crew could feel a subtle pressure pressing against them. All of a sudden, the sky darkened and Gilding looked up. A pair of huge wings could be seen sweeping over their heads, blocking the sky. With a long, clear cry, the crowned dragon hawk swooped down on them. Gilding and his crew immediately got ready to retaliate. When the crowned dragon hawk was about to land, it flapped its wings and came to a halt right in front of them. Gilding then noticed that the creature was incredibly large. Its wings were at least 200 meters long. After glancing at Gilding and the others, the crowned dragon hawk's gaze fell on Kaya. When it saw her, it hesitated before stretching out its head to her. Kaya touched the dragon hawk's ground head. It seemed as if she and the viper were on good terms. The dragon hawk had swooped down not to attack but because it recognized Kaya. "You know each other?" Gilding was surprised. "I used to come and feed them whenever I had the time, but I haven't come here for a while." Kaya turned to the dragon hawk. "Why is there only you?" Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a long scream from not too far away. Kaya recognized it as the golden-winged dragon horned beast's scream. At the same time, Gilding saw a yellow shadow flash in front of him, and the tiger-striped kitten landed on top of his energy barrier. Before Gilding could remove his energy barrier, the little thing waved its paw, and a crack appeared on the energy barrier. Then, it leapt and landed on Gilding's shoulder. Shortly after, the tear in the energy barrier disappeared without a trace. The whole scene happened in a flash. Kaya looked strangely at the kitten on Gilding's shoulder. The dragon hawk's eye also fell on the little cat thief. Its eyes glinted in an unfriendly fashion. Before long, the huge, golden-winged dragon horned beast landed on the ground. Its eyes that were larger than Gilding's head were somewhat unkindly fixed on the little cat thief that was on Gilding's shoulder. The little cat thief sat on Gilding's shoulder, gazing quietly into the eyes of the golden-winged dragon horned beast. Its tail was slightly flapping in rhythm, and its eyes showed little signs of fear. "What's the matter? Surely the little cat thief did not steal those two vipers' food?" Gilding had a bad feeling. Chapter 178. The new member takeover. Gilding was rendered speechless by the spectacle. The energy barrier outside the hoverboard was only capable of defending against attacks below rank 10. It was not much different than a soap bubble in front of a rank 12 viper. On the other hand, the little cat thief had landed on Gilding's shoulder, which meant that whatever trouble it got into, Gilding and his crew were in league. Although Gilding was very reluctant to provoke two rank 12 vipers, now that trouble had come to him, he had to face the music. He could not just give up little cat thief. Although Kaya was familiar with the two vipers, she did not understand dragon language and thus did not know what was happening. Just then, Elsa stepped forward. She uttered strange syllables at the golden-winged dragon horned beast. Her voice alternated between high and low sounds, and it did not sound like a voice the human throat could make. After hearing Elsa's voice, the golden-winged dragon horned beast opened its mouth and uttered similar-sounding syllables. "Elsa speaks dragon?" It was news to Gilding and his other crew members. Support our web novel Go.com. Kaya was also surprised. After a few moments of communication, Elsa turned around to translate. The Viper said that it and the other Viper was entrusted by Camellia to guard the nature reserve. It is their duty to prevent any other species from causing trouble in the area. However, that evil creature decimated the bloodthirsty abyss demon in a short amount of time. Its presence is a serious threat to the area. Just then, little cat thief opened its mouth, and the same strange syllables came out of its mouth. The occurrence of this made it even more inconceivable. It also knew dragon language. Elsa continued to translate. Little cat thief said that the abyssal creature's existence was an even greater threat to other species in the area. she was only doing them a favor. What's more is, if she hadn't done something about it, the abyssal creature would have evolved to rank 12 very soon. If that happened, the moment they were to emerge from the volcano, everything in the area will become its food, including the two vipers. At that moment, the crowned Dragonhawk spoke up, his voice now louder. The Dragonhawk said, "We can't trust you unless you can prove conclusively that the bloodthirsty abyss demon was on the verge of evolving into the rank 12. If not, we'll have to attack you." Elsa translated. With an extremely humane expression of helplessness, little cat thief stretched out its paw, glided through the air, and made a crack in midair. Then, a black crystal fell through the crack and landed in Gylding's hands. The black crystal was about the size of a fist and it looked like ink. The surface of the crystal was covered with numerous circles and spiral lines. There were dozens of those lines. The one at the top was a little lighter in color, and each spiral line was not fully embedded. Nevertheless, it was enough to suggest that the original owner of the crystal would soon evolve to become a rank 12. The two vipers stared at the crystal with their huge eyes and looked at it carefully. They also saw the spiral lines, and their faces instantly turned pale. Abyssal creatures had extremely powerful combat effectiveness because they fought without the fear of death. They only had an eye for killing. Had the bloodthirsty abyss demon evolve into the rank 12, it would have been difficult for the two vipers to keep it under control. The two vipers were reluctant to admit it, but it looked like little cat thief had indeed done them a favor. "All right, we'll admit that you're right. We don't know exactly what species you are, but we forbid you from attacking anyone else in the area. Otherwise, we'll have to hunt you down together," the crowned Dragonhawk warned. "Not even a steel-backed paw? That species is food?" the little cat thief asked with a fluke mind upon recovering the black crystal. "No." The crowned Dragonhawk refused sternly. "Let me just hunt too." "You have a large herd here. I think there are more than 30 of them." Little cat thief tried negotiating. "You aren't allowed to even hunt one down." The crowned Dragonhawk and the golden-winged dragon-horn beast roared at the kitten at the same time. "Fine." Little cat thief lowered its head unhappily. Elsa did not translate the conversation. Instead, she only giggled with her mouth covered by her hand on one side. When the conversation between the three was over, she said to Gylding, "We can go." They've come to an agreement. The two dragons brushed against Kaya and fluttered away. "Now that we've seen the two vipers up close, we can move on to the next stop." Kaya smiled at Gylding and his crew as she adjusted her glasses that had been blown crooked by the wind. Gylding and his party spent the rest of the day with Kaya at the nature reserve. It was not until late in the evening that they said goodbye to Kaya and returned to Camillia's palace. This time, little cat thief casually followed the group back to the guest room. It was as if it was already part of Gylding's crew. Robert purposely made a cat den for little cat thief. Lilith also stuffed it with an expensive blanket she had bought. However, when they woke up the next morning, they found little cat thief asleep on the sofa. It did not seem to like the den very much. Robert was a little confused. He had designed the cat den according to little cat thief's body size. Hence, it should have been extremely comfortable. He did not know why little cat thief did not like it. During breakfast, the crew gathered to give little cat thief a name. "This little one is sneaky. Let's just call it Little Cat Thief," Gylding suggested. "Let's call it Tiger Stripes. The little guy has tiger stripes all over it." Biggie really had no talent for names. "Call it Kim," Elsa shouted. "I think it should be called Little Mischief." Lilith laughed. "My name is Tagore." Just then, a voice was heard. Everyone looked at Robert, thinking he had suggested the name. "I didn't say anything." Robert spread out his hands. "I said that. My name is Tagore." Little cat thief who was sitting on the coffee table raised his paw. "Now you can stop thinking of a name for me. You can talk!" Gylding's eyes were almost glowing. "It's nothing to be surprised about. The human language is not the most complicated compared to all the other races." Little cat thief did not find it strange. "Why didn't you say anything before?" Gylding asked with some curiosity. "That's because I didn't know you well before." Little cat thief, Tagore, had a look of entitlement. "So you know us now?" Gylding asked expectantly. "Does that mean you know us well now?" Gylding asked again. "No, it's because you have food to eat." Tagore's reply disappointed Gylding, but it struck a chord with Elsa, who ended up nodding desperately in agreement. "Tagore, join our crew." The moment Gylding found out that he was a cat that could talk, His desire to invite him to join his crew became even stronger. "Sure, but I have a few conditions." Taegor once again stretched out his furry paws. "First, don't treat me like a cat. Don't feed me cat food even though it tastes good, nor make me a cat bed, though it was the most comfortable bed I've ever slept in. Don't pat my head, though it feels very comfortable. Second, I have the same rights as you to rummage through the fridge. Third, I want my own room just like all of you with the bed and a quilt. I also want a shower and a bathtub even though I don't like water. Fourth, I want an intelligent wristwatch because you all have one. Fifth, don't leave me out when there's fun. That's because I'm a fellow crew member and I have the right to enjoy the same fun as you. And one last thing, every year on my birthday, I want everyone to give me a birthday present. I also want a birthday cake even though I don't like cake. If you promise that you can fulfill all of that, I'll join you." Taegor looked at Gyuding. "It should be fine. There's still room on the spaceship. We can also buy you an intelligent wristwatch. As for your birthday, when is your birthday?" Gyuding thought about it. All of it seemed easy, except for Taegor's first condition. "I don't know." Taegor hung his head low at the question. "Let's just make it today. Everyone else, give me a gift list and I'll buy it for you." Gyuding had always been a person with strong execution capability. "I'll buy the cake. I'll buy the cake." Elsa shouted as she raised her hand. "I'll go buy the cake with Elsa." Lilith thought that she should keep an eye on Elsa to prevent her from secretly eating the cake on their way back. "I'll make dinner." Biggie ran happily to the kitchen. "Let me set up the birthday party." Robert also found himself a job. Taegor had his first birthday party that night. There were cakes, presents, and everyone else sang him a birthday song. After the party, Taegor slept soundly in the cat den Robert had built for him. In the few days that followed, Gyuding did not go out to play. Instead, he practiced the Sun Sutra every day under the sun. Each time Gyuding was practicing his cultivation, Taegor slept on his shoulder. In turn, it made Gyuding feel that he was absorbing light energy much faster. Gyuding did not tell anyone about the Dark Sector's pursuit. Only Neptune and himself knew about it. Hence, Lilith did not feel too nervous. She and Elsa went out each day for the past few days to run errands for Robert and bring him items on his list. Robert was occupied each day. He always had something to do. As for Biggie, he originally wanted to try out some new dishes. However, after seeing how hard Gyuding was cultivating, he gave in and began studying a new sword technique, wanting to make himself stronger. The 4 days passed by very quickly, and Camilla's birthday party arrived. Robert was forced into a tuxedo by Lilith, while Taegor was dressed in a black tuxedo and a stylish hat. He looked very handsome. Chapter 179, The Queen's Dinner Party. The larger parties on Juang were mostly dinner parties, as there were 36 hours in a day on the planet. There were more than 9 hours between dinner and the wee hours of the morning. It was the only time an average person had free time. By the time Gyuding and his crew arrived at the party, it was not yet dark and guests were only beginning to arrive. It was at such times where Gyuding and his crew stood out like a sore thumb. Most of the people Camilla had invited were crews from Border River. Many of them knew each other and were able to happily start conversations with one another. On the other hand, Gyuding and his crew did not know anyone there. It had not been more than half a year since their debut, and they were newcomers in Border River. They had not been there for more than a month. None of the other crews had expected Camilla to invite them to the party. Evidently, Gyuding did not know anyone, but a number of crews recognized him. A large majority of interstellar pirates in Border River had seen the video of his battle with Yarrow. There were quite a number of crews who were not impressed with the strength of Gyuding's crew, especially those who noticed that Yarrow was already injured during their fight and felt that Gyuding's victory was something of a fluke. "Looks like we're not welcome." Lilith raised her glass and took a sip. "Think of it as a free meal. We're leaving tomorrow anyway." Gyuding did not care about how other people viewed them. Support our web novel Go.com. Taegor, the little cat thief, had also disappeared. No one knew where he had snuck off to in an attempt to steal food. "Gyuding, I wasn't expecting to see you here." A young man in his mid-20s approached Gyuding. He was waving his glass from a distance. "His name is Ike, and he's the captain of the Golden Lion Pirates. His crew is the second most powerful crew in Border River, second only to Camilla's Scorpion Pirates." Although he looks like he's only around 20 years old, His real age is over 1,700 years old. He's also a rank 12 gene body powerhouse. It is said that he chose to stay in Border River to pursue Camellia. Apparently, he got 2 ageless fruits from the cosmic sea that can be used to preserve one's youthful appearance, aside from eating one of them himself. He gave the other one to Camellia. Gilding raised the milker in his hand after listening to Neptune's explanation. "Pleased to meet you, Captain Ike." Ike, who had approached them, paused for a moment to look at Gilding's milker before he shook his head and said, "Captain Gilding has such a unique taste. I wonder how Boss Lady would react if she saw you drinking milker on such an occasion." "I can't help it. I have a special constitution where I can't touch alcohol." Gilding smiled but did not say why. "I see." Ike began to think that some of Gilding's abilities were restricted by alcohol. Once the latter was drunk, some of his abilities might be unavailable. In fact, the second-in-command on Ike's spaceship had a similar ability restriction. He could not drink sweet drinks. Since Gilding had said it himself, he was not going to delve further. "I really wasn't expecting Camellia to invite you. I don't mean to put you down. However, Camellia and I have known each other for more than 300 years. Longer than she's been here in Border River. She does invite newcomers to her parties, but they all have to have established themselves in Border River and pledged their allegiance to her for a certain period of time. You, however, don't meet any of those requirements, so I was sure she wouldn't invite you to this party. I only realized I was wrong when I saw you. We were also surprised when we got the invitation." Gilding smiled awkwardly. In fact, he did not even know who Camellia was until he received the invitation. "When are you leaving this planet?" Ike asked a strange question out of the blue. "We'll be leaving early tomorrow morning." Gilding felt that he had done what he needed to do in the past few days. He would be ready to set out again if he solved the matter regarding the dark sectors that night. "We've been here for 4 days. We've done everything we need to do. There's no need to stay any longer." Gilding did not feel that he was rushing his journey. "If we start here, we'll be out of Border River in less than 2 weeks. Ike nodded. "We might run into each other in Fey Cosmic Nation." Fey Cosmic Nation? Gilding was a little confused. "You're leaving Border River? After all these years, I think it's time to leave. A rank 12 gene body only has a lifespan of 1800 years. I have less than 80 years of my life left. As an interstellar pirate, I'd rather die in the cosmic sea." "It's our biggest dream, isn't it?" Ike seemed unperturbed. "In addition to celebrating Camellia's birthday, I came to say goodbye." Gilding was touched by the chat he had with Ike, not about love but about time. He had no idea who would be left with him by the time he turned 1700 years old. Maybe some of his crew members would choose to leave and pursue their own passion like Ike. Additionally, maybe some of them would get married and have children. They would quit being interstellar pirates. Liliath, however, felt differently. He's a good man. He's been loyal to a woman for 300 years. If I were Camellia, I would have married him. I don't think he's strong enough yet. If I take him back to challenge Dad, my dad would kill him. Elsa looked at Ike with her hand on her chin. Her first instinct on the subject of marriage was to take him back to challenge her father. "Gilding, the 2 men from the dark sectors have arrived at the port." Neptune's voice suddenly rang. Gilding's expression turned slightly grave. Although he had been waiting for the 2 to arrive, his mood did not improve. When he thought back to the old man who poisoned Lily, he became furious. It was getting dark. Flickering flames rose up from the palace walls and lit up the whole place in an instant. As the flames rose, a woman in a purple dress could be seen slowly descending the stairs. A pair of pink sky-high heels rattled toward the banquet hall. Many men gulped at the woman's perfect figure that was being displayed through her corset dress. Only a small part of her proud bosom was visible, but the dress did not hide her cleavage. Additionally, her neck was fair and flawless like porcelain. It did not have a single wrinkle despite her age. She only had a light layer of makeup on, but she looked as delicate as a fragile piece of art. People only dared to look at her from afar. The corners of her lips slightly curled up to reveal a polite smile, but it did not conceal her indifference. She had held many similar parties before and no longer found any novelty in them. "Welcome to my birthday party. Today is my 1700th birthday." She paused for a moment before she continued, "Yes, 1700, not 17, nor 27. As Camellia made her speech, Liliath carefully looked at her up and down. After a long while, she said with some uncertainty, "Gilding, Don't you think Camilla looks a bit like the woman with glasses we saw at the free reserve the other day? Biggie and Elsa shook their heads after taking a close look. They don't look exactly the same, do they? This lady is much prettier, and even though the one with glasses was not ugly, she is by no means in the same rank as this one. Elsa voiced her opinion. Their disposition is a little similar. As for appearances, they're two completely different people. Biggie also voiced his opinion. Robert chose not to comment on the subject. He was from the mechanical tribe and had different beauty standards from humans. He thought that the bespectacled lady was more beautiful. Gilding squinted his eyes slightly and looked at her up and down. He muttered, "About the same height, face shape seems a bit similar, but Camilla's features are more refined, teeth look about the same, the way they laugh is totally different." Kai laughed loudly at times, while the Camilla in front of them only smiled with the same expression. It's like someone had injected her face with curing agent. Nevertheless, judging by their disposition, they ought to be the same person. Gilding could not really see much. All he had was a hunch that Camilla was Kaya, whom he had met in the Free Nature Reserve. Your judgment is correct. Camilla and Kaya are the same person. After listening to everyone's analysis, Neptune revealed the answer. I saw with my own eyes that morning you went to the nature reserve. Camilla had purposely disguised herself as Kaya to stalk all of you. Why didn't you tell us when we were at the nature reserve? Gilding frowned slightly. Neptune had been aware of her identity but kept it a secret. That's because it didn't seem like she meant any harm. Perhaps she just wanted to get to know us. If I had told you in advance that she was Camilla, you would have felt uncomfortable with her. Therefore, I kept it a secret. You guys were able to have a good time despite not knowing who she was, Neptune explained. No wonder those two vipers were so meek in front of her. Lilith had questioned Kaya's identity but never thought she was Border River's lady boss. Camilla, I've said all the nonsense I need to say. We can now return to our seats and enjoy dinner. Camilla raised her glass to the crowd and took a sip. She then walked over to the table where Gilding was at and sat down in an empty seat next to him. Gilding, this is the second time we've met. Camilla laughed. Yes, thank you for that time in the nature reserve. We had a good time. Gilding meant to say that he had uncovered her disguise back then. Camilla paused for a while at the statement and shook her head with a smile. Looks like you knew. Just then, the party's entrance was suddenly thrown open. Chapter 180, Gilding's Crew's Real Strength. The party had been going on for a while. Someone was making an entrance and it attracted many people's attention. The crowd cast their gaze toward the entrance. At the entrance, two figures, one tall and one short, slowly stepped into the party hall. When Camilla saw what they were wearing, her face went sour. It was a black robe, with a blood-red demon printed on the chest. It was clear as day. They were from the Dark Sectors. Dark Sectors was the most hated organization in the entire Cosmic Sea. That was because wherever their members appeared, there would be bloodshed. There was almost no exception. This was Camilla's birthday party, so understandably she was unhappy to see Dark Sectors people here. She also had some doubts about the Dark Sectors people's purpose here. Since most of Gilding's previous videos on Great Divinity had been blocked by the federal government, including the part where he confronted Dark Sectors, outsiders did not know of his feud with Dark Sectors. Camilla got to her feet. People from Dark Sectors, I don't remember having anything to do with your boss. This is my birthday party, and for those who weren't invited, I am sorry but please leave. Camilla, you can make us leave easily. Just let that kid sitting on your left hand over his little girlfriend. The rickety old man's voice sounded hoarse and depressing, making people uncomfortable. You two really are inexorable. Gilding stood up with his hands in his pockets. Lilith, who was sitting next to him, clenched her fists and trembled slightly, not with fear but with anger. She vividly remembered the dream where the people from Dark Sectors slaughtered her parents. Support our web novel Go.com. The rest of the party then learned that Gilding had a run-in with Dark Sectors people, but strangely enough, Gilding's crew survived unharmed. Dark Sectors, as everyone here knew, was a fearsome organization that no one wanted to mess with. Gilding, you've got some skills. You found someone to cure my poison. However, our boss was unsatisfied. His exact words were, Gilding is an uncertain factor. If possible, kill him this time. Apostrophe. The rickety old man spoke slowly as if he was in no hurry. We mustn't let our boss down. I also forgot to tell you our code names when we met last time. We'll introduce ourselves again. I'm Poisoner, and this one next to me is Tower. When you go to hell, I hope you remember our names." After he finished, the man named Tower beside him suddenly dashed. Gylding was about to make a move, but Elsa was faster. Her moves were as fast as a cheetah and stood between Tower and Lilith. "You're strong." There was a complete change in the way Elsa looked. There was something extremely dangerous in her eyes. A strange red force slowly poured out of her body and gathered in her right hand. It slowly took the shape of a giant axe. The huge axe was as tall as her and gave an impression of utter incongruity. When the giant axe finished coalescing, her aura became tyrannical and terrifying. Her hair, which had been tied up by a hairpin, instantly burst outward, and her long dark purple hair stirred freely in the windless environment. Her body vanished in an instant. Almost at the same time, Taegor landed on Gylding's shoulder and fixed his eyes warily on Poisoner. As soon as Elsa's force burst, he, who had been stealing food in the kitchen, knew that Gylding and his crew were in trouble. "Wow, new member, he has some pretty good combat effectiveness." Poisoner was surprised, but he did not see it as a hindrance to his mission. "However, you do know for yourself that the little girl won't last long in this state, right? Besides, I am stronger than Tower. Do you have any stronger members who can stop me?" Poisoner turned to Gylding, whose mouth raised slightly. In a one-on-one situation, if his opponent touched any part of his body, they would instantly be sealed. He looked forward to seeing the look on their faces. Gylding stepped over the table's barrier in a flash and stood opposite Poisoner. No one in the room, including Camellia, had expected Gylding to be so bold as to challenge a peak rank 12 gene body powerhouse. "Should I call you brave, or should I call you stupid?" Poisoner was also stunned. He did not expect Gylding to challenge him so publicly. At that moment, the metamorphosis regenerated. Taegor, who was on Gylding's shoulder, leapt off elegantly and stood between them. Sitting in front of Gylding, Taegor stretched out his hind legs and scratched his neck. Then he yawned lazily. Gylding raised his eyebrows. He knew Taegor was strong, or the two rank 12 vipers would not fear him the way they did. Now that he took the initiative to ask for a fight, Gylding could not help throwing a punch out at Poisoner and took a step back. Gylding's behavior was confusing to the rest of the onlookers, but Camellia knew that this cat was no ordinary cat. Two vipers were scared of it. How could it be an ordinary cat? Poisoner paused for a moment, then laughed. "Do you think this is intimidating to me? That's child's play. I've killed at least 10,000 cats in the lab. Let me tear your pet to shreds in front of you." Just as he finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. He felt a burning sensation in his face. He reached out to touch it. It was oozing blood. In front of him, the kitten in a black suit looked at him with his head tilted. He deliberately extended his right paw, and Poisoner saw that his paw was stained with blood. "Damn that cat." Poisoner did not expect to get scratched by a cat. He cursed as he felt another burning pain in his face. This time the cat stretched out his left paw. Everyone was dumbfounded at this sight. No one had seen the kitten's movements clearly, not even Camellia. In her eyes, it seemed that the cat had been standing in front of Poisoner the entire time without moving. Gylding, with his hands in his pockets, knew that Taegor would be just fine. Poisoner could not even catch his movements. He turned to look in Elsa's direction. Elsa, with her huge axe, looked extremely excited. Her long dark purple hair flickered in the light and cast a shadow on the walls that looked as if it were countless pythons feeding on their prey. Her attack was wild and fierce. The great axe swung, again and again, leaving ghastly cracks in the banquet hall's walls and floor. Tower could only manage to block or dodge, but after each block or dodge, Elsa's second and third wave of attacks would flood in, giving her opponent no respite. Their figures dashed around so quickly that Gylding could not see their movements at all. He could only tell where they were by the sound of them crashing into something. There was a burst of energy with each crash. The whole party was instantly a mess. This incident caused everyone present to reassess Gylding's crew's strength. Many people realized that Gylding seemed fearless because his crew members had the combat effectiveness of rank 12s. In Border River, only Camellia's Scorpion pirates could surpass crews with such strength. Even the second best pirate crew, Golden Lion pirates, only had Ike, who was a rank 12. Gylding's newcomer crew was full of surprises. Many speculated that Camellia had known of the strength of Gylding's crew. That was why she invited him to the party and arranged for Gylding's entire crew to sit with her. Lilith sat where she was, staring coldly at Poisoner. Without her help, Biggie could not fight. In fact, rank 12 fights like this were somewhat beyond his combat effectiveness. Biggie sat uneasily in his seat. He once again found that he needed better combat effectiveness to protect his friends. Robert sat in silence. His eyes were fixed on Elsa's battle with Tower, and no one knew what he was thinking. Camilla returned to her seat. She picked up her glass and quietly sipped on wine. There was no sign of joy or sadness on her face. She seemed to be thinking of something. When Her Excellency asked me to invite Gilding to the party, she should have anticipated Dark Sector's attack and wanted to help Gilding avoid it through me. Otherwise, she would not have sent such a precious gift, a level 3 life fruit that can increase my lifespan by 300 years. It was considered a good deal. I didn't expect Gilding's newcomer crew to be so strong. I don't have to do much. I just need to clean up after the fight's over. Just then, Gilding went over to Camilla. He saw her drinking alone and felt a little embarrassed. Camilla, I'm sorry for messing up your birthday party. It's no big deal. I have birthday parties every year and I'm tired of them. It's nice to have something new this year. I'll just treat it as entertainment. Camilla did not look angry. As for the palace, it hasn't been renovated for over 100 years. This is a good opportunity to renovate it. I have the perfect excuse to get reimbursed by the federal government. Once you're done fighting, I just need to take some photos and write a few words for the report. It should get approved easily. However, I guess your bounty will increase again by then. Besides, after this incident, Fey Cosmic Nation's army will probably take notice of you. 2 members with rank 12 combat effectiveness are not common, especially among Fey Cosmic Nation's newcomer crews. Gilding, Elsa's self-reinforcement is wearing off soon. Gilding suddenly heard Neptune's voice in his ear. Chapter 181. The Angry Gilding. Gilding looked up at the battle ring Elsa was in. He could barely see either Elsa or Tower, just 2 shadows that quickly collided and separated. Each impact released a sharp, deafening sound. It sounded like iron clashing together, but with a booming sound similar to thunder. With each clash, a violent shockwave was produced. Gilding only knew that the 2 of them had reached a stalemate. He could not see any deeper within the battle. So far, Elsa has full control and there is little space of the opponent fighting back. However, that Tower guy must have defensive abilities. He's only moderately wounded from Elsa's violent attacks. Elsa's attacks barely penetrated his defenses, and it'll be difficult to mortally wound him. It's going to end badly for Elsa if she keeps this up. There is a time limit to her self-reinforcement. If he makes it through, she'll be defeated for sure. Neptune went on to elaborate. Based on the current situation, it is highly likely that this Tower guy will survive Elsa's enrichment period. Gilding knew Neptune would not say such a thing without reason, but he intended to reserve his seal ability for Poisoner to avenge him for poisoning Liliath last time. He immediately turned his eyes to Taegor. Taegor's figure flickered, again and again. Colorless energy vibrated with each wave of his claws. It tore black holes through the void, like black sickles gouging into a person, and went cutting in Poisoner's direction. Poisoner dared not let this terrible attack get close to him. He was doing everything to dodge it. He did not even dare to block the attack. The attack effect was truly horrifying. It tore a gap in the fabric of space. Even if he attacked with all his might, he could only tear a minute hole in the void. It was less than 1/10,000th of the size of the hole. He also knew that no matter how strong his defense was, it would be cut in half by attacks like this. Furthermore, he had never focused on bodybuilding and had never deliberately tried to improve his physical strength. Taegor has done a good job, Neptune could not help complimenting. If you want to use your seal ability on Poisoner, you can get Taegor to change opponents. Support our web novel Go.com. Having known Gilding for so long, Neptune could probably guess why Gilding did not take over Elsa's fight directly but instead set his eyes on the battle ring Poisoner was in. Taegor, let me have that guy. You can help Elsa. Gilding nodded and shouted at Taegor. After hearing this, Gilding's remarks surprised a lot of people. Most of the people present had been invited by Camilla, and most of them were not weak. Many of them were gene bodies of rank 10 and above. These people knew Dark Sector's teamwork mode. 2 people in one team, one was the leader and one was the auxiliary. Usually, the person in charge of the task would be stronger than the auxiliary. Between the 2 people who came this time, Poisoner was clearly in charge of the mission because the other guy named Tower never even spoke. Gylding wanted to take on Dark Sector's members alone, and he wanted to challenge the stronger of the two. This got many people looking at Gylding in surprise. Most of the people here have seen the video of Gylding's battle over the last few days. His fight with Yarrow showed that his combat effectiveness was at best equivalent to a rank 11 newbie. His opponent from Dark Sectors was a peak rank 12 powerhouse. Many people were wondering whether Gylding had too much to drink. Tagore also paused in confusion when he heard Gylding shout these words to him. However, he still waved his paw and tore another 5 holes in the air like 5 scythes of death, cutting madly in Poisoner's direction. Poisoner dodged madly. The cat's attack had a strange spatial power that kept him at arm's length. He did not know whether he could stop it, but he was afraid to try, for the space stream's powers were so great that he would be cut in half and die if he was unwary for even just a moment. After he waved his claw, Tagore disappeared without warning, and when he reappeared, he was already in Elsa and Tower's battle ring. He suddenly appeared beside Tower. He seemed to brandish his claw unknowingly. Tower did not dodge in time. He could only raise his right arm to block it. 5 colorless ripples swung out and tore 5 black holes in the void. The 5 holes instantly hit Tower's arm. At that moment, multiple splatters of blood shot out. Tower immediately retreated. His right arm had broken into several pieces. His severed hand landed on a soup bowl on the table below. The bowl of soup with reddish seasoning turned completely blood red. They fought so fast that no one knew what was happening until pieces of Tower's severed arm fell everywhere. The few rank 12 and peak rank 11 gene bodies at the party saw the incident. With their superior eyesight, they could capture Tower and Elsa's movements. When they saw that Tower's arm was cut off without any hindrance, it sent chills down their spine. Including Camellia was well aware of what would happen if the cat's attack fell on her. Tower was a peak rank 12 powerhouse, and judging by his fight with Elsa earlier, he definitely has a better defense than the average peak rank 12 powerhouses. But it happened in a flash. Now everyone knew how strong Tagore was. On the other side of the battle ring, Gylding stepped out slowly. Ultimate Arts level 10 was fully activated. Level 3 Rage Attack and Advanced Iron Block were also instantly activated. Poisoner only glanced at the battle ring where Tower was in. Although he felt some chills in his heart, he still attempted to feign a smile. It seems that the little girl's combat effectiveness enhancement time is coming to an end. To be honest, you've really surprised us, Gylding. 2 new members with rank 12 combat effectiveness. However, it's naive of you to think that you can help them buy time. Poisoner appeared in front of Gylding before even finishing. His spectral movements were fast as lightning, and he grabbed Gylding by the neck with one hand. Both Lilith and Biggie furrowed their eyebrows at this scene, and many others secretly sighed that rank 12 combat effectiveness was indeed too strong to resist. Even if Gylding could defeat the rank 11 Yarrow, he would still be as weak as a chicken to a rank 12 powerhouse. With one gentle push, your head could say goodbye to your body. Poisoner laughed sinisterly. Now get that cat and that little girl to stop, and hand over Lilith. With a slight frown, Camellia wanted to attack, but she was afraid that Poisoner would wring Gylding's neck. I think you're confused. Gylding grinned suddenly. It's not you who decides my fate now, but I who decides yours, Gylding said, and grabbed Poisoner's wrist with one hand. Everyone heard a sharp crack in the bones. Poisoner then held his right hand and yelled in pain. How did that happen? My powers, what have you done to me? He then realized that he had lost all his power and had become an ordinary man. The feeling was 10,000 times worse than the loss of his arm. Looks like you really didn't do enough research. Didn't you know I have taboo energy before you came after me? Gylding's statement left everyone in the room completely dumbfounded. Taboo energy was the energy that enabled rank 1 gene bodies to kill gods. People with taboo energy, if they did not die young, would almost certainly become gods. Once they become deities, they would immediately have superior combat effectiveness over ordinary deities. Camellia was stunned, too. It was at this point that she knew why the big shot was so wary of Gylding. Being an ultimate evildoer with taboo energy, if he did not die young, he would definitely have the power it takes to rule over Cosmic Sea and become its overlord. Seals of taboo energy. Poisoner gasped. This meant that he could even seal deities, let alone himself. But then he thought about the limits of that ability. There must be a time limit for these types of seals, right? Time limit, long enough for you to die. Gilding said and squeezed his left arm. "That was just to get back at you for trying to wring my neck. Now this one is revenge for poisoning Lilioth." There was another crack, and Gilding broke Poisoner's left hand. The sealed poisoner had completely become an ordinary man, but he was still strong-willed. The pain of his broken bones only made him let out a few grunts. Gilding did not intend to end it there. He lifted his foot and crushed Poisoner's left kneecap. "Ah!" Poisoner finally could not help but cry out in pain this time. He breathed heavily. "This is for all the people you've killed and hurt." Gilding's eyes were so cold it was like a pool that had been frozen over for tens of thousands of years. Poisoner could hardly stand at that moment, but he remained firm. "Your torturing methods are still too tender, boy." "Is it?" With a slightly sinister smile, Gilding let go and he fell to the ground. "Then I won't bother torturing you." "Go to hell," Gilding said and slammed his foot onto Poisoner's chest. A sinister force instantly crushed all the bones in his chest and shattered his heart. "This one is for Dark Sectors. No matter who you send, they'll end up just like this." No one present expected it to end this way. A Dark Sector's powerhouse was killed on the spot by Gilding in a matter of minutes. Chapter 182, The illegitimate child of a higher-up. Once Poisoner died, Camellia was the first to react. She joined Taegor and Tower's battle ring in a flash. Not only did Camellia attack, but Ike and another bald man Bode also joined the battle ring and began a frantic siege on Tower. Bode was also a rank 12 gene body. He was captain of the Raging Bull Pirates. In Border River, his pirate crew's overall strength was ranked third, right after Ike. He was a man who believed in the supremacy of power. He had doubts about Gilding's power until he showed his taboo energy. In his opinion, in the fight between Gilding and Yarrow fought while he was injured, so it was unfair. However, after seeing Gilding use taboo energy and ruthlessly kill Poisoner, he finally acknowledged of Gilding's power and intended to make friends with him. Besides, having a friend who has taboo energy might come in handy later. That was why when Camellia attacked, he attacked immediately after and took a stand. Ike and Camellia had been wondering from the start when it would be appropriate to step in. But once Gilding showed his taboo energy, and they knew they had to, even if they could not help, being the icing on the cake was good enough. Camellia and Ike's combat effectiveness was truly amazing, and their grasp on the battle situation was also quite accurate. They could always find their opponent's loopholes, and they pursued him after Taegor attacked. In the face of 4 rank 12 powerhouses and a formidable cat, Tower, who was left with only one hand, only lasted for less than 2 minutes before he was captured alive. The tomahawk in Elsa's hand then vanished. She left the battle ring and returned to Lilioth's side. Taegor was also back on Gilding's shoulders. Gilding helped him fix the slightly crooked hat on his head and gave him a piece of meat as a reward. Support our web novel Go.com. "What are you going to do with this fellow, Gilding?" Camelia's attitude changed once she learned that Gilding possessed the sinister taboo energy. Earlier, she had been polite because she had seen him as a potential newcomer with the potential of becoming a big shot. However, now she was convinced that Gilding will emerge to be a fierce overlord in Cosmic Sea in the future. She became rather courteous instead. "Nothing will come out of interrogating Dark Sector's people. The best way is to kill them." Gilding did not like Dark Sectors at all. Furthermore, the fellow in question took part in the attack on Lili last time. "He's right." Tower, who was bound by the magical imprison chain, laughed loudly. "Camellia, you didn't dare kill me just now. You only took me alive for fear of revenge from Dark Sectors." Camellia and the others looked slightly embarrassed as what he said was true. "You and Poison are merely Dark Sector's peripheral members. Your organization doesn't care if you fail and die." "You think I don't know that?" Gilding's statement stunned the crowd. Tower's face changed after hearing this. "Who exactly are you?" Dark Sectors had always been a mystery to the outside world and was a topic that outsiders did not want to touch on. That was because many topics that revolved around the mystery was about death and gore. Not that hackers had not tried finding out Dark Sector's secrets, but after the assassination of several prominent hackers, no one dared explore this taboo again. Gilding, of course, had gathered all this information with the help of Neptune. Ever since his first encounter with Dark Sector's members on Great Divinity, Neptune had been gathering bits of information on Dark Sectors. The overall structure of Dark Sector's forces is not complicated. The ones at the bottom are called novices. They are usually rank 11, whose main tasks are random chores. There are, of course, Some of the simplest killing missions. Novices typically train together for 3 years. In these 3 years, the only manager they see are the peripheral members. They also don't have access to the inner core of the organization. The second tier is called the periphery and consists of at least rank 12. They'll start taking on killing missions and are then evaluated on how well they've done on the quests to proceed with points promotion. When their points reach a certain level and their combat effectiveness reaches rank 13, they'll get promoted and become an insider. The third tier is called the Insider and whose members possess a minimum combat effectiveness of rank 13. Dark Sector's people will avenge those who have reached this level and were killed when their mission failed. As there are not many Insiders, probably less than 200, Insiders would go on secret missions with the core members sometimes, so they know a lot of secrets. The fourth tier is called the Elders. They are the core members of the entire organization and are addressed as boss by their subordinates. There are 13 of them in total, and all of them are Demi powerhouses. They each manage a portion of Insiders and peripheral members. On the top tier is the entire organization's big boss, who's said to be a very mysterious guy. Only the 13 Elders have seen him. Even the Insiders have never seen him. No one knows whether he was a man or a woman. Is all of this information correct? Gylding smiled and looked at Tower, whose face took on a ghastly expression. Camilla and the others were shocked that Gylding knew so much about Dark Sectors. Dark Sectors have at least 10,000 peripheral members like you. No one will really care if 1 or 2 dies. Gylding then added, you don't necessarily know as much about Dark Sectors as I do. You just take menial tasks every day and carry them out as instructed. That's all. You're pretty much right. I'm only a periphery of the organization. Just like Poisoner. We really don't know anything about the secrets inside the organization, but I know something you don't. Tower said and looked at Poisoner's body. Poisoner was the illegitimate son of the higher-up. Though he was not a member of Dark Sectors, he's friends with our boss. You killed Poisoner, and I know that some of the videos have been posted on Skynet. I wish you luck. Only demigods could be the higher-ups by rank 12 gene bodies. Tower's statement made Gylding realize he had offended a demigod over the incident. However, Gylding was not worried. He walked over to Tower. Do you have any other last words? There's another thing I almost forgot to tell you. Taboo energy really is scary, but usually, people who have taboo energy die young. Tower laughed. Don't worry about that, Gylding said and turned his head to look at Tagore who was on his shoulder. Tagore, kill him. When Tagore lifted his paw, an invisible energy once again shot out and tore a black hole in the fabric of space, like a black crescent that struck across Tower's body. Tower's body with sinister defense was cut in half in an instant. His face even wore the same smile, apparently because Tagore had struck too fast for him to change his expression before meeting his death. After killing Tower, Tagore stretched and folded himself up. He closed his eyes. It seemed he was asleep as if Tower's death had nothing to do with him. At close range, Camilla realized the extent of Tagore's power. She was actually glad that the 2 Vipers had not clashed with the cat a few days before, or the 2 Vipers would have been stripped of their crystals and their bodies would have been left in the wild. She beckoned to several of her men, dispose of these 2 bodies and the blood here. Wait. It occurred to Gylding that there might be something useful in their inventory. He bent down to take off Tower's wristwatch and threw it into his inventory. He then walked over to Poisoner's body and took off his wristwatch too. Camilla did not question this behavior. Some people like to keep war trophies after a victory. Gylding's behavior seemed perfectly normal to her. She even knew a human body collector who took an organ from every person he killed, which was a little hard to understand. Gylding did not try to explain. After the 2 men died, Neptune took over their wristwatches. He used this trick to fool Skynet. He had also pulled this the first day he met Gylding. The bodies and bloodstains were soon cleaned up. Even the tower's remnants were cleaned up by the staff. The broken tables and chairs were soon replaced. The cooks in the kitchen were busier than ever, as many of the previous dishes were destroyed along with their plates in the commotion of Elsa and Tower's battle. The dinner continued under Camilla's instructions. Gylding had no appetite and walked toward the small garden outside the hall with a glass of Milka in his hand. Camilla followed, glass in hand. Milka, your taste is really different from other men. Camilla, who walked to Gylding's side, had just noticed that it had always been Milka in Gylding's glass. It's not about taste. It's because I can't drink. Gylding smiled. There are very few interstellar pirates who don't drink. Even if some people can't drink it, They still drink for the sake of their pride. Camilla stated a fact. You're not like them. You can't drink if you can't drink. There's no need to lie. There's no shame in that. Gilding felt that there was nothing shameful about drinking Milka. Everyone has things they are good at and things they aren't. If they wanted to compare what they are not good at with others, then that would be a disgrace. I'm good at fighting, and I'm not good at drinking. It's as simple as that. What else are you good at? Camilla asked, putting her glass to her lips. I'm good with women. Do you believe that? Gilding laughed. Having spent so much time in Auntie Roast Beef's tavern and the women in the tavern who would occasionally hook up with men, he knew what Camilla meant. I don't believe that. You're not an adult, are you? Camilla giggled. She had only been teasing Gilding. She dared not touch anyone connected with the higher-ups. All right, you're right. I'm not good at it, Gilding answered honestly. What are you going to do when you leave Border River? Camilla asked casually. We're going to Fey Cosmic Nation, and then enter Cosmic Sea through Fey Cosmic Nation. Gilding's tone of voice seemed certain that he would make it into Cosmic Sea. Are you not at all worried about the demigod's revenge? Camilla had thought Gilding did not want to stay in the hall because he was under pressure. No. Gilding shook his head. Whatever happens, happens, and there will always be a solution. I really don't have the strength to deal with demigods right now. Who knows what will happen then? At least when I was on Great Divinity, I didn't expect to get my revenge on the second encounter with Dark Sector's people. Well, good luck. Camilla raised her glass and clinked it against Gilding's glass, then gulped down the amber-colored liquid in it. Chapter 183, Fey Cosmic Nation's Highest Bounty. Gilding received a letter from Camilla on the morning the Golden Eagle left Juwang. It was Camilla's application to the federal government to reimburse the damage to her castle. The application had blamed Gilding's crew and the Dark Sectors for the destruction of the castle, and it included more than 20 ghastly pictures that Camilla had edited to expand the crevices within the pictures to make them look larger. Wow, by the looks of the pictures, it seems impossible for anyone to continue staying there. If I was an officer of the federal government, I would definitely approve the restoration after seeing how bad it is, Lilith exclaimed after poking her head in and reading the letter as well. Camilla had left a message at the end of the letter. This application had been sent out this morning. Besides taking care of the restoration, the federal government would probably reevaluate you and your crew. The Skynet has more than 20 different sets of videos featuring your fight yesterday, and the federal government will definitely request for my surveillance footage. The earliest time I estimate for your new bounty information to be announced would be tomorrow morning, while the latest would be no longer than the day after tomorrow. According to my understanding of Fey Cosmic Nation, they will set up a roadblock at the exit of the Border River for sure. There are 6 administrative planets at the Border River exit. 2 of them are always bustling with people. My suggestion is this: don't pass through any administrative planets with a hefty population and prepare more than a month's worth of food and material before leaving the Border River. Wait a month before appearing in any administrative planet in the Fey Cosmic Nation. Gilding, tell me the truth. Did you sleep with Camilla last night? Lilith's questioning caused Gilding to spit out the water he was drinking. She's giving you guidance on how to escape the Fey Cosmic Nation army and avoid them hunting you down in this message, but she's on the side of the federal government. Support our web novel Go.com. Elsa sneaked close to them when she heard the topic of conversation. Even Tagore, who was digging into his meat nearby, perked up his ears as he slowed the chewing of his food. This was the first time in his cat life that he had a room all to himself, and he was in a cheerful mood. I didn't do anything. All we did was chat for a bit, Gilding replied honestly. Was it really just a bit? You disappeared for 46 minutes with Camilla. Lilith continued her interrogation. If you really want to know what happened, I can project the video from Neptune, Gilding replied with a wide smile on his face. Forget about it. I don't want to be looking at censored material this early in the morning. I'm not of age yet. Lilith quickly waved no with her hands. Tagore's ears shook with some disappointment as he dove into his meal again quickly. Elsa had headed into the kitchen and was happily chatting away with Biggie. Neptune, what was in the inventory of those 2 from the Dark Sectors? Gilding felt that the spoils of the fight would be something quite valuable. I found that those from the Dark Sectors are extremely rich. Those 2 might be peripheral members, but they have a large amount of 2,300,000,000 universe credits in their accounts. Neptune was in a good mood over their spoils from the day before. "Is there any other stuff? Something that we could use or sell for a good price?" Gilding continued asking. "There's quite a lot of medical ingredients in that Poison Master's inventory. He owns lots of poisonous items as well. There are 3 bottles of SS-grade gene enhancers and 5 bottles of SS-grade cell enhancers. They're all high-quality items worth at least 1,200,000,000 universe credits if we auction them." It looks like he was planning to attain rank 13 by using these medicines. "However, you won't be able to use them at this time. I'll let you decide if you would like to sell or keep them. Since they are of high quality, let's keep them. Taegor and the others might need them." Gilding decided to store these medicines at the thought that Taegor, Elsa, and the others might need medical help. There are also a few strange-looking black crystals. I've conducted a structural analysis on them, and they look like man-made energy crystals. The one called Tower has the same thing in his inventory, and it is highly possible that this is a mission bonus given out by the dark sectors. It's a kind of energy that seems to be able to be directly absorbed by the body and converted into primary power. I will continue researching those crystals and find out if there are any negative side effects from using them. Besides all these, there is also a pet inventory, but he didn't keep any pets in there. Instead, he has 12 petri dishes in there. Each petri dish contains a different form of virus. They are highly contagious, and one of them is quite similar to the one we found at the Grey Star sectors. I've deposited these virus samples into the gene inventory. I'll conduct more research and analysis on them to find out if there is anything we can extract for our own use. As for Tower, most of the items he possessed are the same as the Poison Master, except for the medical ingredients. There are 3 tubes of SS-grade cell repair agents and a tube of sealed-up medical ingredient that looks like powder. According to my sample analysis, it might be lava crystals. He must have been using a type of modern-age martial arts civilization approach to strengthen his body. Also, I've taken a sample of both their blood and deposited them into the gene inventory. Even though our current gene inventory's restriction is limited and is not equipped to analyze both of their gene structure, we can wait until the restriction has been lifted to conduct immediate analysis. Gilding was quite happy with the spoils this round. The thought of obtaining 2,300,000,000 universe credits out of the blue cheered him up tremendously. The day passed quickly. The next morning, Neptune woke up Gilding and the others quite early to hold an emergency meeting. The theme of the meeting was the latest bounty on them that was just announced by Fey Cosmic Nation. Everyone was sitting on the sofa in the main cabin, looking sleepy, while Neptune projected a video of the latest bounty announcement. Wanted offender, Gilding. Gender, male. Age, 15. Gene level, unknown. Highest combat strength, rank 11. Special ability, taboo energy. Seal ability, able to seal away all ability of the enemy in an instant. Ability limitations and conditions unknown. Other abilities, possesses special ultimate arts that is able to enhance his combat effectiveness by multiple times. Bounty price, 800,000,000 universe credits. Latest crime, embroiled in a fight with members of the Dark Sectors on Juwang, resulting in the death of one Dark Sectors member while his crew members caused serious destruction to Camelia's castle. Official assessment, a handsome and dangerous young man who possesses taboo energy. Wanted offender, Taegor. Race, cat, similar. Gender, unknown. Age, unknown. Estimated at 3 months by its size. Gene level, unknown. Highest combat strength, rank 12 and above. Special ability, unknown. Other abilities, devastating attacks with his claws that are capable of tearing up space. Bounty price, 500,000,000 universe credits. Latest crime, Gilding's accomplice. Embroiled in a fight with members of the Dark Sectors on Juwang, killing another member of the Dark Sectors while causing serious destruction to Camelia's castle. Official assessment, it's not just an ordinary cat. Wanted offender, Elsa. Gender, female. Age, 16. Gene level, rank 10. Highest combat strength, rank 12. Special ability, unknown self-reinforcement strength enhancement that is able to level up combat strength. Time limitation is about 10 minutes. Other abilities, possesses powerful close combat ability. Bounty price, 200,000,000 universe credits. Latest crime, Gilding's accomplice. Embroiled in a fight with members of the Dark Sectors on Juwang, the main perpetrator of causing serious destruction to Camillia's castle. Official assessment: a pretty and violent young lady who possesses destructive combat strength. Wanted offender: Biggie. Gender: male. Age: 17. Gene level: rank 10. Highest combat strength: rank 10. Special ability: unknown. Other abilities: possesses powerful swordsmanship. Bounty price: 100 million universe credits. Latest crime: none. Official assessment: he is actually just a chef. Wanted offender: Lilith. Gender: female. Age: 14. Gene level: unknown. Highest combat strength: unknown. Special ability: unknown. Other abilities: gunner. Bounty price: 10 million universe credits. Latest crime: none. Official assessment: currently looks like she's just a pretty girl. Wanted offender: Robert. Race: suspected to be of the mechanical tribe. Gender: unknown. Age: unknown. Combat strength level: unknown. Special ability: unknown. Other abilities: able to build combat robots. Bounty price: 10 million universe credits. Latest crime: none. Official assessment: no one is aware when he joined Gilding's crew, who was in charge of writing the official assessment. It looks like unofficial sarcastic comments. Gilding read everyone's assessment in detail and could not help asking the question. Cosmic Nation has always maintained this style of assessment. They've always given everyone sarcastic assessments. No one knows who is in charge of writing them, Lilith explained from the side. Hey, can both of you not change the topic? Every member of the crew has a bounty on them except for me. The total now is 1,620 million universe credits. This means that the next round of hunters sent after you by the federal government will be powerhouses who have rank 11 combat strength and above. Neptune emphasized the severity of the situation. We will be able to take care of the enemy if there aren't many of them. But what if there are dozens of them or even hundreds of powerhouses with rank 11 combat strength with a few rank 12 leaders thrown into the mix? I believe they have already made such an arrangement right outside of Border River, waiting for us to walk right into their trap. That is why we should have a serious discussion on the routes we will be taking. We can follow Camillia's suggestion and lay low for a while. We can avoid administrative planets and sneak into Cosmic Nation to avoid any confrontations with them. Lilith still remembered Camillia's message. However, Gilding informed me yesterday that he won't be accepting Camillia's suggestion. Everyone turned to look at Gilding when Neptune said this. Chapter 184, The Amazing Effects of the Black Crystals. Leoben Prison was the prison with the highest security in the entire Cosmic Nation. All the walls of the prison were built with carbide alloy and it would not leave a scratch even when under attack by a powerhouse at the peak of rank 13. The entire prison was managed almost in automation. There were 28 hours a day and the timing was strictly regulated, down to the very second, when it came to the activity of prisoners, which was strictly upheld. This included bathroom breaks and bath times. If these activities were delayed even by a second, the prisoner will immediately be kicked out of the toilet or shower room. The reason for creating this prison was quite simple. It was to train criminals who did not obey the law to learn and obey the rules. There were more than 80,000 prisoners locked up there, all of them vicious and unrestrained. Every one of them were highly dangerous characters who were sentenced to more than 300 years of prison time and each of them had killed at least 20 people. Gilding did not accept Camillia's suggestion because this prison, which was known as the Complete Penitentiary, was located right at the Border River exit on Jer. It was the planet mentioned by Camillia that had the most human traffic among the 6 administrative planets. Jer had become a tourism planet because of this prison, and the reason for Gilding's insistence on heading there was because of someone incarcerated in the prison. I hung out at Rose Tavern with Dad since I was young and within those 10 years, Parrot's name was the one that was mentioned the most often. During those times, he was the most famous interstellar pirate in Dragonsaw Cosmic Nation. There were hundreds of stories about him, and the interstellar pirates at the tavern enjoyed telling them thousands of times. No matter what the tale was, he had always been the fearless hero in the stories. I was really small and skinny then, and constantly getting bullied at school. I had always wished that I could become someone like Parrot one day, someone who was fearless and would never give in to difficulties. It was at that time that I had made the decision to become an interstellar pirate when I grew up. Support our web novel Go.com. When I was 10, I heard about his arrest, which resulted in him being imprisoned in Leoben, located on Jer within the Fey Cosmic Nation. From the day I heard the news, I knew that I would make a trip to Leoben prison one day to visit him and learn for myself what kind of person Barrett truly is. Now, I'm only one step away from Jer. If I miss this, it might be many years before I'm able to come back here. Everyone went silent over Gilding's words. They had not expected this to be the reason for Gilding to take the risk. I grew up listening to stories about Viking warriors. I heard about them burning, killing, and pillaging, and have always imagined having a life like that. That was the reason why I had immediately accepted your offer to become an interstellar pirate, and also, food was provided. Elsa interrupted from the side. Gilding, if these were normal times, we would never attempt to discourage you from visiting Jer, but right now, our entire crew, except for Neptune, has high bounties on our heads. Fey Cosmic Nation has sent troops to stand guard at all 6 administrative planets. They will immediately take action the moment Golden Eagle anchors at the harbor. Lilith frowned. She understood Gilding wanted to have closure for his past. This looked like a good thing in the long run, as it would mean that Gilding would have a greater aim for the future. But this was not the right time. I know the Golden Eagle stands out like a sore thumb. Besides, Biggie and Robert will get recognized easily. That is why I've decided to do this alone. Gilding made an even more ambitious decision. Are you crazy? It might mean a trip of no return for a whole crew, much less you making the journey alone. You're placing yourself in extreme danger. Lilith has always been blunt with Gilding. She felt Gilding's decision was unsound. I've made plans for it. Robert can make me a few masks for disguise, and I'll change my clothes. No one will recognize me. All you need to do is to drop me off at an administrative planet near the exit of Borda River. I'll take a tourist spaceship over to Jer. You can hide in an uninhabited planet nearby Jer and wait for me to be done with my prison visit. I'll get Neptune to contact you when I return to the harbor. All you need to do is to descend at the harbor, and the first thing I'll do is get on the spaceship. We'll leave immediately after that. The whole process would take less than 10 seconds, and those troops from the army won't even realize what had happened. Gilding had given the whole process serious thought, and it sounded quite doable. Shouldn't you at least bring along a voice modulator? It would be a disaster if someone from the prison recognized Gilding's voice. Lilith was being extra careful with this plan. Neptune objected. We can't bring a voice modulator. Leoben prison has a system that recognizes any voice change. The moment you bring a voice modulator and speak with it, it will trigger an alarm. However, I can hoodwink them by creating a disruption between Gilding's voice in the prison and the electronic wave conversion, which will disguise Gilding's original voice. It won't work if the person facing him recognizes his voice, but the probability of that happening is not high. Only someone awfully familiar with him would be able to identify him, and we don't know anyone in Fey Cosmic Nation. Neptune, you need to alter every single detail if you want to go ahead with this plan, and you can't miss out anything. You'll need to pick the plan with the highest success rate. Lilith did not agree with this, but Gilding had made his decision. Besides that, he had a valid reason for this, and the only thing left for Lilith was to support his choice. Everyone kept themselves occupied for the next few days. After learning of Gilding's plans, Biggie, Elsa, and Lilith secluded themselves in cultivating and training. Robert was busy as usual, building whatever he was working on. Tagore was the only one who was bored and spent his days sleeping. As for Gilding, he kept himself busy by training his proficiency at using his primary power. When he was cultivating Sun Sutra on Juang, he had managed to get his cell index to increase 55 points by using primary power to transform his physique. His cell index was now at 3,280 points. However, there was no sunlight in the spaceship, which made it impossible for him to cultivate the Sun Sutra, so he could only make do with practicing being proficient in it. It had been 3 days since they left Juang, and Neptune suddenly came to him with good news. Gilding, you can make use of those black crystals found in the inventory of the Poison Master and Tower. It has a minimal side effect of addiction, but it should not be a big problem with just a few of them. Moreover, I've analyzed the components of these crystals and have improved the molecular structures to a certain degree. I was able to clone similar energy crystals that do not contain the addictive side effects. As long as we have sufficient materials, we can produce a huge batch of them with Robert's help. When that time comes, the primary power of all our crew members will be significantly enhanced. How do we use it? Gylding had a question about it. You can crush it and chew or swallow it whole. You can also choose to crush it and take it via other solvents as mediums by injecting it into your bloodstream or even plant it on yourself the same way you do energy crystals. Neptune explained how this crystal type could be absorbed and consumed in so many different ways. Taking it orally sounds the simplest, Gylding said as he picked the smallest one. The black crystal was the size of a little thumb. He casually threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. Neptune was constantly monitoring Gylding's physical condition and found that the peculiar virus immediately appeared when the black crystal got into his stomach. It had disintegrated the black crystal speedily, but this time, the energy did not have a reaction on his DNA chain, but it created a reaction on Gylding's cells instead. The cells all over Gylding divided speedily. At the same time, a surge of a high-tolerance unknown primary power started appearing within the primary power circulation within Gylding's body. Gylding immediately started activating the Sun Sutra within him over and over when he felt the additional unknown primary power within him. However, he quickly realized that the first circulation of the Sun Sutra was unable to completely absorb the unknown primary power that had appeared out of nowhere. He started following the guidance within the secret manual to build up the second round of circulation within his body. After more than 10 days of trial and error, he finally managed to build the circulation within him as he activated both circulations. Gylding immediately felt that he possessed 2 times the strength of his previous primary power. However, the unknown primary power appearing out of thin air within did not decrease at all. Gylding tried to build the third round of circulation within him, which took more than 10 attempts before he finally succeeded. The unknown primary power merged quickly into the circulation process. It took less than a few minutes before Gylding felt himself becoming stronger. The surge of this unknown primary power continued for more than 3 hours. Gylding managed to stabilize all 3 circulation rounds within his body in those 3 hours. When he opened his eyes, he saw Neptune already projecting his cell index, which was at 3910. An enhancement of 630 points. It had increased by 200 points each hour. This enhancement at frightening speed was something completely beyond Gylding's expectations. Gylding took a deep breath and could not help asking, "Neptune, can this thing be used continuously?" Judging by the situation of your cell division, you can only use this type of enhancement for 10 hours at a time. The cells in your body require ample rest during the downtime. Otherwise, it would cause huge damage to your body. Neptune had been closely monitoring Gylding's physical condition. He had been worried about any side effects previously, but by the looks of Gylding's cell reaction, there should not be any major problems as long as he did not use it for more than 10 hours. The effect of this thing is truly amazing. It's no wonder people get addicted to it. If I had more of these crystals, I'd have them every day. Only 10 hours of enhancement a day and I can increase my cell index by 2000 points, Gylding said as he took out another crystal the size of a small thumb and tossed it into his mouth. This time, he did not waste a second as he quickly activated the Sun Sutra. At the exact moment he swallowed the crystal, with the help of the unknown primary power, Gylding quickly built up the 4th circulation within his body and next, 5th circulation. Chapter 185 Bumping into the army's hunters. 4 days had passed and the remaining 8 black crystals in the inventory had been consumed by Gylding, who had completely absorbed the energy. There were 37 energy circulations built within Gylding's body and his cell index had increased from more than 3000 points to 10,000 points. However, it was strange that his cell index was stuck at this point and he could no longer enhance it any further. As for his gene level, it was stuck at rank 5 and he could not make a breakthrough to rank 6. Neptune had explained this as the seal on the gene locks being overly secure. This energy was not enough for Gylding to overcome his gene locks. It was a good thing that Gylding's primary power had been cultivated to a terrifyingly powerful level. The accumulation of it was almost enough to be converted into righteous force. Besides getting an enhancement for his cell index, his body had also been enhanced enough to carry the pressure of the Ultimate Arts. He would be able to activate Ultimate Arts level 9 under normal circumstances and conduct an increase of 40 times on his combat effectiveness without compromising his physical health. Even the activation of level 10 would not be much of a burden and would give his cells any irrevocable harm. On the 15th day of their journey, Neptune anchored the spaceship at a planet called Saporit. This was an ordinary administrative planet located on the outskirts of the border river. They had chosen to anchor here to replenish provisions. The other reason being there was a sightseeing ship headed toward Jer from Saporit. Liliath took the time to conduct an inspection on Gyuding after he put on the mask as a disguise and changed his clothes. The mask made by Robert was superb. Liliath could find almost no fault even with the help of her eagle eyes. Support our web novel Go.com. When the spaceship harbored, Gyuding ran out of the cabin at high speed toward the sightseeing ship. This sightseeing ship heading for Jer will leave in 20 minutes. There are 3 empty seats left. Tourists interested in visiting Jer, please board the ship immediately. If you miss this ship, you will need to wait until next week. A plump middle-aged man was shouting through a megaphone the size of thumb under the sightseeing ship. This type of mini megaphone would be able to enhance a person's voice by 20 times and it was easy to bring along. It was a necessary item for almost all tour guides. I want a ticket. Gyuding appeared in front of the middle-aged man in a few steps. He lowered his voice on purpose and spoke slowly. The middle-aged man was initially stunned but immediately reacted. It was rare to see martial art practitioners these days. The young man in front of him may look skinny and was not a tall person, but there was a long scar on his face. The middle-aged man took one glance and immediately averted his gaze. Sure, dear sir. Please scan your identity and make your payment. The price for a one-way ticket to Jer is 59 universe credits. He scanned the smartwatch on Gyuding's hand and the machine in the middle-aged man's hands displayed Gyuding's information. Name, Phyllis. Gender, male. Age, 21. Are you wanted? No. This was a fake identity that Neptune had created for Gyuding in order for him to successfully sneak into Leoben prison. The fake identity was a success as the plump middle-aged man gave Gyuding a friendly smile once the fee was transferred. Welcome to the ship, Mr. Phyllis. Gyuding nodded slightly and did not reply. This was a signal to Neptune and the others to not intervene. They had intentionally chosen a mask with a scar on it to create a cold, unfeeling character for Gyuding, which became a good reason for him to stay silent. Besides that, no one would stare at him with a scar on his face. Gyuding looked at this seat number. It was number 32, which was an aisle seat. He was taken aback when he saw the person seated at number 31. It was a woman in a fake Cosmic Nation Army uniform. She was a colonel general in the army. Gyuding sat down uneasily. Fake Cosmic Nation was a 5-star Cosmic Nation. Anyone who was a colonel general there would be a rank 12 gene body powerhouse. However, Gyuding thought it strange that she did not look very old. Her hairstyle was rounded like a mushroom and she had a fair and delicate face. She looked 20 at most. It was much too young for her to become a colonel general at this age. Hello. The woman in the army uniform greeted him when she saw Gyuding sat down. Try not to say anything in front of anyone from the army, and act coldly, Neptune whispered a warning in Gyuding's ear. Gyuding turned toward the woman in the army uniform and nodded before turning back again. He projected the news channel on his intelligent wristwatch and started reading the news silently. Nomi felt a little gloomy when he ignored her. She thought it might be because she was wearing an army uniform. Many were not fond of the army. She gave this some thought and turned toward Gyuding again. I'm not really from the army. This is just a costume. She pulled up the rank insignia on her shoulder. Look at this. This rank insignia is different from the real Colonel General's rank insignia. This is fake. Gyuding turned to glance at it. The line located beneath the rank insignia looked like a sword. It was not noticeable unless one took a close look at it. Gyuding. She's lying. That sword doesn't just mean that she's from the army. She's also a hunter. They're considered the creme de la creme in the army. All hunters know how to use that incomplete form of ultimate arts. Her rank of Colonel General means that she is ranked as a small team leader among the hunters and has a combat strength of a rank 12 gene body. Neptune immediately gave him a warning message. Under normal circumstances, Gyuding's character would immediately lead him to reveal the other party's deception. However, this time, Gyuding held back because doing so might land him in trouble. All he did was smile at her, indicating he believed her, and turned back to continue reading the projected news. Well, you're a cold person. Nomi felt a little defeated. She had chosen to take the sightseeing ship to meet interesting people. By the looks of how things were unfolding, she was about to have a very boring trip. She was feeling a little gloomy as well. She had been vacationing on Juwang, spending time with some animals in the nature reserve for many days when her superiors sent her a clip. It was a video of Gyuding fighting members of the dark sectors. She had been assigned on a mission at the same time, which required her to travel to Jer and meet with the other members and stand guard at Jer. The orders were to capture interstellar pirates who had escaped from Border River. The worst thing about the situation was that she had spotted Gyuding's cruise spaceship anchored at the harbor on the night she was leaving Juang, but she did not dare to make a move because she had seen what Gyuding's crew was capable of in the video. If she had taken action on her own, the only thing waiting for her would be death. She had not been able to let this go, even until today. If there were enough members around to help her out, she might have been able to arrest Gyuding and his crew. Gyuding continued going through the news while sitting next to a hunter from the army. This forced him to be on high alert, trying his best not to reveal anything. The spaceship finally took flight at the designated time and the ship was filled up. As the spaceship ascended slowly, Nomi turned to look out the window. Suddenly, a spaceship caught her attention. It was the black and white colored Golden Eagle. Gyuding and his crew are here. How did this happen again? I should have brought my team along for this vacation. Nomi had lost herself a second opportunity. However, she knew that it would be quite difficult to capture Gyuding's crew. Gyuding's crew must have been here to replenish their provisions in the long run. It would be difficult to track down any news of Gyuding's crew for at least a month after today because they would definitely avoid harboring at administrative planets for the time being. They would probably appear at some random stop within Fey Cosmic Nation the next time they anchored at a harbor. Nomi waved her fist around angrily. Gyuding turned to glance at her and turned off the news channel. He closed his eyes to go to sleep. This made Nomi gloomier. The person seated next to her was boring to a tipping point. She immediately put on her headphones and closed her eyes to enjoy the music. Soon, the spaceship left the harbor. Lilith and the others watched the spaceship containing Gyuding leave before getting off the spaceship. Biggie, you'll be in charge of purchasing kitchen ingredients. Store as much food as possible this time and make sure it is at least a month's worth. Try purchasing food items that can be kept long-term. Lilith directed this at Biggie. As for the others, give me a list of what you need, and I'll shop for them with Elsa. We're going to speed up our shopping this time. We must leave this planet before it turns dark. Now that Neptune is not around, it shouldn't be a problem if Robert pilots the ship, right? This spaceship is nothing but a toy for a 3-year-old during my generation. Robert was not exaggerating at all. During the mechanical civilization, a child was capable of building this type of spaceship independently. As for piloting it, a 3-year-old was more than capable of it. Robert gave another long list of items for purchase. Lilith accepted it after glancing at it. Tagore had also submitted a list of his own. It said, huge loads of ribs. Lilith passed the list to Biggie. Tagore wants huge loads of ribs. Biggie, just get him a month's worth of them. I'll go with you to shop for them. Tagore gave it a thought and jumped onto Biggie's shoulders. It would be pretty boring to stay with Robert. Tagore, I've got 2 requests. 1, you're not allowed to steal food. 2nd, don't speak in human language in front of strangers, Lilith said while pointing at Tagore. Okay. Tagore rolled his eyes. He had planned to steal something to eat while at the outing. He felt food tasted better if it was stolen. Biggie, keep a close eye on him and stop from creating any trouble. Lilith gave a reminder to Biggie again. Robert stayed behind to take care of their home. He was quite happy to be left alone. It took them a few hours before everyone was done with their purchase. Lilith was only able to buy 1/5 of what Robert had requested on his list. The Golden Eagle ascended once again quickly, leaving the harbor of Saporit. At the same moment, Gyuding was awoken from his sleep by a voice on the sightseeing ship. Don't move, everyone, or I'll blow up this spaceship. Chapter 186, The Army's Plan. Gyuding watched speechlessly at the man who was holding a bomb in his hand. Gyuding had never thought he would be in this situation. When the man shouted out those words, another 3 men left their seats. 2 of them headed for the cockpit while the other stood guard behind the man who was holding the bomb. The spaceship had just left Saporit's ozone layer and it was obvious that this hijacking had been planned. If the bomb exploded, no one on the spaceship would be left alive. Only a powerhouse with a ranking above a demigod would be able to survive in the vacuum of space. Nomi, who was listening to music, might not have heard what the man had just shouted, but her eyes had opened in time to see the bomb in the man's hand. She immediately realized what was going on. She pulled off her headphones with a grim look on her face. She looked around her surroundings. Most people had a look of fear on their faces. Only Gyuding, who was sitting next to her, was expressionless. He acted as if none of this had anything to do with him. At that moment, the plump middle-aged man was dragged out of the cockpit. There was a deep slash on his abdomen, and he was clutching his wound, but it was pointless as the blood continued to spill out of him, flowing through his fingers. Gyuding frowned at this. Judging by the speed of the blood flow, the plump middle-aged man would not be able to last more than half an hour before he died of blood loss. It was then that the man holding the bomb voiced out again, "I'm sorry, everyone. It doesn't matter if you are willing to, but this one-day trip to Jerat today will be replaced with a one-day trip to Khor Amino instead. Please cooperate with us and stay in your respective seats. Otherwise, there will be serious consequences." As he was saying this, he gave the bomb in his hand a shake, with his thumb at only 1 centimeter away from the switch. Nomi had wanted to take action but hesitated at this sight. Khor Amino was known as a criminal's heaven and was quite a unique star sector within the Fey Cosmic Nation. Support our web novel Gocom. A deity had once appeared within this star sector and had later joined the federal government. He ended up perishing during battle. The federal government had gifted the jurisdiction of this entire star sector to the descendants of this deity to commemorate and commend his meritorious service. After that, a man with an extravagant personality was born among the deity's descendants. He was a man with extraordinary abilities and was a demigod powerhouse. He conducted various illegal trades in the sector of Khor Amino, turning the entire star sector into a wonderland for interstellar pirates. However, this sector was voluntarily relinquished by the federal government and that demigod did not conduct those activities outside of the sector, which was why the federal government had chosen to turn a blind eye. A few hundred years have passed since then, and the demigod is still alive. Khor Amino had in turn become the largest meeting ground for criminals in Fey Cosmic Nation. Of course, Khor Amino was not situated at the exit of the border river. It would still take at least 30 days to travel from Separate to Khor Amino with the speed of a golden eagle. For the sightseeing spaceship, it would take double the time. The criminal immediately spotted Nomi in her army uniform. Everyone else on the spaceship was dressed casually and she was the only one in military garb, which made her stand out like a sore thumb. "There's someone from the army here." The hijacker could not see Nomi's rank insignia from where he was and thought that she was just a minor officer since she was making her journey on a sightseeing ship. Moreover, this was a woman who looked about 20 years old. She must not be a high-ranking officer. "That guy next to her, tell me what her rank is," the hijacker shouted towards Gyuding. "Me?" Gyuding raised an eyebrow and pointed at himself, asking dubiously. "That's right. You." Quickly, Gyuding turned and gave her another glance before turning back. He replied to the hijacker, "Her rank insignia is fake." "Fake?" The hijacker not entirely convinced. "Yes, just like the bomb in your hand." Gyuding nudged Nomi with his elbow. "You can take action." Nomi was initially stunned but quickly reacted. She appeared in front of the hijackers with the bomb in an instant and broke his arm, grabbing the remote in his hand. Next, she handcuffed him with a pair of anti-magic handcuffs. The rest of his accomplices were also quickly arrested. She walked into the ship's cabin after putting the spaceship into autopilot and saw Gyuding pouring a bottle of cell repair agent onto the wound of the plump middle-aged man. It was a bottle of E-grade cell repair agent of the highest quality. The plump middle-aged man was a rank 5 gene body and the E-grade cell repair agent quickly healed his wound, even though he was now quite pale because of his blood loss. His condition was not too serious. "Take a rest. I've already set the spaceship to autopilot and changed our final destination to Jerat. We would just need to manually land it later when we descend," Nomi said as she took out another tube of medicine from her inventory and passed it to the plump middle-aged man. "This is a blood-replenishing tonic exclusive to the army. Inject it into your blood vessels and it will convert itself into hemoglobin." The hijackers' plan came to an end after they were handcuffed with the anti-magic handcuffs and had their intelligent wristwatches confiscated. Nomi and Gyuding returned to their respective seats. "How did you know that bomb was a fake?" Nomi suddenly asked. "If it was not for Gyuding, this situation would not have been settled so easily. Actually, the bomb was real. I lied to get you to take action on them." Gyuding finally admitted the truth. Nomi was taken aback when she heard Gyuding's answer. She roared at him, How could you do something like that? Do you know how many people would be killed if something went wrong? The bomb may be real, but it would not explode because I did something to the remote. Don't forget that I'm on the spaceship as well. I won't risk my life, Gylding explained. I didn't see you have any contact with the remote throughout this ordeal. Nomi did not believe Gylding's words. If you don't believe me, just take out that remote and click on it twice. I guarantee you it won't explode. Gylding remained expressionless. There's no way I'm doing that. Nomi thought this would just be suicide and did not plan to even try it. They quickly became silent again. Gylding was worried the more he said, the more loopholes he would reveal. As for Nomi, she felt there was not much in common for them to talk about. After a while, she could not help chatting him up again. Why were you so confident about me being from the army? You're wearing the army uniform. Gylding gave a simple reply. Didn't I tell you that it was just a costume? Nomi did not buy into that explanation. You don't look like an actress. Gylding gave another simple reason as a reply. Nomi asked quietly, am I not pretty enough? Or was there some other reason? Are you sure you want to know? Gylding finally turned toward her and asked expressionlessly. Nomi hesitated a minute before finally nodding. First, your boobs aren't big enough. Second, your hairstyle looks terrible. These two negative reasons given by Gylding were enough to make Nomi want to leave in a huff. HMMPH, you have no taste. Nomi turned her head away and did not look at Gylding again. After being silent for half an hour, she could not help turning back and continued chatting. Why are you going to Jer? To visit someone, Gylding replied casually. Is it a friend in prison? Nomi tried to probe him with the question. Gylding glanced at Nomi. I don't want to answer that question. Why are you going to Jer? Well, it's not anything classified so I don't mind telling you. I've just received a mission instructing me and my team to stand guard on Jer. I guess you are aware of what happened to Camilia's castle, which was destroyed not too long ago, as well as what had transpired between the Dark Sectors and Gylding's crew. Nomi shared her reason for going to Jer without holding back. I do. Does it have anything to do with your mission? Gylding asked without skipping a beat. There has been a surge of interstellar pirates appearing from the Border River during this time. Our army is planning to destroy the root of those threats. That is why they have sent members of the army to stand guard at the administrative planets outside the Border River. We will make an immediate arrest of any interstellar pirates we spot, but our main target is Gylding's crew. The ability of his crew is no longer on the weaker side. If we let them into Fey Cosmic Nation, they will continue to grow in strength. When that time comes, it will bring great trouble to all of us. Gylding's crew had always been high profile. According to the analysis of the army's psychology experts, there is a high possibility he would appear on the highly populated Jer. That is why I've been sent there, to take part in the mission to arrest him. Nomi talked about her current mission openly. It was not considered a classified mission and there was no harm in telling others about it. Isn't Gylding a hacker? He would have already found out about the army standing guard on those administrative planets, wouldn't he? If that was the case, they would choose to store a month's worth of food supplied and avoid those planets at a great distance. The psychology expert told us that a character like Gylding has a rebellious personality. The more defense is given to a planet, the more he would be compelled to visit it for the sake of standing up against authority. They even went as far as to deduce that there was a high possibility for Gylding to visit Leoben Prison. The guards at Leoben Prison has been increased threefold because of this. Nomi revealed something that Gylding had been unaware of. Okay, even if he really did appear on Jer, how would you even manage to capture him? I remember that he has taboo energy. Even if a demigod had personally arrived to arrest him, he would be restrained by Gylding. Gylding was more concerned about this issue. It's not actually something too difficult to solve. We admit that taboo energy is an immensely powerful ability, but the greater this ability is, the more limitation and side effects it has. His taboo energy is the seal ability. According to our deduction, this seal ability must have a limited seal effect or a limited number of people he could seal. That is why we are planning to overcome this by using a strategy that involves a high volume of people. When he heard Nomi's words, Gylding knew that his journey this time would not be as smooth sailing as he had thought. Chapter 187, Identity Revealed. The sightseeing ship arrived at Jez Harbor 3 days later. The first thing Gylding did was get off the ship. Nomi waved goodbye to him through the window, while Gylding replied casually by lifting his hand. Then, Gylding rented a hovercar and left the harbor. Where would you like to go, sir? To Leoben Prison, Gylding lowered his voice and replied expressionlessly. Nomi called her team members with her communicator after watching Gylding leave in the hovercar. King Kong, I believe all of you are here. Gather at the harbor. I have 2 missions to hand over to you. Boss lady, you're giving us missions now? Do they have something to do with Gylding's crew? A rough voice was heard over the communicator. Nomi laughed as she replied, I wish they did, but they just involve the arrest of a few dumb hijackers and a bomb that we need to get rid of. Support our web novel Go.com. We're on our way. On the other side of Jer, Gylding could be seen arriving at Leoben Prison's front gates. Gylding took a look at his surroundings. The walls of the prison were made out of carbide alloy. They had a silver-gray color under the sunlight. No other colors adorned the walls, and they gave off a grim atmosphere. All 4 corners of the prison were just as Nomi had described. Someone was watching each angle, and the security was tight. Neptune transformed itself into a single strand of hair on Gylding's head. Gylding put on a random intelligent wristwatch on his hand and walked in a straight line toward the main gate. The first gate Gylding approached was for visitor registration. The wristwatch on Gylding's hand was activated by Neptune, and Gylding's fake identity was put into the wristwatch. All it took was the intelligent wristwatch to be scanned for Gylding's fake identity to be recorded. Name: Phyllis. Gender: male. Age: 21. Are you wanted? No. The second gate was a security check. Gylding removed the intelligent wristwatch on his hand. With Neptune's help, he successfully passed the security check. The third gate was a body inspection carried out by the prison guards. I'm sorry, you're not allowed to put on your intelligent wristwatch when you enter. Our prison has to prevent hacker attacks. A prison guard reached out his hand after searching Gylding's body. Gylding passed his intelligent wristwatch to him and finally understood the reason why Neptune had gotten him to put on another intelligent wristwatch. The fourth gate was a holographic X-ray examination. Neptune tweaked it a bit to avoid being detected as a fake strand of hair. Otherwise, he would have looked different compared to Gylding's real hair under the X-ray. After passing the fourth security examination, Gylding was brought to someone else by the prison guard. Who will you be visiting? A woman in glasses greeted him. Perrette. A strange feeling began to stir within Gylding when he said the name. He felt somewhat nervous. What is your relationship with the person you are visiting? The woman in glasses continued to ask. To be exact, we're not related. I grew up listening to legendary stories about him, which is why I am taking the time to visit him since I'm passing by Jer. Gylding did not lie when answering the question. Okay, this is the first time I'm hearing such a reason for visiting. Under such circumstances whereby the visitor is not related to him, it is up to him if he is willing to see you. If he refuses to meet you, then so be it. We can't force him to see you. So, have a seat first while I inform him about your visit. The woman in glasses dialed a number as she said this. There is a visitor here for 073925. I've forwarded the visitor's information to you. Please check if he is willing to see the visitor. 073925. There's a visitor for you. A dialogue box suddenly popped up out of nowhere in a completely white room. A man with an eye patch over one eye stood up. Most of his left leg had been replaced with a metallic artificial limb. His right hand was the same. He lifted his left hand and clicked on the visitor's information. Name: Phyllis. Gender: male. Age: 21. Reason for visit: grew up listening to legendary stories about Perrette and wanted to take the time to visit him since the visitor is passing by Jer. There was a picture of Gylding in disguise on the top right-hand corner of the prompt. I thought an old friend suddenly thought of me while passing by this place. Perrette was a little hesitant. This visitor was obviously a stranger, and he was not fond of interacting with people he did not know because they always had a hidden agenda for trying to get to know him. Grew up listening to stories about me. Although it might not be the real reason for his visit, it sounds like an interesting reason to visit me. I've got free time anyway. Might as well find out what that young man wants from me. After about 2 minutes, the woman in glasses nodded at Gylding. He's willing to accept your visit. I'll take you to him now. Not long after, someone in a guard's uniform came over to Gylding. Gylding was stunned when he saw who it was. The prison guard had an antagonistic look on his face, and his body was shaped like a ball. He also had very short legs. Pearson, what is he doing here? It's a good thing that he hasn't recognized you. Remember to speak in a low voice and slow down when you talk. Gylding could hear Neptune's voice in his ears. Follow me. Pearson lifted his head to glance at Gilding once before turning around, expressionless. Gilding followed him from behind and entered room. Then, after closing the door, he stood at the entrance of the room. It did not seem like he was planning on leaving. I checked the prison name list once more. This guy is Pearson and not someone who merely looks like him. I've also looked into his records. He just immigrated to Fey Cosmic Nation last week. He has a relative in Fey Cosmic Nation who's a Viscount and has some form of status here. Additionally, with his resume, it was easy for him to get hired at Leoben Prison. He just passed the interview yesterday and this is his first day of work. Neptune had rechecked the list of employees in the prison and found Pearson's name on it. The last time Neptune looked through the list was 3 days ago, and Pearson's name was not on it back then. Parrot was soon brought over by another prison guard. After entering the room, that prison guard did not leave as well. The fully bearded Parrot sat opposite Gilding. He narrowed his eyes and tried to size Gilding up. "You're much taller, and are a larger person than I thought." Gilding's first few words sounded weird. "Thanks for the compliment, young man. Eat more food rich in calcium and exercise often. You're only 21 years old, there's still room for you to grow." Parrot could vaguely sense that the person's reason for visiting him was true based on his first few words. "I'm really happy to be able to meet you in person. I've always thought of it as just wishful thinking of mine." Gilding could not help but want to smile widely. However, Neptune suddenly gave him a warning. "Don't spread that smile on your face." His trademark smile was easily recognizable, at the very least. Pearswain was unable to detect anything unusual while Gilding spoke in a low and slow voice. "Young man, tell me, what do you want from me?" Parrot cut straight to the chase. "Can I take a look at your eye?" Gilding pointed at Parrot's eye patch. Parrot nodded graciously and took her off his eye patch. A robotic eyeball was revealed. "That's so cool." Gilding could not help but exclaim. "I think so too." Parrot felt that this person seemed to have something in common with him. "I grew up in a tavern, and I've heard a lot of stories about you from others. Was your eye really poked out by a rank 10 gene body beastly iron-feathered crow? Or was it poked out by a rank 11 gene body exploding bird?" Gilding could not help but ask. Parrot laughed and shook his head after hearing both versions of the story from Gilding. "Wow. When did the rumors become so far-fetched? Who made up those stories?" "My eye was shot off by a federal government gunner not long after my debut. The bullet remained in my brain until it was safely removed after 6 operations. I was quite close to becoming a vegetable." "So, that's the true story?" Gilding asked another question. "What about your right hand? Was your crew being hunted by a rank 12 gene body beast? Did you cut off your arm to feed that huge beast in order to save your companions?" "That story is even more far-fetched. I did cut off my right arm, but not because of the reason you just told me. It was because of gambling. There was a time when I was addicted to gambling, and every time I arrived at a planet, the first thing I did was run toward the casino. I wasted a lot of time in casinos. There was once a time when I got too deep into the game and lost my entire spaceship to someone else. As a result, many of my crew brothers lost their faith in me and left me. Among them was my second-in-command. That night, I cut off my right arm in front of all my brothers and swore that if such a thing were to happen again, I would chop off my head. I've quit gambling ever since then." "It still sounds really admirable." "What about your left leg?" Gilding thought that the story still gave him satisfaction. "What was the story you heard?" This time, Parrot was the one who was interested in Gilding's story. "I heard that it was bitten off by a powerful gene beast while you were attempting to save a child." Gilding told him the version of the story he had heard at the tavern. Parrot once again told him the original version of the story of what had happened. "It was because of a child, but it didn't get bitten off by a gene beast. A house near an interstellar harbor was on fire, and I saw a child trapped by flames in a house. I ran inside to save the child. Unexpectedly, the house collapsed from the high heat. I managed to save the child, but my left leg ended up being trapped by debris. By the time I was saved, I realized that my entire left leg had been burned to a crisp. There was nothing I could do but head to the local hospital and get fitted with an artificial limb." Gilding smiled. "I think your version of the story is much better. Don't you feel scared and despondent after experiencing all these situations?" "Of course, I was scared. When I had the bullet removed all those years ago, I was worried that the surgery would fail. and I would end up dying on the operating table when there are still so many things I have not achieved. I was once depressed as well. When my left leg was amputated, I regretted saving that child for a while. It was only later that I finally understood that if I was met with the same situation a second time, I would still make the same choice. Don't you think that we only end up becoming stronger because of all these emotions? It is because of pain and fear that we are motivated to make ourselves stronger. It is because of misery and sadness that we try our hardest to become resilient. Gyuding and Perret chatted for a long time, for more than half an hour. They had to end their conversation under the insistence of the two prison guards. When it was time to say goodbye to Perret, Gyuding smiled widely. "Perret, I'll definitely visit you again when I have the chance." At that moment, upon seeing Gyuding's smiling face, the look on Pearson's face changed instantly. "You're really Gyuding." Chapter 188, Re-examination of a Prison Identity. Pearson would never forget how the young man humiliated him in front of so many people at the Federation Court a few months ago. Gyuding had punched him until his nose could not stop bleeding. It was a terrible memory from a portion of his life that could not be erased. Ever since the incident, Pearson felt that his colleagues, subordinates, and even the criminals in the prison were always looking at him with a sarcastic notion in their eyes. Even after Gyuding left Seoul, Pearson heard news about him every once in a while. It was always about Gyuding creating trouble in some random location and how much bigger his bounty was getting. It gave Pearson a feeling that the young man was a nightmare he would never be able to get rid of. He would often dream about Gyuding coming after him to take his life, and he would always be awakened by Gyuding's smile that frightened him to the core. That was why he had chosen to leave Dragon Soul Cosmic Nation and applied for immigration to Fey Cosmic Nation. He managed to successfully become a citizen of Fey Cosmic Nation and secure a job at a prison because he had a relatively influential relative in Fey Cosmic Nation. It has to be said that the prison he managed to land a job in was the best prison in Fey Cosmic Nation. Initially, he thought that he would no longer hear about any news regarding Gyuding at Fey Cosmic Nation. Even though one had to pass by it to get to the Cosmic Sea, Fey Cosmic Nation and Dragon Soul Cosmic Nation were as different as the sea and a pond. Gyuding was a big fish in a pond, but if he entered the sea, he would be nothing more than a baby shrimp. A big fish could attract attention by creating a huge storm in a pond. Contrarily, how could a baby shrimp create any kind of storm in the vast sea? Pearson was not expecting to hear news about Gyuding causing trouble in Border River just after a few days of arriving at Fey Cosmic Nation. Pearson had not even completed his immigration application at the time. It was not normal for interstellar pirates to kill people from the dark sectors. Moreover, people like Pearson who worked in prisons were aware of what kind of organization the dark sectors was. Very soon, after Pearson had gotten himself a job at the prison, his superior informed him on his first day of work, "Many interstellar pirates have been coming in from Border River recently. The most well-known among them is Gyuding. It's possible that his primary target is our prison. I need everyone to be vigilant and defend this prison no matter what. Take immediate action the moment you notice anyone suspicious. Gyuding's target is this prison." Pearson's mind was a little befuddled over it. He was still trying to digest the piece of information when he was hosting Gyuding as a visitor. Even when Gyuding was chatting with Perret, Pearson's mind was filled with news about Gyuding, and he was not really listening to their conversation. Support our web novel Go.com. When Gyuding stood up and was about to leave, that wide smile on his face merged perfectly with the memory Pearson had in his mind. He cried out madly with an almost hysterical expression, "You're really Gyuding!" The other prison guard immediately sounded the alarm, and in no time, a loud ring could be heard throughout the prison. Gyuding was about to do something when Neptune stopped him. "Don't be rash. Pearson's mental condition does not look stable. The moment you take action, your identity will be revealed completely." "Hey, is something wrong with him? Do I look like Gyuding in any way?" Gyuding shouted at the other prison guard. "Stay right where you are. The entire prison is currently under high alert, and there is no way for you to leave. Even though I have no idea why my new colleague is reacting this way, we will not overlook anything suspicious. We will bring in someone else immediately and re-examine your identity. If there is nothing wrong with you, we guarantee that you'll be able to leave safely." The prison guard stood by the door and watched Gyuding warily. He looked very experienced. "It sounds like they think you're a pretty extraordinary guy," Perret was still sitting in his chair casually. His hands and legs were restricted by anti-magic chains. I made thorough preparations pertaining to your persona's details. There should not be any problems with the electronic evaluation. All you need to do is answer their questions in a low voice. As for questions you find yourself unable to answer, just repeat after me. You should act like Phyllis now. He's 21 years old this year, Neptune reminded Gyuding in his ear. Gyuding calmed down his nerves and returned to sit in his chair. Gyuding is a newcomer who debuted less than a year ago. He has a bounty of 800 million universe credits. That prison guard obviously has the wrong person. Half a year and 800 million universe credits. He sounds like a pretty incredible guy. What about you? There was a meaningful smile on Perret's face. I'm just a normal citizen from Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation, Gyuding said as he lifted his hands. The corners of Perret's lips curved upward when he heard this. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gyuding. After some time, he shouted at the prison guard that was at the door, "Brother, can you let me take a look at Gyuding's picture?" "What are you planning?" 073925. The prison guard frowned. "Nothing. I just want to see if they look alike. My eyes have always been sharp. I can help you tell if he's Gyuding or not." Perret was obviously very familiar and comfortable with the prison. He sounded quite confident and bold with his words. The prison guard hesitated but finally chose to project Gyuding's wanted notice in the end. Gyuding was smiling widely in the picture of the wanted notice. Perret laughed as he turned to look at Gyuding. "That's a really bright smile. This is the first time I've seen someone with such a wide smile on a wanted notice. Nevertheless, that guy looks nothing like you. I told them they're mistaken." Gyuding looked at Pearson. The fatty was paralyzed on the floor and was muttering. "That prison guard looks like he is having a mental meltdown. I don't know what that guy named Gyuding did to him, but he's repeating the words 'he is Gyuding' over and over again." Perret could hear Pearson quite clearly as he was less than 3 meters away from him. It was not long before fully armed prison guards rushed into the room and surrounded Gyuding. Gyuding cooperated and raised both his hands. The woman in glasses from before walked into the room from behind the crowd. "What's going on, Kermit?" The prison guard who had brought Perret into the room gave her a simple explanation of what had transpired. "Are you telling me that Pearson suddenly pointed at him and accused him of being Gyuding, and things are now like this?" The woman pushed her glasses higher up her nose as her gaze fell on Pearson. "This man is obviously having a mental breakdown. Take him to the infirmary and get a psychiatrist to take a look at him." Then, she turned to Perret. "Get another person here to take 073925 to where he belongs. As for the rest of you, please take this visitor to the safety inspection room." "Kermit, come with me," the woman in glasses said as she walked toward Gyuding. "I'm sorry about this, but security is somewhat tight during this period. We would like your cooperation to conduct a re-examination. If there are no problems with the results of the re-examination, we will let you go immediately. Let's speed things up, shall we?" "How long will it take?" Gyuding asked expressionlessly. "If things go smoothly, the quickest we can finish this is in half an hour. Normally, it does not last more than an hour." The woman in glasses had a calm look on her face. She nodded toward the prison guards, who were fully armed. "Go ahead." Gyuding was quickly brought to the so-called safety inspection room. A young doctor scanned both his irises and the palm prints of both his hands. The security check was much more detailed compared to when Gyuding had arrived to visit the prison. "We will send your irises and palm prints to Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation and get their help to compare the data. It normally takes about 3 minutes for the results of the scans to come out. On the other hand, they usually reply within 5 minutes. Once we get their reply, we'll be able to find out who you are," the doctor explained. Gyuding was not worried at all because he knew Neptune had taken care of everything. It was around 5 minutes later that the doctor received a reply that confirmed Gyuding's identity. Name, Phyllis. Gender, male. Age, 21. Gene level, rank 5. Special ability. This time, the information that came attached to the reply included Phyllis' record from young until the present. Among the information included was which hospitals he had visited whenever he was sick and what medication had been prescribed to him before. Every single detail was there. The doctor took a quick look and nodded. From the looks of it, There aren't any problems. I'll forward this information to my colleagues in the examination department. They will question you about some personal information as per normal procedure. All you need to do is answer honestly. Don't hold back your answers just because you feel embarrassed about some questions, because all your information is in black and white, and they know everything about you. If the answers you give differ from the information they have, it will raise suspicions. The young doctor pressed a button on his intelligent wristwatch after saying this, and a door opened in the safety inspection room. A team of fully armed prison guards appeared once again and took Gilding to a room downstairs. In the room were 2 chairs and a table. A fierce-looking prison guard sat across the table from Gilding. He could be seen flipping through information regarding Phyllis. Nevertheless, the back of the information that was being projected was tinted, and all Gilding could see from his perspective was a squarish black shadow. He could not see any words at all. The prison guard continued to read about information concerning Phyllis for about 10 minutes. He did not ask a single question during that time. Meanwhile, Gilding sat where he was with his eyes closed, much like an old monk sitting still. There was not a single trace of nervousness in him. There was a piece of black glass on the wall of the examination room. Gilding knew that it was a one-way mirror. When viewed from the outside, it was a normal piece of transparent glass that allowed anyone to see clearly what was happening in the examination room. Besides that, there were cameras inside the examination room that did not have any blind spots. "You don't look nervous at all," the fierce-looking prison guard finally said something. The first thing he brought up had nothing to do with any information on Phyllis. "Why would I be nervous? That lady in glasses told me that I'll be released once you've made sure that there is no problem with my identity. Is that not the case?" Gilding questioned in return. "Name?" The fierce-looking man narrowed his eyes and asked suddenly. "Phyllis." "Age?" 21 years old. Date of birth? Federation era year 7,843,387, Rang Ephemeris November 8. Identity number? LTRG 784337Y11MO8D005927. Father's name? Conan Doyle. Mother's name? Audrey. Father's occupation? Novelist. Scriptwriter. Mother's occupation? Actress. What's the date of your father's death anniversary? Chapter 189. Warden Thorso. There is nothing wrong with your review. You're free to leave. Gilding pushed the door open after hearing this. He knew that he should leave the planet as soon as possible, because the longer he stayed, the more likely his identity would end up being exposed. Gilding walked briskly along the corridor toward the exit. He was less than 20 meters away from the door when a figure suddenly stopped in front of him. It was a tall man who was more than 2 meters in height. He looked about 40 years old and had a tough-looking face. He was wearing a different uniform than the other prison guards. He had a white cloak that fluttered in the wind on his back. Gilding could vaguely read the word on it that said, Warden. The man had to be the superintendent of Leoben prison, Thorso. Thorso was a legend in Fey Cosmic Nation. At 1,300 years old according to the lifespan of a rank 13 gene body, which was 2,500 years, he was still in the prime of his life. Nevertheless, he had already managed to make his mark in prison at the age of 20. Support our web novel Go.com. There were many stories about him. However, the most impressive one was the incident when he was first appointed Leoben's deputy warden. He was only a rank 12 gene body at that time, and a fugitive had successfully broken through to become a demi powerhouse. The warden at that time was killed by the demigod. Hence, Thorso fought the fugitive in the prison alone for 15 minutes until reinforcements arrived. Later on, when his body was examined, it was discovered that he did not have a single bone left, and all his internal organs had shifted. The only thing he had left was his heart. He had managed to hold on with his willpower until reinforcements arrived. The moment Neptune saw his name while looking through the prison register, he wanted Gilding to give up. Gilding was well aware of the horror of the man in front of him. Thorso held out his large hand to Gilding, which contained an intelligent wristwatch. "You forgot something." Gilding looked at Thorso for a moment before walking over to him. Just as Gilding was about to retrieve the wristwatch from Thorso's hand, the latter suddenly closed his fist. "Gilding, do you really think you can leave Jer so easily?" Gilding stopped in his tracks. Standing less than a meter away from Thorso, Gilding looked up at him. "You've got the wrong person. Your disguise is so perfect that even after we traced it back to more than 170 generations of ancestors and relatives, We still couldn't find anything. Being able to hack data to such an extent, I'm having some doubts that you're human. Nevertheless, even though data is perfect, you have a fatal flaw: you're not nervous enough. Throughout this whole thing, you never once showed any feelings of uneasiness, even during the interrogation. The only reason why you weren't nervous was that you knew the prison wouldn't be able to catch you. Thorso deduced. A lack of tension can also be the result of pathological reasons, such as a lack of adrenaline or mental illnesses that block such emotions. Maybe you're like me, you were born with great psychological quality. Therefore, you don't get nervous very easily. Isn't it rather presumptuous of you to infer my identity from that alone? Gilding retorted. You're from Dragonsaw Cosmic Nation. If you aren't, you wouldn't have visited Perret. You grew up hearing stories about Perret. The only place that tells stories about interstellar pirates is a tavern, just like Rose Tavern, where you grew up in. Not to mention, you appeared at about the same time Gilding arrived on this planet. Furthermore, when Perret saw you, he called out that you were Gilding. Are you going to tell me that it was all just a coincidence? Although Dragonsaw Cosmic Nation is not as big as Fey Cosmic Nation, it's at the very least a cosmic nation with a population of over 100 trillion people. No one has ever counted the number of taverns, but surely, there are too many to count. Is my time of arrival a coincidence? I'm not the only one visiting Jer today, am I? I saw more than 300 people on my cruise ship alone. As for your fat, ugly colleague, he's clearly having a nervous breakdown. It's possible that he would have called anyone Gilding. Gilding refuted all of Thorso's arguments. No matter how much you deny it, it won't change the fact that you are Gilding. Thorso was still certain of Gilding's identity. If you're so sure, come and get me. Gilding spread out his hands. I'd love to, but I can't. Thorso shook his head at Gilding's words. If you've been to a military academy, you know very well that a prison functions differently from the army. A prison functions to hold and manage those sentenced to imprisonment by the federal court. I am the manager of this prison, and my powers do not extend beyond that. In short, I can't attack someone who hasn't been sentenced to prison by the federal court. When Federation law was written, it defined the roles of each department. I respect Federation law, so I will not trespass beyond my authority. In that case, give me back my wristwatch. I'm in a hurry. Gilding held out his hand. You can't escape. Thorso chose to open his fist and let Gilding take the wristwatch from his hand and walk past him. Arresting you may be outside my remit, but it's within the army's remit, Thorso said and dialed number. Woodred, this is Thorso. I've found Gilding. He's walking out of our prison gates alone. Also, he's disguised as someone else. I'll send you a photo. He could disguise himself as someone else, so my advice would be to lock down the port. Gilding, who had just reached the door, paused for a moment before lightly saying a word. Unlock. At once, the sirens of the prison began to blare. All the prisoners' chains in Leoben prison were instantly unlocked, and the doors of each cell were opened. Thorso, who witnessed what happened, turned to look at Gilding coldly. Now, you've really succeeded in provoking me. You provoked me first. Gilding glanced at Thorso over his shoulder before pushing the door open with his left hand. He darted out. All of a sudden, a silver chain shot out of the prison gates as it was headed toward Gilding. Gilding knew that the attack had come from Thorso and immediately ducked. He had seen Bart's attacks before and knew that chained weapons were very troublesome to deal with once one was entangled in them. Furthermore, the one attacking him this time was a peak rank 13 powerhouse that had combat effectiveness comparable to a demigod. However, Gilding soon discovered that no matter how he fled, it was in vain. The chain seemed to have eyes of its own as it matched his speed without any trouble. Gilding's tried his best and activated Ultimate Arts level 10. He performed 8 consecutive silent steps, slightly changing his direction with each of them. Even so, the chain still managed to wrap itself around his left ankle. The moment Gilding realized that the chain had wrapped itself around his ankles, he knew that things were bad. A force immediately came from the other end of the chain as it pulled his body back. His emaciated body struck hard against the prison gates, and he fell into the prison corridor with it. Gilding slowly got up while wiping away the blood that was spilling from his mouth with the back of his hand. His eyes rested coldly on Thorso who was nearby. Is this what you call respect for the Federation law and not trespassing beyond your authority? Gilding asked with a hint of sarcasm. Before this, you were just an ordinary visitor. Even though I knew your true identity, I didn't attack you. However, you just launched a serious attack on our prison system, causing many prisoners to escape from custody. Whether or not those prisoners escape, your behavior falls under the category of a prison break. Such a crime falls within the purview of my authority, Thorso explained. You can rest assured that once I catch you, I won't throw you straight into prison. I'll turn you over to the army, and you'll be tried in federal court. Once the trial is over, I will apply for your transfer to Leoben prison. You mean you'll have me for sure? Gilding was aware that his opponent this time was unusually strong. Nevertheless, he was not a man who made compromises so easily. Hence, Gilding decided to give it his all. I covered the chain with my righteous force. Once entangled by it, it's impossible for you to break free. As Thorso spoke, he was surprised to see the chain around Gilding's ankles beginning to loosen. It was Neptune's unlock function taking effect. Thorso was stunned by this scene. Nevertheless, the moment he came to his senses, he guessed that Gilding had a special ability to break free. Gilding knew that it would not be easy for him to escape. Although Neptune could unlock the chains, Gilding could not catch up with Thorso's speed. Even if he activated Ultimate Arts level 11, he would only have combat effectiveness and speed close to a rank 12 gene body. Not to mention, Thorso was a real peak rank 13 powerhouse. Gilding's only chance was to wait until the prisoners with high bounties broke free and arrived. Then, he would have a chance to slip away when those prisoners distracted the warden. Thorso was different from the army, who, whenever they encountered Gilding, would attack him regardless of life or death. Thorso was different in the sense that he was not going to kill him. The justice of the law was more important to him than anything else. He wanted to catch Gilding so that he could take him to federal court. Gilding was also well aware of Thorso's ideas. Since he could not escape by himself, he simply attacked. Gilding activated Ultimate Arts level 10 as well as Rage Attack at the same time and charged at Thorso. "Oh, it's so busy here." Someone's voice was suddenly heard from a distance and interrupted their fight. Chapter 190, Prison Bully Brid. Recognizing the voice at once, Thorso immediately withdrew from his fight with Gilding. He looked warily in the direction of the man. What he saw next was all the more disturbing when he noticed Brid was not alone. There were 12 powerhouses standing behind him. Brid looked like he was in his early 20s. He was handsome, sickly pale, and thin. He looked like a harmless homebody who did not like going out much and was somewhat malnourished. No one would have thought that Brid, with his looks, was the real bully of Leoben prison. He was already a rank 13 powerhouse before he was arrested. He was a monster powerhouse capable of destroying demigods and had a bounty of up to 70 billion universe credits. Each time he appeared, he would attract the higher-ups of Fey Cosmic Nation's army, causing them to pour out in full force. After his arrest, he was sentenced to 5,000 years of prison by the federal court. 5,000 years was the limit of a demigod's age, which meant that even if he became a demigod, he would remain in prison until he died of old age. The 12 people behind him were bullies who ruled over the prison. Each of them was a peak rank 13 powerhouse. Even with the effects of the magical imprison chain, they had far more sinister combat effectiveness than others. The 12, all of whom Brid had overpowered and made as his men, were unquestionably loyal. It has to be said that even the last member who came to serve him had been with him for more than 200 years. "Why, it's Lord Warden. Long time no see," Brid said cheerfully. He did not think that anyone on the planet could stop him from leaving, so he was not in a hurry. Thorso did not respond to Brid's greeting. Instead, he looked at Gilding, who was not far away. "Do you know what you've done?" There were more than 88,000 prisoners in this prison, all of whom are powerhouses that are rank 10 and above. More than 6,000 of them are of rank 12 and above, while more than 200 of them are rank 13. "Do you know how much damage they'll cause if they get out of prison?" Gilding was speechless. He only wanted to leave the planet but ended up making such a big fuss. Support our web novel Go.com. I was wondering why there were people escaping in front of us. It turned out that this lad set us free. Brid's eyes fell on Gilding and looked closely at him. "Would this lad be interested in joining us? You look like you have a lot of talent." "Our crew has a lot of fighters, but we lack talented people like you." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Gilding simply rejected him. He was far away from them, but he could smell great danger coming from them. They must have been infused with long-term killings. "No one can say no to our boss." A scar-faced man behind Brid stepped forward. Nevertheless, Brid held out his hand to stop him. "Cecil, we're outside the prison. We'll have to change some rules once we get out. This lad gave us freedom, and we owe him one." "What did I tell you earlier?" Brid glanced sideways at Scarface. "We will take vengeance and repay those who've been kind." Cecil's eyes fell on Gyuding, and the murderous aura from before finally dissipated. "You've given us freedom, lad. We can grant you one condition for free." Brid ignored Thorso's presence completely. "Tell me, what do you want?" "I don't need anything." Gyuding refused, and as he looked at Brid, Neptune sent him information about the latter and the members behind him. Gyuding knew that there were people who valued human life as worthless. They were essentially the same as the Dark Sectors, and Gyuding had no interest in working with them. "Don't you want to get out?" Judging from Gyuding's expression, Brid could tell that he was not impressed with his crew. He was probably an interstellar pirate too, but he seemed to have different ideas. "I can get out myself," Gyuding said and looked at Thorso. If Thorso had stopped him, it would have made it very difficult for him to escape. Brid seemed to realize something. He leapt and appeared between Gyuding and Thorso. "You may go now, lad. I have some business to settle with Lord Warden." Gyuding was reluctant to owe Brid anything. However, considering that he had set them free earlier, he probably did not owe them anything. Gyuding applied some force on his legs and sprang wildly toward the door. The chains in Thorso's hands began to twist again, trying to intercept Gyuding. At that moment, Brid made a move without warning. He seemingly reached out his left hand slowly, and the chain that was after Gyuding halted abruptly. Brid seemed to have no trouble holding the chain with the index and middle finger of his left hand. By that time, Gyuding had already bolted out of the prison gates and madly ran off in the distance. Hence, he did not witness the shocking scene. Gyuding was aware of the horrors of Thorso chains, and without Neptune to unlock them, he had no powers to break free. Brid managed to defuse that very sinister chain with 2 fingers, but then, something even more horrifying happened. Brid put a little force into his 2 fingers, and the chain broke into pieces before it disappeared in midair. Brid was a little surprised when he saw this happen. "The chain isn't real, nor is it made with your righteous force. Surely it doesn't." Just as Brid was about to guess the answer, a black chain appeared in Thorso's hand. At the end of the chain was a ball-shaped sphere that was the size of a fist. "It seems like I was right in my conjecture that the chain from before was only a derivative of a demigod item. No wonder you were able to contend against demigods for more than 10 minutes as a rank 12. I thought you were a monster too, but now, I think I overestimated you." Brid smiled with a hint of disdain. "Brid, I know you're a 1-star monster who can fight across 3 large ranks, and I admit that there are only a handful of monsters in Fey Cosmic Nation. However, in Cosmic Sea, your talent is only considered excellent and not the best. At the very least, that young man's monster ranking is beyond your imagination." Thorso knew that Brid had always been conceited about his own strength. "That young man? You mean the lad? He doesn't look like a teenager." Brid's interest in Gyuding grew stronger. "Is he the legendary 5-star monster who can fight across 7 large ranks?" He disguised his appearance. "He's really only a 15-year-old boy. Based on our speculations, if we calculated only his combat effectiveness, he can cross 6 large ranks in combat and can be considered a 4-star monster. However, if you include his Tapu energy, he's the king of monsters, a 7-star monster powerhouse." Thorso's statement completely stunned Brid. 7-star monster powerhouses have unbelievably sinister luck in this world and have the secret blessings of deities. "That's why I didn't go all out on him, because I knew I wouldn't be able to kill him." Brid gulped and his fingers began to tremble. Having been stimulated, flashback images began to surface from his memory. In the images, a teenager, who looked like he was 16 or 17 years old, was pointing between his eyebrows with 1 finger. At that moment, he felt his body unable to move at all. Not to mention, he could clearly feel death approaching. "How weak. I'm only a rank 8 and he's a rank 10. He can't even take an ordinary move or dodge." The teenager eventually did not kill him. "You're a 5-star monster king, and he's just an ordinary 1-star monster. You could at least wait for him to become 4 large ranks higher than you before expecting him to have the ability to fight you." A girl holding an umbrella slowly stepped forward. "Unfortunately, there haven't been any 7-star monster kings for nearly 100,000 years. I really look forward to a confrontation with him. Even if I end up being defeated, it would also be some kind of glory. The young man's eyes sparkled with a flaming fighting spirit. Brad slowly closed his eyes and took several deep breaths to calm himself down. He clearly remembered the time when he encountered a 5-star monster. It was because of that incident that he left Cosmic Sea and returned to Fey Cosmic Nation. Brad, you're wrong about 2 more things, Thorso continued. First, I did not have this demigod item when I intercepted the demigod. The distance between a rank 13 and a demigod is comparable to the difference in combat effectiveness of 2 large ranks. Not to mention, I was only a rank 12 gene body back then. I had no idea that there was such a thing as a monster ranking before the battle that spanned 3 large ranks. It wasn't until after the fight that I was told by my superior that I was a 1-star monster. It was also after that fight that I was specially trained by the federal government to be the warden of this prison. Second, the chain in my hands is not a demigod item but an incomplete god item. Nevertheless, even if it is incomplete, its powers are nothing a demigod item can compare to. Therefore, no one shall escape from this prison today. Even a true demigod can only be suppressed by me. The corners of Thorso's mouth slightly curled. Then, his black chain struck out wildly and instantly turned into a huge net. It wrapped around the 13 people at the same time. Outside the prison, Gilding had run far enough. Since Thorso had not caught up with him, it suggested that Brad had stopped him. Looking around, Gilding saw a bathroom and darted toward it immediately. After entering the cubicle and locking the door behind him, Gilding tore off his human skin mask and replaced it with another one that looked like a student's. He then changed his wig, clothes, socks, and shoes. He even used some color-changing eye drops to dye his iris blue. Gilding left the cubicle and looked in a mirror. Seeing nothing out of place, he left the bathroom and headed for the port. Chapter 191, Neptune's Mistake. Nomi was looking at a message that the army had just sent to the port. The message had come from Leoben Prison's warden, Thorso. A riot has broken out in Leoben Prison. There might be fugitives. Besides that, Gilding has arrived in Jer and is disguised as someone else as shown in the photo. He might change his disguise. Put the port on lockdown to prevent him and other prison fugitives from escaping. When Nomi saw the young, scarred-faced man in the photo, she was shocked. How could it be him? No wonder he didn't want to talk all the way. He was afraid that I'd recognize him through his voice. A few minutes later, a dynamic youth with dark brown hair and blue eyes could be seen outside the port. The person was wearing a white t-shirt and black jeans. His look drew the attention of many passers-by. Isn't this a little too handsome, Neptune? Why do I feel like men and women are looking at me? Gilding muttered under his breath. I think that the dynamic youth's face is more toward keeping your character, so you can just play your part. Besides, that face could get a lot of people to ignore your voice. It's a good disguise, Neptune explained. Just then, a luscious woman standing next to Gilding approached him and accosted him. Are you lost, pretty boy? Support our web novel Go.com. What happened to the port, sister? Why are there so many people stuck here? Gilding asked as he saw the crowd nearby. The army bastards are putting the port under lockdown. All spaceships cannot enter or leave Jer. The woman grumbled. Why are they putting the port under lockdown? Did they say why? Gilding asked, wondering if he was the cause for the port's lockdown. They said they've just received a message from Leoben Prison that there might be fugitives from prison. The port will be put on temporary lockdown to prevent the fugitives from leaving the planet, the woman said angrily. Did they say how long the lockdown will last? Gilding asked. No. But port lockdowns usually don't take too long. They normally only last for a few hours or at most a day. If you don't have a place to stay, pretty boy, I do. The woman said and winked at Gilding. Just then, a woman in a military uniform broke through the crowd and came right up to Gilding. Come with us. Why? Gilding immediately asked as the woman turned out to be Nomi, the person whom he had met on the cruise ship earlier. We suspect that you have something to do with the prison break incident, Nomi said as she glanced coldly at the voluptuously dressed woman. I have nothing to do with him. We just had a casual chat. The woman waved her hands. Gilding hesitated a little but then heard Neptune's voice in his ear. Don't worry, she's just looking for an excuse to bail you out. That woman is a hooker. All right. Gilding nodded and followed after Nomi. Nomi led him into the crowd. You can go now. I just saw that hooker harassing you. Don't talk to strangers and don't follow strangers home, kid. Oh, thank you. Gylding grinned and showed his pearly whites. They made his smile seem brighter. Nomi was instantly killed by Gylding's smile. It left her looking a little demented. "Do you mind if I ask how long the army plans to keep the port on lockdown?" Gylding thought that it would be better to ask Nomi directly. "Are you? What did you say?" Nomi did not hear Gylding's question at all. "I'm asking how long you are planning to keep the port on lockdown this time." "I'm not sure about that. It depends on how long it will take the prison to resolve the riot. Not to mention, we have to confirm whether Gylding is on this planet." As soon as Nomi finished speaking, she realized what she had leaked. "These are not things I should tell people. Just ignore what I said and don't tell anyone else." "Well, thank you, then." Gylding once again showed her his pearly whites and Nomi fell into a daze. By the time she recovered, Gylding was gone. "Boss lady, pretty good. You managed to hook up with such a handsome young man." A strong man approached her and gave her a thumbs up sign. "King Kong, you want to die, don't you?" Nomi, who looked a little adorable at first, suddenly turned into a stone-cold lady. "Boss lady, now I know why you can't find a boyfriend." Just then, another bespectacled man approached them. "Your standards are too high. Even a big man like me has to admit that I was almost killed instantly by the young boy's smile." "Boss lady, if you're looking for a man of such standard, you won't find more than 2 digits of them in the entire cosmic sea." "What does it have to do with you bachelors if I can't find a man?" Nomi suddenly snapped. "Get the hell out of here and get to work. The regular army has already put the port under lockdown. Isn't it our mission to sit on the bench and wait for the fugitives or Gylding's crew members to show up?" The strong man nicknamed King Kong once again changed the subject. "By the way, boss lady, did you get the boy's contact number?" "Get your head, go." The mushroom-head Nomi almost went ballistic. "I guess you didn't. If not, you wouldn't be so grumpy." From a psychological point of view, King Kong, your question just happened to touch Boss Lady's sore spot. That's why Boss Lady is now in this irritable mood. If she had gotten his number, her reaction would have been none of your damn business. Then, she would have rolled her eyes at you. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses as he analyzed the situation. "4 eyes, I've warned you many times not to analyze me. If not, I will dig your eyes out." Nomi went completely ballistic as she pounced on the bespectacled man. "Don't be so impulsive, boss lady." She was immediately grabbed from behind by King Kong, who secured her hands. "All right, to calm you down, I'll get that kid's contact number for you," the bespectacled man said, and immediately disappeared on the spot. The bespectacled man searched all around the port but could not find any traces of Gylding. "That boy disappeared so quickly." "No, I can't go back like this. I have nothing to tell boss lady." "Looks like the only way to find him is to get help from Port Authority. I'll get them to pull up videos and find him." He thought for a moment and headed straight for the Port Authority's office. At the gate of the Port Authority's building, he projected his work ID. "Army, Hunter, Glass." "What do you need us for, my lord?" A half-bald, middle-aged man obsequiously came forward. Hunters were known by the rest of the federal government as the cream of the crop, a focus camp for geniuses. In other words, even a normal member was on par with a lieutenant general, and their strength was even more formidable. "Where is your monitoring room? I need to look up videos of someone." Their flattery gave Glass more authority to handle private matters. "I'll show you." Less than 3 minutes later, Glass followed the man into the monitoring room. "I need to check a video from 20 minutes ago to find someone." Glass stated his intention. "He should be standing under camera number 36. The crew immediately brought up the video from camera number 36 and adjusted the time to 20 minutes prior. 5 minutes into the video, Glass seemed dumbfounded as he watched the footage. "How could this be? Is the camera broken? What's wrong with the video, my lord?" The middle-aged man could not help but ask. "Let's look at camera number 34, 30 minutes ago." Glass' face was grave. If the camera was not broken, it would mean that the identity of the extremely handsome youth was. The video from camera number 34 was quickly brought up, and Glass' face turned dark very quickly. "Copy these 2 videos for me and send them to my email." "There's nothing wrong with these 2 videos, it's just 2 women talking to themselves," the middle-aged man muttered puzzledly. Nevertheless, he instructed the staff to copy the videos and send them to Glass. Glass instantly disappeared from the monitoring room after getting the videos. Then, With a few silent steps, he appeared in front of Nomi. "You look really pale." "You probably couldn't find him and failed to get his contact number." King Kong felt nervous for his colleague. He guessed that Boss Lady was going to freak out again. "Boss Lady, that kid's Gyuding." Upon hearing Glass words, Nmi thought that she had misheard him. "What did you say?" "I looked around the port just now, and I couldn't find him. I was a little embarrassed to come back, so I went to Port Authority to check the surveillance footage to see which direction he went. It turns out that he wasn't caught by any of the cameras," Glass said as he projected the two videos he had just watched himself. The first of the two videos showed a hooker accosting someone. However, instead of Gyuding, it looked like the stripper was talking to herself. In the second video, Nomi was supposed to be seen talking to Gyuding in the crowd. However, in the video, Nomi was seen talking to herself, and there was no one in front of her. "Is he really Gyuding?" Nomi found it a little hard to believe. "Boss Lady, we've all seen Gyuding's profile. He can indeed do things like make himself disappear from videos." Although outsiders do not know what exactly happened in the Dragon Soul Cosmic Nations incident on Great Divinity, such information is publicly available to us. We also know that not a single surveillance tool on a planet can capture him. He and his crew are invisible to all surveillance tools on a planet. If you combine this with the message Thorso sent a little over half an hour ago, Gyuding was disguised as someone else, and he could have possibly changed his disguise. The odds of him being Gyuding are more than 90%. There's also a 10% chance that he's another highly skilled hacker. However, to appear on the same planet as Gyuding, wouldn't that be too much of a coincidence? Glass went straight to the point with his analysis. "If he reappears, whether or not he's Gyuding, go after him with all your might. We'll talk more after we catch him." Nomi made up her mind quickly. Chapter 192, The Battle Situation in the Prison. Gyuding hurried out of the port, knowing that he would not stand a chance with such a tight lockdown. The regular army stationed at the port was not an obstacle to Gyuding. However, the 10-man hunter squad led by Nomi was a great threat to him. 8 of the 10 people in the hunter squad were rank 11 gene bodies. Only Nomi, the squad's captain, and King Kong, the squad's vice-captain, were an exception as they were rank 12 gene bodies. Besides that, the 10 people knew ultimate arts. Although their ultimate arts was incomplete, it was enough to generate a certain amount of increase in combat effectiveness. Although it would not be difficult for Gyuding to get rid of a rank 11 powerhouse if he activated Ultimate Arts level 11, it would be impossible for him to get rid of a rank 11 powerhouse quietly. In such a scenario, as soon as there were sounds of fighting, the 2 rank 12 powerhouses would immediately rush to the scene to provide support. Therefore, the chances of him sneaking into the port at night, taking out 1 or 2 hunters, and snatching a spaceship were almost zero. After finding a safe location, Gyuding dialed Liliath's number. "Gyuding, are you alright?" Nearly half the day had gone by. Liliath and the others were worried. If Gyuding's visit to the prison had gone well, they would have heard from him in an hour at most. Nevertheless, it had been 4 to 5 hours since they last heard from him. "I'm fine." For some reason, they're putting the port on lockdown. "There's also a hunter squad here." "Don't come. I should be able to get away on my own." "We'll find another planet to meet up later." Gyuding seemed calm. "Support our web novel Go.com. The port is under lockdown." "You didn't cause any trouble, did you?" Liliath did not think that it was good news. "Thorso recognized me but he had no proof, so he didn't do anything at first. However, he wouldn't let me go just like that and had the army put the port under lockdown." In a fit of rage, I asked Neptune to unlock all the prisoners. As a result, the entire Leoben prison is now in chaos. Gyuding gave a general account of what had happened. "It doesn't matter though. I've changed to a second mask. No one should recognize me." "What are you going to do now?" Liliath thought it was better to have a plan in such situations. "I've thought about it and there are 3 ways to do it. The first is to seize the opportunity and grab an army spaceship when the guards at the port are slacking. The second is to wait for the prisoners to get out of prison to create chaos and leave midst the chaos. The third way is to wait for the army to lift the port's lockdown and get aboard a tourist ship or cargo ship. After all, they can't keep the planet's port under lockdown for so long. Not to mention, this is a tourist planet. Who are the people in the hunter squad?" Liliath was trying to help Gyuding find a better way. 2 rank 12 gene bodies and 8 rank 11 gene bodies. Gilding then told Liliath about his biggest obstacle so far. The main thing is that the 10 men are well guarded and I don't think I'll be able to find an opportunity. If I want to grab a spaceship, I'll have to fight at least one of them. However, with my powers, I'll need to wait until my third damage stacking proc to kill a rank 11 gene body. By the time I kill one of them, the others would have realized and found out my location. I might not lose even if I encounter a rank 12 powerhouse, but there's certainly no chance of me winning. Therefore, the biggest problem is the 2 rank 12 captains. Liliath understood what Gilding was trying to say. In that case, we'll dock the spaceship in the port and get Elsa and Tagore to help you take care of it. Once those 10 people have been taken care of, you can get on board immediately. In any case, the port's armor-piercing cannons as well as the other spaceships will fail under Neptune's control, posing no threat to our Golden Eagle. That sounds feasible, but let's just wait, and I'll see if I can escape by myself. If possible, I don't want you to get involved in this affair. Although it doesn't look very serious at the moment, we don't know what will happen next. After all, this incident was caused by my own willfulness, and you should not bear the consequences. Gilding was aware that his actions this time were unwise. Nevertheless, he did not want to leave any regrets in life, so he had insisted on seeing Perrette. He also admitted that his behavior this time was a little selfish, which was why he did not want the other members to get involved in the matter. There was a chance his own personal crisis would turn into a crisis for the entire crew. What are you talking about? We're partners, and what partners do is have delicious meals together and deal with challenges together. Otherwise, how could we call ourselves partners? We're coming over now. We'll be there in about half an hour. We were worried that if we got too close, we'd be spotted by the army, so we docked the spaceship a little further away. Get Neptune to open the platform canopy and lock the port's armor-piercing cannons, Liliath said and hung up. Gilding ended the call and looked in the direction of Leoben prison. His biggest worry at the moment was what might be happening there. Check what's going on in the prison, Neptune. Neptune immediately projected surveillance footage of the prison. The battle between Thorso and Brid was still ongoing. The 12 men behind Brid had joined the battle as well, but Thorso was still holding his own against them. How did Thorso get so strong? Gilding was surprised to see such a scene. Gilding had fought against Thorso before. Although he knew that Thorso had not used all his strength at that time, the situation of the battle in the video showed that Thorso could kill him with one finger. He's capable of fighting across 3 large ranks. Not to mention, with that incomplete god item in his hands, no demigod can match him. It is only natural if he can defeat Brid. Neptune was not surprised at all. He was aware from the start that Thorso had held back a lot of his powers when the latter fought Gilding. In the video, black chains were spread all over the place. They were almost everywhere, thwarting Brid and his men's movements each second. Meanwhile, each of them could be seen trying to dodge and avoid being chained. 2 of the 13 men had found themselves wrapped in cocoons after being caught by the chains. So far, nothing had been done to them. 2 others were hit by the black plumb bob at the end of the chain and had fallen to the ground with serious injuries. They were no longer a threat. Whenever the black plumb bob was about to attack, it would quickly change its size from that of a fist size to that of a giant sphere which was 2 meters in diameter, crushing its opponent. The bones of the 2 men who had been hit were completely crushed, and their internal organs were dislocated due to the shock of the blow. The black chain, like 1,000 twisting little snakes, densely crept all over the broken prison gates. It formed a black wall of snakes that wriggled and closed the exit, leaving no space in between. On the battlefield, there were only 12 men left. 10 of Brid's men, except Brid himself, were only holding on and dodging as best they could. Nevertheless, Brid was not at ease. He moved at a speed so fast that even if the video's playback speed was slowed down by 100-fold, Gilding would only be able to see a blue outline of his body. It was as if he was completely out of sight. In stark contrast to Brid, Thorso was basically standing where he was without any motion. His energy was all focused on commanding the chain to attack. Brid is also a natural streamer. His ability is lightning, so he has terrific speed and attack power. However, his power is being restrained by the chain whereby his lightning will be absorbed if he uses it. Hence, you can see that he's not using it, Neptune explained beside Gilding. If that's the case, they won't be able to escape at all. Gilding watched longer for not more than a minute and came out with a conclusion. The doors are sealed, and the prison walls cannot be broken. The only way is to get rid of Thorso, but Thorso has a powerful and almost near-god item. His attack and defense are one complete entity. You've only seen the surface. Neptune gave a different opinion. You must take into account the fact that all the prison guards have been killed. Even the deputy warden has been killed. Only Thorso is left. He's struggling to hold the fort. Neptune projected more than 20 camera images as he spoke. They were all pictures of corpses that belonged to prison guards. Gilding frowned as he saw the images. He knew that none of it would have happened had it not been for him. He was responsible for the deaths of nearly 200 prison staff. In the images, dozens of combat robots that had been destroyed could also be seen. Additionally, all of the prison's equipment had been smashed to pieces. The prison had been overrun by more than 80,000 prisoners, and Thorso was alone. No matter how strong Thorso is, he won't last for too long as he'll eventually use up all his strength. Besides, his greatest enemy now is not Brid, who is fighting him head-on, but the vultures who have been hiding for more than half an hour. Brid may be the prison's bully, but there are two other men in the prison who are just as good as him. One of them is a Dark Sector's insider. His name is Tulu, codenamed Slayer. He didn't like power, and his only hobby is killing, so he didn't have any minions in prison. Nevertheless, Brid never dared to mess with him. The other one is Ghost Walker, who hails from the Abyss. People of his race are natural killers. He was ostracized by humans because he was an Abyss creature, but it has to be said that no one dared to provoke him. The two men have been watching the ongoing battle from the surveillance camera's blind spot for more than half an hour. The moment Thorso shows any sign of weakness, he will inevitably receive a fatal blow. It is only a matter of time before the over 88,000 prisoners get out. Neptune projected a photo of Tulu and Ghost Walker as he spoke. The man on the left was about the same height as Biggie. The gnarly, muscled and fierce-looking, middle-aged man was Dark Sector's Tulu. On the other hand, the man beside him was thin and slightly rickety. His skin had a rocky tint to it, and his eyes were an inhuman bloody red. His pupils and irises were invisible, and his hands had no fingers. Sharp thorns covered his arms from their elbows down, and their maroon color made it look like they were poisonous. Just as Gilding was still looking at the two pictures, the battlefield where Thorso was in changed abruptly. Chapter 193, Thorso's Persistence. After more than 40 minutes of intense confrontation with 13 men of the same rank, Thorso, who was standing at the prison gates and was like a mountain in front of them, eventually let something slip. Instantly, several figures who had been hiding in the dark attacked at the same time. They had waited so long for this moment. They knew very well that the prison gates would not open as long as Thorso still stood there. Killing Thorso was the simplest way to escape this cage in which they had been imprisoned in for hundreds or even thousands of years. A grey figure darted out as fast as Brid and appeared out of nowhere behind Thorso. By the time Thorso managed to react, it was already too late. A sharp thorn penetrated the left side of his chest without the slightest hindrance. It went through his heart and out of his body. Seeing that his chest had been pierced by a thorn that was maroon in color, Thorso knew that the one behind him was Abyss Ghost Walker. At the same time, a huge figure appeared in front of Thorso and reached for his belly with one hand. Under the shock of his palm's righteous force, the person easily broke through Thorso's defense. The palm penetrated Thorso's abdominal muscles as well as internal organs directly and continued going deeper until his big hand had pierced through Thorso's back. However, that was not the end. He savagely grinned at Thorso as he clenched Thorso's vertebra with the palm of his hand. After doing so, he yanked his hand away from Thorso's body, and out came a piece of Thorso's vertebrae. The gruesome technique was the Dark Sector's Tulu's favorite killing method. Nevertheless, strangely enough, even with his spine broken, Thorso still stood proudly like a giant tower that would not fall. Although parts of his intestines had slipped out from the hole in his abdomen Tulu's had created, and scarlet blood ran all over the floor, Thorso still stood tall. He could be seen holding the chain in his hand while the prison gates remained locked. Gilding could not bear to watch the video anymore. Support our web novel go.com. Thorso spat a mouthful of blood and looked at Tulu coldly. None of you will be able to leave this prison unless I die. How can that guy say such a thing with that kind of confidence after getting hit by an attack like that? The crowd looked with suspicion at Thorso, who was still standing in place, as well as the gates that remained locked. There was no logical explanation for Thorso to be able to survive such an attack. Not to mention, to be able to stand up despite the absence of his spine, which completely broke the laws of physiology. Nevertheless, it was happening in front of everyone's eyes. How strange. Even Neptune was surprised. My analysis showed that after the last two attacks, his heart stopped beating. Besides that, his cellular and brain activity had begun to decrease rapidly. They're signs of death. How can he still talk like it was nothing? Before Neptune could understand it, Tulu struck again. This time, he went for Thorso's head with his big hand because he suspected that Thorso had a special ability similar to immortality. Chopping off a person's head was generally the best way to deal with such abilities. Hence, Tulu sprung to his feet. However, just as his large hand was about to land on Thorso's head, several dark figures appeared without warning and rapidly moved up his palm. In less than 1/100th of a second, Tulu's entire arm was covered. Tulu activated his righteous force, hoping to break free of the shackles on his arm, but was unsuccessful. Ghost Walker, who saw this, seemed to realize something. He was now the closest to Thorso. Hence, he immediately retreated out of sight. However, at almost the same time, several dark figures appeared from thin air and wrapped around his right foot like spiritual snakes. Tulu and Ghost Walker's struggles were futile. In less than 3 seconds, they were both completely wrapped in chains. 2 seconds passed and the two were completely silent. How strong! Gyuding had not expected such a sudden turn of events. He had thought that Thorso was dead for sure, but the latter became at least a notch stronger. Thorso was on par with Tulu and Brid, but he managed to instantly kill Tulu and Ghost Walker. It was unbelievable. Neptune did not give any comments. He seemed unsure of what had happened to Thorso. Inside the prison, the black chains that had wrapped themselves around Tulu and Ghost Walker finally broke into pieces of their own accord and dispersed into thin air. As a result, the two people fell to the ground. Although there were no injuries on their bodies, it looked like they had passed out and their breathing was very faint. Brid lost his nerve. Thorso's current combat effectiveness was incomparable to before. If he was so sure that he had exhausted Thorso before, then there was no certainty that he would be able to escape the prison now. Thorso did not move, but he did not have any ideas. Once again, the black chain moved. This time, countless chains solidified and soon merged to form a black python. The python, as if it could see where Brid was, launched itself at him before it had fully solidified. It had its mouth wide open as it lunged at Brid. Brid immediately tried to dodge it. He saw what had happened to Tulu and Ghost Walker. They were only entangled for a few seconds before they were locked down. Once he was caught by the chain, he would not have a chance to turn things around. Thorso's attacks were significantly more violent than his previous ones, and Brid was not prepared to fight back when Thorso was at his strongest. Nevertheless, Brid's men were not so lucky. Only 2 of them managed to escape the python's attack in time, while the rest were swallowed up. Brid did not know what would happen if he got caught, but he did not want to know because he knew it was not going to be good. Moments later, the python spat out the men, and it could be seen that they were in a similar state to Tulu and Ghost Walker. They lied motionless on the ground, and their breathing was imperceptible. The python continued its pursuit to catch Brid, and at last, its body managed to fully solidify itself. The fully solidified black python was dozens of meters long and had a diameter of more than a meter. It uncontrollably slid through everywhere in the prison, chasing after Brid. Nevertheless, Thorso remained where he was at the gate, not moving even the slightest bit. The others saw it as a good opportunity to attack him because it definitely took him a lot of energy and strength to control the python to pursue Brid. Hence, it was possible that Thorso was defenseless. A rank 13 gene body initiated the first attack. He had been hiding in the dark for a long time. It was just that he was not as fast as Tulu or Ghost Walker and did not manage to grasp the opportunity to strike earlier. He leapt and appeared beside Thorso. However, he felt his feet become heavy before he could reach Thorso. Unconsciously, he looked down and saw that his legs had unknowingly been wrapped around by chains. Seconds later, he was completely wrapped by black chains. Meanwhile, Brid had been cornered in a dead end of the prison. The black python had already killed his remaining 2 men and swallowed up everyone it had met while chasing him. It was like a monster that never had enough to eat, powerful and terrifying. In the video projection, Brad could be seen struggling before he was swallowed by the black python. Gilding was completely stunned as he witnessed what happened. He could not understand how Thorso had become so strong out of nowhere. After all, he had examined the prison bully Brad's information. Although he was only a rank 13 gene body, he had been able to fight a demi-powerhouse when he was only rank 12. Now that he was a peak rank 13, his combat effectiveness should only be higher than before. Nevertheless, he was unexpectedly killed by Thorso with one move. Gilding even began to wonder if Thorso had promoted to demigod level, but the surveillance footage showed no signs of his wounds healing, which disproved that theory. After all, reaching demigod level was beyond humankind. A man could suffer many mortal wounds, but they were nothing to a demigod. Moreover, a demigod's cell strength was hundreds-fold greater than that of a rank 13. Their resilience was nothing a rank 13 gene body could compare to. At the prison gates, another rank 13 was easily killed by Thorso. It made the others who were hiding in the dark more afraid of Thorso, and they dared not take any more rash action. In less than 2 minutes, the people who had been wrapped in black chains were released. Without exception, they were in the same state as Tulu, and the others passed out and faintly breathing. After spitting out Brad and the others, the black python suddenly split into countless little black snakes, each of which seemed to have its own consciousness as they darted in every direction of the prison, taking over all the passageways in an instant. "Is he trying to kill everyone in the prison with that move?" Gilding asked. He had witnessed the scene and a glazed expression was on his face. He thought that people who could come up with such ideas were extremely imaginative and had a surprising amount of courage. Killing more than 88,000 people alone was far beyond the ability of a human. "That's the kind of thing I always thought only deities could do. I wasn't expecting him to do this at all, but why doesn't he heal himself now that no one is attacking?" Even with an ability like immortality, isn't it dangerous to lose so much blood? "It's no use. This Thorso is no longer the Thorso you once knew," Neptune suddenly said. His statement was somewhat difficult for one to understand. Nevertheless, he quickly followed up with an explanation. "The real Thorso is dead. My detection results just revealed that all his cells have stopped working. Even his brain activity has come to a stop. His brain waves have no response at all." Chapter 194. The Deities Will Projection. Thorso was dead? Gilding was a little confused at Neptune's statement. "I don't quite understand. The chain is still attacking, and it can perform defensive maneuvers. How could a dead man do that?" "It is the chain that attacks and defends." Neptune's explanation sounded avant-garde. "Real god items have their own awareness, they just have varying levels of strength. The chain in Thorso's hand was originally a god item, but for some reason, it had been deliberately broken down into something between a demigod item and a god item. That's why the chain is spiritual, but its self-consciousness was sealed because the original body is incomplete." Just before Thorso died, he left behind a strong obsession, and it is this obsession that awakened the self-consciousness sealed in the chain. If I'm not mistaken, this chain has fully adopted Thorso's obsession before his death, and the awakened weapon spirit hopes to help him fulfill his last wishes. That's why the scene in the video took place. In the video now, the chains that turned into little black snakes quickly found their targets and wrapped themselves around said targets. There were more than 80,000 people, and within 3 minutes, more than half of them were wrapped in a black ball-shaped entity. 10 minutes later, everyone in the video fell to the ground. Thorso did it. He alone fought against more than 80,000 powerhouses. Or to be precise, his remaining obsession did it. Support our web novel Go.com. However, strangely, the chain once again solidified into a python, which grew so large that the ball at the top of the chain slowly transformed into a sharp spike that was several meters long, resembling a sharp horn on its head. The python, still solidifying, looked up at the sky. "What's the matter? Everybody in the prison got killed off, right? Why hasn't the obsession dissipated?" Gilding asked, slightly confused. "That's because a strong opponent appeared." Neptune projected the holographic image. In the surveillance footage, the clouds in the sky above Leoben prison were moving strangely. The clouds slowly turned into a vortex under the surge. Then, in the center of the vortex, a white beam of light shone down like there was a penetrating light on the other side of the cloud. Just when the white light hit the ground, the surveillance footage suddenly disappeared. leaving static noise in the form of white snow on the screen as the signal cut off. "What's going on? Why are there no images?" Gylding asked anxiously, curious to know what happened when the ray of light fell. That ray of light was the divine ray, and it only occurs when a deity's original body or a deity's will projection appears, shielding the entire planet's signal waves, other than Skynet. This is something that only the deities can do. Moreover, the divine ray's shield is an oppressive shield of pure energy, and I have no way to break through it now. Therefore, not only will we not be able to see the battle, but before the deity leaves, we will lose all contact with Liliath and the rest of the crew. Even if my signal got through, their signal won't be able to break through the planet's shield. Nonetheless, I'll keep trying to get in touch with them, and as soon as the shield is lifted, I'll be able to contact them immediately. What Neptune brought was no good news. "Does that mean that you have no control over the port's sky system and armor-piercing cannons system?" Gylding asked. "Yes, in old Cerulean language, I am now a standalone machine without an internet connection. My radar is also disabled. I can only see through your eyes now, and I can't see anything that you can't." Neptune's voice sounded depressed. It was the first time he felt so powerless after being impaired so thoroughly. "In that case, it's probably safer for Lilia and the rest if they can't land on this planet." Gylding came to another conclusion. "As deities are coming, nobody knows what will happen." "They'll be fine, it's you who's in great danger," Neptune warned. "The army has verified your presence on this planet. The longer you put this off, the more danger you will be in. However, I definitely can't get away until the deity leaves." Gylding stretched out his hands helplessly. Speaking of the deity, he got a little excited. "I want to see the deities battle, Neptune." "Are you mad? If you get caught up in the fighting, you'll die a horrible death," Neptune countered unceremoniously. "We can watch from a distance. It must be easy for you to turn into a telescope. The building on the left is so tall, we can watch from the top of it, and you won't be caught up in the fighting." Gylding's words finally swayed Neptune. Deep down, he wanted to see how powerful the deities of his time really were. This building on the Gyldings was more than 400 meters tall. There were only about more than 70 buildings that reached this height on Jer. There were 3 in the city Leoben prison was in. The tallest one was 883 meters, and the one on Gylding's left was the second tallest building in the city. It took Gylding less than 5 minutes to reach the top of the tower. In a hover elevator, Neptune transformed his form into a pair of intelligent glasses, and Gylding could easily see where the beam of light had fallen. Although the beam was no longer there, the cloud change in the sky gave Gylding a glimpse of Leoben prison's exact location. Gylding, of course, saw another sight that startled him. It was a black python that stood at nearly 200 meters in height. It completely broke through the shackles of the prison and was hovering above the prison. The opponent facing him was a giant that was nearly 300 meters tall. Neptune quickly activated the intelligent glasses. He zoomed in and Gylding finally got a good view of the battle. The giant, as Neptune mentioned before, seemed to be the deity's will projection. The projection, heavily armored in black and covered in muscles, looked like a close combat powerhouse. What was most striking about his face were the pair of triangular eyes that gave away ferocious vibes, which was a clear indicator that the fellow was not a good man. "Surrender to me." The deity's projection sent vibrations in the surrounding air, and Gylding could hear it clearly through his intelligent glasses. The black snake chose to keep quiet. It stood still. You may not be able to see its eyes, but even Gylding could feel that it was staring at the opponent opposite him. "Surrender to me, we can fight together. I can even help you find your missing parts and make you stronger." The deity's projection imposed his own conditions. It seems that this deity descended his projection for the god item. Gylding finally knew the deity's purpose for descending. Didn't they say deities can nurture god items themselves? Why rob other people's god items? A demigod item needs at least 1,000 years of nurturing before it can form consciousness, and it takes longer to have its own thoughts. This chain's weapon spirit has reached its mature form. If he manages to subdue it, this means that the deity can save at least 3,000 years. By doing this, he can spend more time on cultivation. Although the chain is incomplete in form, it is not difficult for the deities to refine it all over again. What's difficult is the formation of the weapon spirit. Neptune explained very clearly. Usurping it directly is actually a bargain. How much combat effectiveness can the deity's will projection retain? Gilding looked at the deity's projection from afar. From the sheer size of his opponent, he deduced that he should be pretty strong. In general, the possibility is between 10 to 80%. It depends on his individual strength, the distance of the projection, and other factors. Neptune explained, "Do you have to defeat the weapon spirit to subdue it?" Both the deity and the god item were new to Gilding, and he had many questions about both. Neptune was happy to answer questions, especially since that was all he could do. No, weapon spirits have their own consciousness. They have their own preferences like other living things. Sometimes they may find themselves drawn to someone, and they may recognize them as their master. Of course, using violence to convince them is also one of the ways to make them recognize someone as their master. There's also the one that the deity just used, which is to get it to recognize him as its master in a trade-off. He knew that the chain was incomplete and that the weapon spirit instinctively wanted to rebuild its body, so he asked for a trade-off. The weapon spirit didn't seem to buy it though. Gilding could also see that the deity's offer did not impress the weapon spirit. There are generally three outcomes in which this trade fails. First, the weapon spirit does not like his aura. Second, the weapon spirit misses its former master. Third, the terms of the deal were not attractive enough. Neptune speculated. Generally speaking, it should not be the third case. Because weapon spirits would instinctively want to repair their own bodies, the condition should be very attractive to him. It is unlikely for this to be the second case since he had little bond with his former master, Thorso, and when he awakened, Thorso was already dead. The first scenario is the most likely to take place as of now. There should be something on him that will repel it. It seems that you won't agree to a trade-off. The deity waited for a long time and became angry when he did not get the response he wanted. In that case, let's fight. I'll overcome you with my powers. I'll force you to surrender. The python seemed to understand what he said. Its crouching figure twisted rapidly, and held up its proud head, as if to say, I accept your challenge. Chapter 195, Gilding who got caught in the middle of a fight. Boom, boom, boom. Violent, catastrophic booming vibrated from afar. It sounded like thunder as it swept in from the distant horizon. The giant and python flashed through the air non-stop. Every flash was met with a violent collision. The collision between them was also crazy. Each impact brought about a fierce roar, giving people a sense of mountains collapsing. Nothing was intact wherever the two had passed under the energetic shock of the impact. The earth cracked, mountains collapsed, trees smashed, and rivers evaporated. Standing at the top of the building, Gilding could even feel the ground shaking under his feet, where he was in fact more than 200 kilometers away from the battlefield. Since this was only the projection of the deity's will, there were many abilities that he could not use. Besides, it was not hard to tell from the strength of his body that this guy was a close combat martial artist, so it did not surprise Gilding that he was engaged in close combat like that. Under the resolution of the intelligent glasses, the speed of the two was slowed down by nearly 10,000 times and Gilding could finally capture their movements with his eyes. Support our web novel Go.com. According to Neptune's calculations, in less than 5 minutes of combat, the two collided an average of more than 800,000 times a second. On top of that, the time period accounts for more than just the collision. It also includes the time it took for both to move through the air, dodge, and make other movements. The fabled indestructible Leoben prison was completely destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. Carbide alloy could still only withstand forces lesser than a demigod at best. With this deity's level of strength, it was as fragile as glass under a hammer. It absorbed less than 3 energy shocks before collapsing. The collapse of Leoben prison gave people an idea of what other ordinary buildings would look like. Fortunately, Leoben prison was located in the northern outskirts of the city, not a residential neighborhood. There were no casualties other than those who passed out in prison. As Gilding looked at the cracked ground, he finally got a grasp of the deity's terrifying power. Both the deity's projection and the python collided in midair, never touching the ground, but for nearly 20 kilometers, almost no piece of ground was intact. Each violent shock caused by the wave of energy caused the ground to shake violently. The ground ruptured amidst the shaking. How strong! I could feel a strong vibration from so far away. It was like an earthquake took place. Gilding could not help exclaiming, An actual deity's fight is enough to make a whole planet tremble. This fight is a notch lower, because one is only a projection of will, and the other one is not even a complete god item. You are standing about 230 kilometers from the center of the battle ring right now, and based on the vibrations of your current position, I've calculated that you would still feel subtle tremors on the ground about 3,600 kilometers away. Neptune revealed the results of his calculations. He was indeed very boring right now. A deity's will projection usually comes with a time limit, usually not very long. Weaker deities might not even last half an hour. The deity seemed a little anxious after nearly 20 minutes of not being able to take the god item down. He finally used an ability he was reluctant to use. Gilding saw through his glasses that as the snake launched a new wave of impact, it suddenly slowed down after reaching some distance from the deity's will projection. Besides that, the will's projection attacking speed was more than 10 times faster. There was a loud crash, and the python was knocked upside down by the blow. What happened? Gilding did not understand at all. The two were neck and neck before, and it was as if the deity had suddenly become stronger, with no warning. It's a combat effectiveness field. There are many different types of combat effectiveness fields. The one he used is the martial arts field. Within a certain distance, he can suppress the opponent's speed and strength, and enhance their own speed and strength. Neptune explained, being able to suppress opponents while simultaneously improving yourself, and not just against one person. This ability is just too awesome. Gilding could not help sighing. Of course, force field abilities tend to evolve from other abilities. Very few people have an innate force field. In an entire cosmic sea, there are more than 30 million known special human abilities, less than 300 of which can evolve into force fields. Of your current 5 special abilities, only rage ability can evolve into the rage field. Neptune's explanation put into perspective the uniqueness of this ability. It looks like the python is going to lose. Gilding knew that if it went on like this, there would be no doubt as to the outcome of the fight. I just don't know if the deity will leave immediately after he gets it. At the same time that Gilding made this judgment, the deity's projection also moved. Without giving the python any breathing space, he kept throwing devastating punches. Under the suppression of the force field, the python had no resistance. After all, it was an incomplete god item. In the absence of a host, it could only fight by instinct. Relying on his instinct to fight, he could easily run over those who were weaker than him. However, when facing an opponent who was stronger than him, for example, this deity's will projection, it would be defeated once the opponent figured out its attack patterns. At last, with nearly 100 blows, the python's body finally collapsed and turned into tiny black snakes, which fled in every direction. Even in defeat, it seemed unwilling to give in and fled. Seeing this reaction from the chain, the deity's projection was stunned but quickly reacted. He cursed and once again attacked, crushing most of the small black snake-like chains. Then he locked onto the direction of the remaining 8 chains and went after the direction of the first chain. One of the chains sprang out in Gilding's direction. The chain was like a small black snake. It leapt out extremely fast. It arrived within seconds from a distance that was more than 200 kilometers away. Before Gilding could react, the black chain rushed into his body. Damn it! The chain will not acknowledge the deity as its master and has chosen you instead. Neptune immediately responded. That deity is going to come after you next. Is that considered an unexpected calamity? Gilding was speechless at the prospect of this. He was only an onlooker who was more than 200 kilometers away. He did not expect to be involved. I just wanted to see what the commotion was. How did this happen? We cannot escape. The deity had left his mark on the 8 chains just now. He can instantly know where we are. Running away would only anger him. No sooner had Neptune uttered these words, a huge figure appeared in front of Gilding. Floating in midair, the deity's projection looked down at Gilding. You're the boy who's been watching us fight? You stole the god item? He came leaping in on his own. Gilding found the word stole offensive. Is that so? Do you mean that he would rather choose a mortal for his master than a deity like me? The deity was visibly displeased. It was a choice he made. I don't have to explain myself. Gilding did not like the deity's condescending attitude, although he was indeed stronger than him and could easily kill him with a single pinch. Upon hearing this, The deity's projection pondered for a moment. A god item with a complete consciousness would not simply acknowledge anyone as its master. There must be something in this boy that attracted the god item. Let's see what this guy's secret is, and if it's right, I'll obliterate his mind and take over his body. This way, I will not only get a split body for nothing but also get the god item. Thinking of this, he suddenly reached out his palm and put it over Gylding's head. Gylding instantly felt that his body could not move, and a strange energy began to infiltrate his body at the same time. This guy has infiltrated your body with soul energy to check out your special abilities. Once he finds out that you own taboo energy, he will definitely choose to abandon the will projection and use soul energy to possess you. He has now barred your body, and the chain's weapon spirit cannot escape from your body any time soon. Once he's done possessing, he can use your body to slowly refine the chain. For him, not only has he acquired a rare split body, but also the god item, killing two birds with one stone. Neptune immediately understood his intentions. Gylding may be able to hear Neptune, but he could not respond. He could not even move his lips. In fact, he could do nothing but blink. The deity's soul energy quickly explored Gylding's body. Gylding's soul space was not small, but that was relative to someone in his rank. Compared to a deity's soul space, his soul space was miniature. In less than 3 seconds, the deity found what it wanted in Gylding's soul space. It was a huge execution pillar, grounded in Gylding's soul space. It was entirely black, and it was engraved with complex cipher text. The deity was momentarily stunned. Taboo energy. The kid had such a horrible thing in his body. No wonder the chain chose him. He walked toward the depths of the soul space with some reluctance because that was where Gylding's soul's original body was hidden. Once he killed Gylding's soul's original body, this body with taboo energy would be his. Chapter 196. Gylding who advanced again. Everyone had a door in the deepest part of their soul space. On the other side of the door was the hiding place of their soul. Kratos soon found the door where Gylding's soul was hiding. No, to be exact, he saw not one door, but 3. Standing before 3 very different doors, Kratos wondered. This boy has 3 souls? He has 3 personalities? Or are the 2 other host bodies that are symbiotic in his body? The 3 doors were quite different in appearance. The door on the left was a magnificent golden door. The engraving on the door was of a gigantic crouching dragon with eyes made of 2 emerald stones. He looked as majestic as a real living creature. On the door frames were all kinds of strange birds and beasts, which even Kratos, who had lived for more than 8,000 years, could not recognize. He guessed that the design consisted of some extinct ancient creatures, which was why he had never seen them. The one in the middle was a simple wooden door. It was so simple it did not even have a pattern. On the edge of the door frame grew fragrant green grass and small white flowers. Kratos' mood was lifted as he smelled the fragrant scent. As for the door on the right, it was built entirely with black metal and released a chill in the air. The door was carved with strange characters, big and small, square and round, that were arranged at different angles. The patterns on the door frame were like countless tiny chains, or like a strange otherworldly cipher text, giving off a strange vibe. Support our web novel Go.com. Kratos hesitated for a while. What he wanted to enter was actually the right door, because it gave him a sense of mystery, and he really wanted to know what was behind the door. However, his instinct for danger warned him not to open the door as he might die. Kratos, who had this feeling, thought it absurd that the master of this body was only an ordinary man, and that the soul, no matter how powerful, was not on the same level as his. As he thought of this, he reached out his hand and decided to push open the black door. His fingers were about to touch it when a sudden thrill of terror came over him, and he knew very well that it was death approaching. He had a near-death experience once, and he got the same feeling. It was like an invisible sickle on his neck, which would cut off his head if he made one mistake. He hastily withdrew his hand and took a step backward. His body shuddered involuntarily, and his eyes darted warily toward the door. This feels so evil. Withdrawing his gaze, he glanced at the small wooden door next to it. Let's just see this one first. Touching the wooden door, Kratos pushed it open with little effort and stepped in. Kratos squinted his eyes slightly in the glare of the sun. Everywhere in the soul space had been dark, and the sudden glare made him a little uncomfortable. His eyes soon adjusted to the change of light. Underneath a clear blue sky, he stood on a green meadow. The wind was blowing gently, bringing a fresh smell of earth. A boy with short black hair was sitting on the grass. To his left, a little black dog was lying there, chewing who knows what. That's strange. Why are the two self-aware soul bodies in soul space? Moreover, there's one in non-human form. Is the dog a symbiotic? Kratos was even more confused. Under normal circumstances, there would only be one conscious soul body in everyone's soul space, and only this soul can dominate the body. However, there were not only 3 doors in Gylding's soul space, but 2 conscious soul bodies in one of them, which was a little confusing. However, after living for so many years, Kratos also knew that there were generally only 3 scenarios in which a self-aware soul in non-human form could exist within a human body. One was when the soul body's original body was a god item. After the god item acknowledged a master, the weapon spirit would reside in its master's soul space. In the second case, the soul body was a soul host body, which for some reason had lost its own original body and had to reside in the human body. In the other case, the two were symbionts, and the non-human soul body was born with them. Sensing Kratos' arrival, the boy waved at him. "Hey, come and sit." Kratos was stunned for a moment. He thought he entered the wrong door, yet he still walked toward the boy. "People don't come to my place very often." "You're the 5th." The boy greeted with great enthusiasm. "The 5th? Have you ever seen a boy with dark brown hair and blue eyes?" Kratos described what Gylding looked like in disguise, which he had not realized was a disguise. "No." The boy stroked the little black dog's head. "Have you seen the men in the other 2 doors?" Kratos asked. "Yes, Blackie is the pet of the neighbor on the right." The boy nodded. Kratos looked at the little black dog, who was the size of his palm. He was gnawing at a black chain. Kratos did not think too much of it, as inanimate matter could be conjured up in soul space. It was not strange to throw a toy like that to a puppy. It's quite possible that the kid was the dominant figure of this body. He was about the same height and features. The difference in appearance was probably due to the disguise. "Let's kill him first and see if I can take control of the body. If not, I'll go to the other 2 doors and see," thought Kratos. Kratos soon had an idea. His eyes fell on the boy with some bad intentions, and the murderous look disappeared. Just then, the little black dog picked up the chain and swallowed it. Then it stood up and gave Kratos a low growl. It seemed to sense his murderous intent. At this point, no one noticed that the scaffold in Gylding's soul space was slowly changing as Blackie swallowed the chain. "What's the matter, Blackie?" The puppy's reaction raised questions from the boy. Just then, Kratos moved. With a flash of his figure, his huge fist swung directly at the boy's head. With his soul strength, an attack of this magnitude would blow the boy's soul to pieces. All of a sudden, Kratos saw nothing but darkness in front of his eyes. His target had disappeared. There was a flash of darkness and he felt pain in his wrist. He fixed his eyes on it to find that it was a giant dog that was nearly 1 meter tall, biting his wrist with sharp teeth. As the giant dog pulled back with a single blow, Kratos looked down to see that it had bitten a chunk off his soul body's wrist. Looking around, he found himself in a dark, spherical enclosure, surrounded by 24 giant dogs. He knew it was a bad sign when the second dog rushed toward Kratos, pinning him to the ground and biting him mercilessly in the throat. The pack of dogs then gathered around Kratos, and within 10 seconds, this fragment of Kratos' soul's split body was torn to pieces by its sharp teeth. It was not until just before he lost consciousness that he realized the chain the puppy had swallowed was the weapon spirit he was after. Why did the uncle suddenly disappear? The boy touched Blackie's head to pacify it. He then turned his head only to find that the uncle he was chatting with had suddenly disappeared. Outside Gylding's soul space, without the support of the soul energy, Kratos' will projection instantly collapsed, turning into tiny energy dust particles. The energy dust seemed to be attracted by something inside Gylding too and rushed desperately into Gylding's body. Neptune sensed that the black virus in Gylding's body was frantically absorbing the energy dust floating in the air. This time the absorption lasted more than half an hour. Once it finished absorbing, the black virus once again disappeared, and Gylding had a new gene chain that quickly clumped together. The original double spiral structure had successfully constructed a triple spiral structure under the change. This structure also meant that Gylding had become a rank 6 gene body. His cells were rapidly undergoing mitosis and devolution, and there were also other changes in the gene chain. The one that attracted him the most was the one in black. The black gene chain changed color when Gylding gained taboo energy. Now, The change in form meant that Gylding's taboo energy should have evolved. As the black gene chain changed, so did a tiny new gene chain. It's strange that in one evolution, not only did his taboo energy evolve, but he also got a new ability. Neptune had always known that Gylding's composition was unique, but he was still a little surprised. He silently waited for Gylding's gene chain to finish changing. More than half an hour later, the gene chain finally finished changing. Gylding's cell strength also stabilized, and Neptune once again checked Gylding's body data. Name: Gylding. Gender: male. Age: 15. Gene level: rank 6. Special ability 1, level 3 rage attack, evolvable. Ability description: attack power, defense power, speed, and regeneration are all quadrupled continuously for 10 minutes. Side effects: 10 hours into prostration, combat effectiveness is halved. Special ability 2, level 1 high-speed regeneration, evolvable. Ability description: the cell's regenerative ability was increased tenfold, permanently. Special abilities 3, level 3 damage stacking, curse stream ability, evolvable. Ability description: this spell could cause a curse effect on the target whereby damage has the ability to stack. The second blow will be stacked onto the first blow, while the third blow will be stacked onto the first and second blow. Special ability 4, absolute seal, level 2 taboo energy, evolvable. Ability description: an absolute seal effect can be placed on any living body via the sense of touch. It can seal all energies of the opponent, including primary power, special ability, cell energy, spirit, and any other form of energy. Ability limitation 1, seal duration, 20 hours. Ability limitation 2, each use must be more than 20 days apart. Ability limitation 3, not effective for non-living entities. Ability limitation 4, only can be placed on a single body. Special ability 5, level 2 advanced iron block, evolvable. Description: makes the skin, muscles, internal organs, and bones of the body as solid as iron. Increases defense by 20 times and applies a 20% reverse shock effect to incoming attacks. Ability limitation: use for up to an hour at a time. Defense power is reduced to a third of its original level when the effect is over. Special ability 6, rank 1 martial arts field, evolvable. Ability description: suppress the opponent's strength and speed by 50% and doubles his own strength and speed. Ability limitation 1, the force field's radius is 10 meters, anything beyond the force field's radius will be unaffected. Ability limitation 2, can only use for half an hour at a time. Ability limitation 3, can only use once every 3 days. Cell index, 80,000. Spirituality index, 79,000. Chapter 197. I just wanted to have about. On a planet more than 15 billion light-years away from Jer, a tall, large man threw up a mouthful of blood. What exactly is that brat made of? He has such a powerful monster kept within his soul space. It may look like an infant on the surface, but it has consumed 1/5 of my soul in less than 10 seconds. Kratos was feeling a little upset over this. He had lost the bait along with the fish. He had lowered down his will projection for the sake of obtaining that chain god item. In the end, he did not have his hands on the god item and instead handed over 1/5 of his strength, which was in his will projection, and 1/5 of his soul energy. However, the fear was still lingering within him. He was secretly glad for not choosing to push open that black door. He still remembered Gylding's words. Blackie is the pet of the neighbor on the right. The door on the right was the big, black door he had initially planned to push open. The master of such a pet was definitely not anyone easy to deal with. If he had pushed open that door, then it might not just be his will projection that was lost. At that moment, Gylding was within the soul space with the little black dog, which was originally as large as a palm of a hand but was now growing speedily right in front of his eyes. In less than half an hour, it had grown from the size of a palm to a size of more than 30 centimeters, double of what it was previously. Blackie, you haven't grown in so many years. What made you have this growth spurt that made you grow twice as large? Have I been feeding you the wrong kind of food? Gylding rubbed Blackie on the head and voiced out the question. The boy and dog had a fun time frolicking under the sun on the green field. Support our web novel Go.com. On Jer, Gilding read his physical data projected by Neptune and found it strange. He had no idea what had transpired within his soul space. It felt like he had done nothing at all, and yet, that deity's projection collapsed on its own and was absorbed by Gilding's body. After that, he suddenly realized he had a breakthrough, finally bypassing rank 6, which he had always had difficulty achieving, and now obtained a third gene chain. Not only that, but he had also obtained a new special ability, which was the martial arts field he had always coveted. The strangest thing about this was that his taboo energy was also enhanced. Everything had happened in such a baffling manner. Do you know what had just happened? Why did that deity's will projection crumble? Also, what about that chain weapon spirit? I can't feel its presence anymore. It's as if it had just vanished within my body. Gilding had so many questions about what had just happened. However, Neptune was not able to give him an answer. This time, I truly have no idea what happened. I have always been monitoring our physical condition and have found nothing unusual. I'm guessing there might have been a change that happened with your soul. That is an area that I am yet to be able to probe. I know you've progressed a great deal this time. Even your taboo energy has been enhanced. It's a difficult thing to enhance taboo energy. Neptune's voice suddenly stopped as the communicator rang. The number belonged to Lilioth. We've been hovering above Jer for more than an hour. Our communicator hasn't been able to get through to you. What's happening right now? This was the first question out of Lilioth. Nothing much. We've run into some minor problems and Neptune had been blocked off. We're heading toward the harbor right now and I'm getting Neptune to activate the harbor's canopy. Gilding planned to explain the details of the day when he returned to the ship. Gilding was not far from the harbor at that moment. It was just a few minutes' walk. After Neptune activated the canopy and turned off the system of the armor-piercing cannon, Gilding made a mad rush toward the harbor. At the harbor, Nomi and the others were also aware of the appearance of a deity's will projection. They were anxiously waiting for the signal block to end in order to confer with their superiors on the next best step. It was only half an hour after the deity's will projection had dissipated that Nomi was finally able to get through to her superior's number. No one knew that Neptune was the one who had blocked the entire planet's signal during that half an hour's time. This was because Neptune knew that once the hunters had gotten in touch with the army, they would take immediate action and it would happen while Gilding was absorbing energy atop the building. Neptune deactivated the signal block only after Gilding had succeeded in his enhancement. Chief Commander, this is Mushroom from Team 8. Mushroom was Nomi's code name. Hunters would never refer to one another with their real names and would use code names instead. What's the matter? Is the mission not going well? A middle-aged man's voice could be heard, but he did not sound too worried about whether Nomi's mission was going well. It's not about the mission. It's about a deity's will projection on Jer. We have no idea who the deity is battling. All our equipment's signals have been blocked and we aren't able to monitor a thing. The only thing we are aware of is the ground trembling. Nomi explained. It finally hit the chief commander how serious the situation was. Are you certain that a deity has descended? Tell me everything about it right now and don't leave out any details. I need to report this to the Marshal and His Highness the Lord. Understood. Nomi started reporting everything she knew to him. Did you say the deity's projection dissipated in less than 10 kilometers away from you? Did you take any videos of it? It should be close enough at that distance, the chief commander questioned anxiously. If there was a video clip of the entire thing, it would be much easier for him to explain things to the people upstairs. No, we don't. When the deity's will projection descended, not only did our communicators fail to work, even our surveillance equipment wasn't working. Nomi knew that her answer would not make her superior happy. How did you know the deity dissipated? Did the color slowly fade away or was the will projection hit by something and exploded? The chief commander could only rely on Nomi's description of the situation as there was no video evidence of it. It wasn't either. It was more like it grumbled away. How should I describe it? It was as if the energy suddenly disappeared and the body ended up crumbling and dissipating. It took Nomi quite a while to think of how best to describe the situation. The chief commander mumbled to himself, that sounds like it was killed by the soul energy the deity was possessing. Did you manage to see who the opponent of the deity's will projection was? I didn't, although, judging by the magnitude of the clash, I presume that his opponent must be a large being. The tremors could be felt even though we are 200 kilometers away. Nomi gave her analysis. Okay, I've got a rough understanding of the situation. I'll report the matter to the Marshal and His Highness the Lord before deploying army backup to you. Secure the battle scene now and stop anyone from damaging it. Also, send over videos of the battle scene immediately. Understood. Nomi hung up and called King Kong's number. King Kong, inform everyone to cease the lockdown of the harbor. Why? Won't that allow Gyuding and the others to escape? King Kong did not understand why the decision was made. The chief commander wants us to preserve the battle scene of that deity's will projection. We need lots of manpower to do this. It has been more than 300 years since Fake Comic Nation has had any trace of a deity. This situation with the deity's will projection has been made the top priority. Everything else has to make way for it. Nomi gave a simple explanation. Okay. King Kong immediately set out to make arrangements. Many were shocked to see most of the army standing guard leave the harbor, but they speculated that it had something to do with the earthquake earlier. After making arrangements for the army to fall back, the hunter squad, made up of 10 people, once again got together. The chief commander's orders are very clear this time. He wants us to head to the battle scene immediately and preserve it. The first thing to do is to take videos of the scene and send it over to him immediately. We'll split up into 2 teams. The first team shall head toward the scene of the battle where the deity's will projection was. The other team will go toward where the projection had dissipated. Before Nomi could finish, a few of her team members looked up at the sky above the harbor. The sky above the harbor was open. I didn't get them to open up the sky shield. King Kong had just blurted this out when everyone witnessed a black and white golden eagle slowly descend from the air. That's the spaceship of Gyuding's crew, isn't it? Someone finally reacted to it. Nomi's expression changed slightly. She found it a little strange that Gyuding's crew would choose this moment to descend and not wait for her team to leave the harbor before making this move. Gyuding should be aware we haven't left the harbor. Are they issuing a challenge to us? King Kong had a bad temper and was convinced Gyuding was doing this on purpose. Gyuding had gotten Neptune to pick this exact timing. It was at the precise time when the ordinary members of the army had left, leaving the hunter squad. It was not a challenge from Gyuding to pick this moment, it was because he wanted to have one battle with the hunter squad. If they waited a little later, the hunter squad would no longer be at the harbor. If it was a little earlier, a large amount of army officers would be quite disruptive, and it will only end up with them getting wounded or dying. Just as King Kong made his exclamation, Gyuding's figure slowly walked over to them. He had taken off his mask and wig. Only his clothes remained unchanged while his eyes were still blue. I'm not issuing a challenge on purpose. I just wanted to have a duel with all of you. At that moment, the Golden Eagle had anchored, and the hatch door opened. Elsa and Taegor walked out. Taegor immediately appeared on Gyuding's shoulders while Elsa appeared by Gyuding's side after a while. Elsa, both of you shouldn't take on this fight. This battle is mine. There was no hesitation in Gyuding's voice. Elsa could tell that Gyuding had become stronger. Taegor jumped off Gyuding and sat down beside him. Four Eyes, Monkey, head to both locations now and record the videos to be sent out to the chief commander. Nomi handed out new missions to them. But the man in glasses wanted to object but was stopped by Nomi. There's no room for buts. The chief commander's mission needs to be carried out by 2 people. We'll take care of the problem here and join you soon. Nomi glared at the man in glasses. Yes, madame. Both of the men saluted and left quickly. We can begin now. Nomi's eyes were cold. The thought of Gyuding tricking her twice with his fake identities was really pissing her off. Gyuding activated all 3 of his special abilities of Rage Attack, Iron Block, and Martial Arts Field at once while pushing his ultimate arts to level 11 at the same time. Chapter 198, Ultimate Arts vs Ultimate Arts. 8 hunters led by Nomi and King Kong, who were both rank 12, surrounded Gyuding in a circle. Elsa, who was standing at the side, started to get worried. She could sense Gyuding had become stronger, but she had no idea how much stronger his combat effectiveness had improved. All she knew was based on Gyuding's previous combat strength, that he had equivalent strength to a rank 11 at its peak, but still had some way to go before achieving rank 12. She was most worried about what Lilith had mentioned before getting off the spaceship. Hunters cultivated a method of combat strength enhancement that was similar to Gyuding. At the height of it, they were able to enhance their battle strength by 4 times. Taegor, on the other hand, was casually swishing his tail about, not worried about the result of this battle. Although this guy had never expressed concern about anything besides his meals and fighting since boarding the ship, Gyuding chose to remain motionless under the circumstances, planning to react only when provoked. His choice of strategy baffled Nomi, who wondered if he was being confident or has not much battle experience. This was because an opponent would normally strike sporadically once outnumbered. The wisest choice would be to take out the weakest link in the opponent's group. An experienced martial art practitioner would not make the mistake Gyuding made. In actuality, it was not because Gyuding was inexperienced. It was because Gyuding wanted to find out the difference between the ultimate arts the hunters practiced and the ultimate arts he was using. He was aware if he had chosen to act first, the few hunters who were rank 11 gene bodies would not be able to take his punches. 8,000 points of basic attack in addition to the 160 times enhancement from his ultimate arts level 11, 4 times enhancement of rage attack, combined with 5 times enhancement of rage armor. A simple attack by Gyuding would go up to 256 million combat strength. A newly enhanced rank 12 martial arts practitioner had only 100 million points. Besides, Gyuding had a terribly strong defense. His iron block alone had 20 times defense enhancement, bringing the total to 10 billion points, which made it impossible to penetrate Gyuding's defense. Support our web novel Go.com. Even though being beaten up by a circle of people at the same time would still be insufficient to break his defense, their attacks would still make him feel pain. That was why Gyuding chose to evade them. The attacks from all 8 hunters were continuous, not allowing Gyuding any chance of a breather. However, Gyuding's silent step was much more skillful than all 8 of them, as the 8 hunters' steel fist, phantom kick, lightning elbow, flaming knee, and terminating finger failed to land on Gyuding, who easily avoided their attacks. It made him realize that this was a much easier fight than he had previously. Your ultimate arts and theirs are from the same source, which is the reason why you can see the flaws in their moves. That is why even though attacks using the ultimate arts are stronger than other martial art forms, it is easy for you to hold your own against them. Neptune's explanation informed Gyuding that the ease in this fight was not due to him becoming stronger, rather, it was because his opponents had trained in ultimate arts as well. Nomi noticed something unusual as she watched Gyuding skillfully move between everyone. She realized his steps were similar to the silent step she had cultivated, but he was using it better than everyone else. Lilioth and the others on the spaceship were paying close attention to the fight. Lilioth had almost rushed toward him when she saw Gyuding stood out alone to face all 8 opponents. But Biggie held her back. As she watched Gyuding move around seamlessly between his enemies, as if taking a stroll in a garden during a raging storm, Lilioth knew that Gyuding had become stronger. It was not a minor enhancement, but a huge increase in power. After 4 or 5 waves of attacks, Gyuding was almost done observing this incomplete version of ultimate arts. He felt there was no point in wasting any more time. Most of his abilities were limited by time and he had to end this before his limitations kicked in. Gyuding quickly locked in on his first target, which was a golden-haired young man. He moved with silent step and appeared in front of the young man in a flash. He attacked with perfect form using steel fist, and the punch landed on the young man's chest. An exploding boom could be heard and a sound similar to a cannon shot burst out the moment his punch collided with the enemy's chest. The golden-haired young man's figure could be seen flying off. With that burst, no one knew how bad he was wounded, but Gyuding knew. He could clearly feel the crack heard on the young man's sternum. Although the young man was not completely incapacitated, the young man had activated Righteous Force just in time to neutralize part of the attack. However, Gyuding also knew that the young man had lost his combat strength after that punch because his internal organs had been displaced during the impact of Gyuding's attack. It would be a huge problem for that young man to even stand up with all that pain, much less continue fighting. Gyuding turned his attention to his second target after he began his attack on the first opponent. It was a skinny fellow who had been using Phantom Kick to attack him. Gyuding placed his hands in his pockets and appeared in front of the skinny man without a warning. His figure appeared high in the sky as he jumped, delivering a vicious kick with his right leg, which landed perfectly on the enemy's left neck. There was a very subtle cracking sound and Gyuding knew he had achieved what he had set out to do. The left cervical vertebra of the skinny man had fractured. It would have been lethal for a normal person to injure that kick, but for a rank 11 gene body, it was just a matter of losing a momentary movement. Gylding's onslaught of attacks did not stop. Very soon, he had taken out the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth person. Gylding had been on the attack for less than a minute when the team of 8 were now left with 2 of their squad leaders. Lilith was dumbstruck by what had just happened. Even Elsa, who was watching from the sidelines, looked on with a shocked expression on her face. She still remembered what she had said about Gylding not being strong enough just less than a month ago. Yet now, Gylding was displaying combat strength that surpassed her own. Nomi had finally realized that this Gylding was not the one she had analyzed in a video previously. The current Gylding was much more powerful. King Kong was never one to act passively, which was why he decided to attack. As a rank 12 gene body, his basic combat strength was 800 million. In addition to that, he had 4 times enhancement through Ultimate Arts level 7, which was able to increase his combat strength significantly to 3,200 million. His figure suddenly flashed to the front of Gylding as he clenched his fist tight and delivered the steel fist. King Kong noticed something unusual the moment he threw his punch. His attack speed and strength seemed to have decreased. Just as the realization hit him, something shocked him. Gylding had no intention of avoiding this punch because someone like King Kong would back off only if he was beaten by his enemy face to face. That was why Gylding reached out with his left hand to block King Kong's confident and ferocious punch. Nomi was dumbstruck at the scene of Gylding meeting the punch head-on. She knew how powerful King Kong's punch was. Even she was not confident in taking such a direct attack from him. It would be a losing battle for her. However, Gylding did it, and he had done so with incredible ease. King Kong's attack was like hitting a hammer against a very large bell. The sound made was not a cannon shot-like explosion, but much like the vibrating sound of clanging metal, which sounded quite mesmerizing. However, Gylding was not only depending on defense, but he had attacked with terminating finger in 3 quick successions, landing them where King Kong's heart was located while blocking King Kong's attack with his left hand. The 3 continuous attacks were not only based on the martial arts field, but Gylding had also activated his damage stacking ability. 512 million, 1,024 million, 2,048 million. 3 powerful attacks shot out continuously with firm finger strength, hitting King Kong's chest without stopping. In a split second, the pain King Kong felt was equivalent to someone using a heavy hammer to crush his chest. His righteous force activated immediately as it neutralized part of the attack strength, but King Kong still ended up kneeling on the ground with heavy breathing. He tried to regulate the rhythm of his heartbeat. However, King Kong did not completely lose his combat effectiveness, which somewhat surprised Gylding. Nomi did not make an immediate attack. You always become stronger with each appearance. This time, your combat strength has indeed exceeded our expectations, but you can't win against me. Didn't you comment on how my hairstyle isn't pretty? Let me tell you the reason for my hairstyle right now, Nomi said as she pressed her hand against her forehead. She slowly pushed her fringe upward as she revealed her forehead. There was a unique tattoo-like mark on her forehead, which reminded Gylding of its possible connection to an ancient civilization. Neptune explained, "This is a mark known as the spiritual tattoo inheritance. Converting an ability into a spiritual tattoo that can be transferred onto someone else is a form of heritage from the ancient civilization known as the spiritual tattoo inheritance. That is the reason why powerful abilities are usually inherited this way, as using spiritual tattoos for the transfer can be a complex process, so there is no point in using this form of ability inheritance for normal abilities. This ability that I have inherited is very unique. It's called Mirror Avatar." Nomi took out a mirror from her inventory as she said. She pointed the mirror toward her face and reached out with her finger to press on the mirror's surface. Crack! The sound of the mirror breaking could be heard. The entire mirror was cracked into 12 pieces. At that moment, Gylding witnessed an incredible scene. Another Nomi appeared out of thin air behind Nomi. However, that was not the end. A second and third Nomi continued to appear behind the real Nomi. All the Nomis had on the same clothes. There was a total of 13 of them, including the original Nomi. Under such circumstances, Gylding had no idea which was the real Nomi and which was the fake. This ability of mine enables me to create another copy of me, which is completely identical, to take part in the fight. My clone's combat effectiveness is the same as the original, All 13 Nomis smiled. Their expressions and mannerisms were exactly the same. Neptune laughed. The easiest way to expunge this ability is to find the original. As long as you take down the original, the clones will be destroyed. If someone else was facing this ability of hers, that person would be in trouble because it would be difficult to pinpoint the original. However, it's me this little wench is facing. Chapter 199. End of the battle. Mirror Avatar was truly a terrifying ability. Nomi was able to create as many avatars as can be seen in the mirror. The scariest part about this was that the avatars had the same special ability and combat effectiveness as the original person. This ability was the main reason Nomi had been able to get into the Hunter Squad from the very beginning, and was also the reason how she had been able to get promoted to the leader of her Hunter Squad. However, her ability was limited by level restrictions. The most avatars she was able to conjure was 12, although for many others, this was already considered an ability that defied the norms. It was a huge advantage when facing an opponent who was similarly powerful as she was. This was 13 against 1. Besides that, there was no way of differentiating between the mirror avatars and the original, and this proved challenging for those who had to fight someone with such an ability. For Neptune, however, it was not difficult at all to identify the original because it could easily detect the opponent's biological magnetic field as long the enemy was within its scanning range by analyzing their physical condition. The avatars that were created with the ability were not life forms and had no biological magnetic field, which was why the original Nomi was like a bright lamp in the dark for Neptune. All it took was one look for it to spot her. Support our web novel Go.com. Nomi immediately attacked once her avatars had formed. All Neptune did was whisper into Gylding's ear. The third one on the left. Gylding lunged directly towards the original Nomi. Nomi had a basic combat effectiveness of close to 1 billion. After using ultimate arts to enhance it by 4 times, her combat effectiveness was now close to 4 billion. However, with the help of advanced iron blocks 20 times enhancement of defense and the martial arts field attack which decreases an enemy's attack by 50%, this form of basic attack was ineffective by default, which made it useless against Gylding's defense. Gylding used Silent Step in a speedy craze to take down the original Nomi. Nomi exchanged places with her other avatars several times in an attempt to evade Gylding's attack, but Gylding had completely ignored the attack of all the avatars. After numerous attempts at evading Gylding, Nomi finally realized he knew which was her original self from the very start. He had no plans of fighting with any of her avatars, choosing to block their attacks instead. His target was the original Nomi. At the thought of this, Nomi knew that she had no choice but to fight, because there was a time limit for her avatars. There was no benefit in continuing this. When Gylding saw Nomi continuously escaping, he pushed his ultimate arts to his maximum at level 12, enhancing his battle effectiveness further. This was done to quickly end this fight. Gylding's battle effectiveness had increased to 512 million and his speediness had been doubled. Nomi chose to take the initiative to attack this time. She, along with her 12 avatars, landed their attack on Gylding from 13 different angles. With her basic combat effectiveness that was close to 1 billion, enhanced by 4 times with ultimate arts and combined with a silver-colored righteous force, she did not hold back as she attacked Gylding at 13 vital points like a raging storm raining upon him. Gylding stood where he was, motionless. He activated his martial arts field and when Nomi's attack came within 10 meters of where Gylding was, her power was decreased by half and her attack speed suffered the same fate. Gylding's gaze remained locked onto the original Nomi. They were both using ultimate arts in the battle but Nomi's incomplete version of ultimate arts was seriously flawed in the eyes of Gylding. His fingers clenched into a fist as he spotted a subtle flaw on Nomi's waist. A vicious attack of steel fist flashed like a bolt of golden lightning. Boom! Gylding's punch landed at a vulnerable spot on Nomi's left waist in an explosion. His damage stacking activated at that moment, enhancing by twice its normal damage with the help of the martial arts field. 1 billion and 24 million, 2 billion and 48 million, 4 billion and 96 million. 3 continuous punches landed on Nomi's waist without hesitation. Even though Nomi had activated Righteous Force and had close to 4 billion points of defense, Gylding had still ended up breaking it down with his 3 punches. A few rib bones near her waist were broken. The pain forced her to retreat in a burst. Gyuding wanted to give chase, but King Kong had also noticed what was happening with Nomi in the battle. He forced himself to appear in front of Gyuding in a flash, blocking Gyuding's way. He threw a feeble punch at Gyuding in an attempt to attack him. Gyuding's figure moved and he found King Kong's flaw in the attack. He gave 3 continuous punches of steel fist, which landed on King Kong's chest. This time, King Kong totally collapsed. With Ultimate Arts level 12, Gyuding's combat effectiveness had doubled up from the last time he had fought King Kong, giving Gyuding the absolute upper hand in this fight. Nomi watched as King Kong fell to the ground. She broke quite a few ribs and her internal organs were slightly displaced. She knew that she had completely lost this battle. It was the first time she had suffered such a terrible loss since joining the hunters. Even though Nomi's avatars did not retreat, Gyuding sensed that there was no longer any fight in her. Get someone here to treat them quickly. The wound on your bones should not be delayed for too long or there will be permanent side effects. Gyuding walked toward Elsa and Tagore after saying this. Our battle is not over yet. Nomi stood up stubbornly. There were tears in her eyes, but they did not flow from her eyes. I've said before that all I want is about. Gyuding did not plan to continue the fight. You may feel that way, but to me, this is a real battle. If you want this to end, one of us has to lose, and I'm not admitting defeat. Nomi gave Gyuding a look of challenge. Gyuding stared at her silently for a while before nodding. As you wish. He used his silent step right after saying this and appeared in a flash right before Nomi. Nomi did not choose to run this time. Instead, she gave a punch with steel fist, hitting Gyuding on the chest again and again with an exploding attack. Gyuding did not stop her. Gyuding raised his left hand and chose not to use the strong and powerful steel fist. Instead, he used the swift and fierce terminating finger. He gave 3 consecutive shots from his powerful fingers. 3 bright and sharp forces shot out and landed right between Nomi's eyes. Nomi suffered the 3 continuous attacks and finally collapsed to the ground. Gyuding had attacked her at a spot described by the Ultimate Arts as the weakest point to cause another unconsciousness. Only the terminating finger was able to give an attack that had this effect. Gyuding looked at these people lying all over the ground. Some of them were still conscious but could not really move about freely. He shook his head helplessly and called the emergency center via his communicator. Hello, there are right people wounded at the harbor. Please send someone over quickly. Gyuding hung up and waved at Elsa while Tagore leapt onto Gyuding's shoulder. They walked towards Golden Eagle, which was nearby. Golden Eagle quickly left Jer and headed for the next destination. On Jer, things continued to move on as they should. The emergency center had quickly brought Nomi and the others to the hospital for treatment. They were not really wounded too badly. Most of them were only suffering from fractures and physical wounds. The most serious among them had just a slight displacement of their internal organs. These people had a solid and strong physique to begin with, and they healed quickly after consuming cell repair agents. Nomi had woken up to see her bed surrounded by people. Lady Boss, are you okay? King Kong had come to see her in a wheelchair. His wounds were the worst among them, but he had regained consciousness quite early. I'm fine. How long have I been out? Nomi cared more about this. You've been unconscious for 3.5 hours. Four Eyes and the monkey had also returned from their mission. I was out that long? Four Eyes, have you completed your mission? Have you sent the video of the location scenes to the chief commander? Nomi suddenly remembered this. We've sent them out for quite a while. The army backup has arrived as well. The 2 locations have been barricaded. Otherwise, we would never have dared to leave and come to the hospital. Four Eyes nodded and replied. What did the chief commander say? Nomi continued asking. He said he would forward the videos to the Marshal and His Highness the Lord. It will be up to His Highness the Lord to decide how to settle this situation. Before that happens, all our team needs to do is to continue standing guard. He will contact us if the need arises. However, the chief commander hasn't sent us any news. I guess it's because they have not made a decision yet. Four Eyes explained. Did you find anything at the scene? Nomi pushed herself up with her hands and sat upright. Her wound was not as serious. It was just a normal fracture. As for Gyuding's attack with terminating finger, all it did was knock her unconscious. It did not even cause any concussion to her brain. It's near Oedipus Tower, but there was no evidence of any battle. Oedipus Tower was the building Gyuding had stayed on to watch the battle. However, the battle at Leoben Prison basically destroyed everything. Leoben Prison has completely caved in. No one was left alive, including the prison warden, Thought so, Four Eyes said as he projected the video he had filmed. Everyone watched the projected screen intently, afraid of missing out on any details. The projected video showed Leoben Prison in complete trouble. The buildings nearby had also fully collapsed. The ground was cracked, looking much like a spider web. The trees and flowers around the area had been pulverized into fine powder. This cannot be done by the power of a mere human being. Even a demigod at the peak of power would not have been able to cause such a manner of destruction. The only reason for a battle of this magnitude is two deities clashing, Nomi confirmed. As some were discussing this situation on Jer, a similar scene was happening at a virtual meeting on Skynet. There were 2 women and 3 men attending the meeting. One of the men was the chief commander of the hunters named Caputin. He was sharing the video he had received with everyone present. The 5 of them at the meeting table finished watching both videos in silence, and an elderly man with a head of white hair spoke. According to Caputin's description, one of the parties involved in that battle was a deity's will projection. This scene resulted from a battle that could only be done by a deity. However, we are still missing quite a lot of information. For example, what was the objective of the deity's will projection? Why did the deity openly fight a human being? What was the identity of the person the deity fought? Why did they choose Jer as the battleground, and why was it near Leoben Prison? A tall, slender woman in a black dress suddenly spoke up. I've met the Leoben Prison's warden, Thorso, before. He owns a fragmented piece of god item. I personally think that the possibility of the deity coming for the god item is quite high. However, we would still need to investigate the scene of the battle before making the final decision of what exactly had transpired. Miss my dear, when would you like to leave? Allow me to arrange a spaceship for you. A middle-aged man with white hair and beard seated next to her volunteered. I'll leave immediately after this meeting. The tall, slender woman replied resolutely. I'll leave with you. A woman in a purple dress next to her suddenly said. Chapter 200, About Deities. Gilding told the entire story in detail on the Golden Eagle, while Lilioth and the others listened with an astonished look on their faces. Lilioth started analyzing the situation. Why do I feel that everything that had happened on Jer is like a set of dominoes falling over? If Gilding had not visited Perret, none of this would have happened. You were identified by the prison warden, Thorso, because you were at Leoben Prison. That had caused the chain, which was a god item, to be awakened, attracting the descent of a deity. This is exactly like that legendary story of a murder case triggered by a prison visit. Lili, I think you really should apply for a copywriting job at Midian Media Company. Gilding laughed bitterly. Midian Media Company was the largest information dissemination company within the Cosmic Sea. They had more than 50% of information channels within the palm of their hands in the Cosmic Sea and had working connections with different power players in the Cosmic Sea. Every bounty announcement from the federal government was handled by them. They had employees stationed specifically with the federal government who were in charge of planning and editing new bounty warrants to be disseminated every day. Midian Media Company played a big part in announcing to the world every time a new bounty was announced. Lilioth's original laughing face suddenly turned grim at the mention of Midian. Gilding, of all the things to mention, why would you bring up Midian? Midian Media Company was established by the Harris family ancestors more than 300,000 years ago. The boss of that company is the current head of the Harris family, who is also Lilioth's second grandfather. Even though there is no hard evidence, there is no doubt the current head of the Harris family is involved with the death of Lili's parents. Neptune had discovered Lilioth's true identity after meeting Lilioth's grandfather. This had not crossed Gilding's mind. Ever since meeting Lilioth's grandfather, all he knew was that Lilioth's real name was Olivia and she was the descendant of some noble family. As for what this noble family did, it did not occur to him to inquire. Support our web novel Go.com. Neptune had found out about Lilioth's family name and the attack that had befallen Lilioth's parents through Lilioth's real name and her grandfather's name. Captain, you said that the deity's will projection had crumbled immediately in front of you instead of fading away slowly and disappearing quietly? Elsa asked with some curiosity. Her question came just in time, turning the conversation away from Midian. That's right, he crumbled. After his collapse, I absorbed some fragments of his energy before it completely dissipated and managed to break through to rank 6. Gilding had hidden the fact that he had absorbed all of the energy fragments because this information was too shocking. If he had crumbled, It would only happen if he had taken a very powerful physical blow. However, the fragments would usually explode everywhere if it was an explosive form of crumbling. Another form of crumbling would be caused by the spirit energy being annihilated. Without the guidance of a spirit energy, the will projection would crumble automatically. What you had experienced should be the second situation. If that was the situation, the attack must be from someone who had a spirit energy that surpassed the existence of the deity. Otherwise, the spirit energy would not have been annihilated so completely. As long as the deity's will projection had a shred of spirit energy left, his will projection would not have crumbled. At the most, it would just result in a battle with a will projection without enough spirit energy to drive it. Elsa seemed to have quite an understanding of deities to have explained things so matter-of-factly. "Elsa, do the Vikings have deities?" Lilith could not help asking. She had never seen the projection of a deity before and asked enviously when she heard Elsa explain the details. Elsa nodded. "There used to be two deities who are the same generation as my dad, but one of them has fallen. My dad is the only one left. That is why my dad is the most powerful in my tribe besides a few elders who have gone into seclusion. If your dad is a deity, those who are more powerful than your dad should be deities as well, right?" Gilding blurted the question. Elsa nodded very seriously. "Yup. Even though they are deities, there is still a difference between powerful and weak deities. My dad is a lower-ranking deity, the weakest rank among the deities." "Lower-ranking deity?" "If so, there should also be medium-ranking deity and upper-ranking deity, right?" Gilding deduced out of habit. Elsa nodded. "That right. Lower-ranking, medium-ranking, upper-ranking, and ultimate ranking. That's the sequence of a deity's power. Every rank of a deity has 5-star rankings for their combat effectiveness, which is rated from 1 star to 5 stars. Every time a deity breaks through a star ranking, their combat effectiveness will be enhanced by 10 times. Every breakthrough for each major ranking, their combat effectiveness will be enhanced by 100 times. That is why only a monster is capable of bypassing any of those ranks and slaughtering a deity, simply because a lower-ranking 5-star deity's combat effectiveness would be 100 times weaker than a medium-ranking 1-star deity. Isn't it too early for everyone to start thinking about deities? Deities are known as deities because they are no longer human beings from all perspectives. Besides taboo energy, all of your abilities are considered useless when facing deities. That is why only a monster powerhouse possessing taboo energy has the ability to slaughter a deity before they ascend to deity level. Neptune suddenly said. "All abilities are considered useless? How about ultimate arts?" Gilding was taken aback by this as he asked worriedly. "It won't be of use. The maximum level of ultimate arts is only at level 13. Once you have achieved demigod level, it has basically no effect." This news brought by Neptune was a bolt from the blue. "When I've achieved god level, my ultimate arts and other abilities would still be useful against enemies, right?" Gilding found it a little difficult to digest this fact. "First, it is far more difficult than anything you've ever imagined to achieve god level. This should not be hard to figure out by looking at so many lords of 5-star cosmic nations stuck at only demigod level, and that is in a situation where a lord of a cosmic nation who has resources to help more than thousands of ordinary people become demigod level powerhouses. Secondly, if you successfully achieve god level, the first thing that will happen after the dissension is the remolding of both your physical body and soul at the same time. Your physical body will be replaced by God's source and you will completely lose all biological aspects of yourself. You would no longer have any cells, no heart, no brain, no bones, no nerves. You will turn into a completely new life form. While that change is happening, your soul and soul space will also go through a transformation. The soul will turn from a shapeless form into a physical object and your soul space will become a reality. Your taboo energy will be the only ability left while all your other abilities will cease to exist. As your body will be replaced by God's source, mortal powers will be nothing but useless attacks to the physical body as there will be no effects from them. Neptune's explanation had given everyone a new understanding of gods and deities. Gilding finally understood why Neptune had claimed deities to not be human beings. It was because they have left the limitation of their physical husks behind to become an energy being. As Gilding and the others were discussing gods and deities, a wave of important guests arrived on Jer. Nomi had brought along a 10-person team to welcome them at the harbor when they found out that not only the chief commander will be there, but also the Marshal and His Highness the Lord. It was not long before the spaceship descended on the planet. It was a purple and gold-colored phoenix. The top of Phoenix had a golden phoenix crown mounted on it, making the spaceship look noble and elegant. There were only 2 phoenixes in the whole of Fey Cosmic Nation. Everyone recognized this particular phoenix, which belonged to His Highness the Lord. The spaceship quickly harbored and the hatch door opened. 2 men and 2 women walked out of it. The 2 women walked at the front. The one on the right was tall and slender and wore a navy blue lady suit. Her bright red lips were the most attention-grabbing feature on her. She was helping the woman on her left walk down slowly. The woman on the left was covered up in a long, black robe. Even her head was covered with the hooded robe, hiding her entire face inside the hood. If someone were to pull her hood off, they would see a clean-looking face. There was only some colorless lip balm spread slightly on her lips. But there was something attractive about her. There were many people gathered at the harbor. They did not really have a clear idea of which important people had arrived, although there were a few sharper eyes among the crowd who had spotted the rank insignia on the uniforms of the chief commander and the marshal. One of those 2 is a general and the other is a marshal. But who are those 2 women walking at the front? Even the marshal has to give way to them. Someone deduced with uncertainty. That's Marshal Nimitz. I saw him in a news projection a few days ago. Another person had recognized Nimitz. That black-robed woman's height. Could that be Her Highness the Lord? TN. Identity of the Lord had been kept secret with the use of His Highness the Lord previously from the author by refraining mention of gender. Someone in the crowd burst out shouting. He had not expected his assumption to be correct. All he did was make a bold guess. Elizabeth hugged herself tight within the robes, fearful of being recognized. She was the lord of a cosmic nation and would always be in the spotlight no matter where she went. This time, all she wanted to do was witness for herself any trace that was left behind by the deity's battle. It was not a political visit and she did not wish for anyone to pay any attention to this. The marshal and the others were highly opposed to her leaving the capital planet as it was not really safe, but this time, my dear was on the same page as she was. Missy, you shouldn't be heading over because of your safety. However, this battlefield was left behind by a deity. It could be a blessing for Missy to obtain some form of enlightenment and successfully attain a breakthrough to God level. My dear voiced out her view candidly. Becoming a god sometimes requires a timely opportunity. When one is at the right time and place, things will happen naturally for them. Nomi was stunned when she saw Elizabeth and her gaze turned towards the front unblinkingly. All 4 passengers got off the spaceship and Elizabeth walked directly towards Nomi. She stopped when she got in front of Nomi. There was a slight smile on her face as she asked, "You're Mushroom, aren't you? Your chief commander has mentioned you before." "Your Highness the Lord." It was the first time Nomi had met the Lord in person. She started to feel nervous. "Don't be nervous. You can lead me directly to the battlefield." Elizabeth could tell that Nomi was nervous and tried to calm Nomi down with her words while also proposing Nomi to take her immediately to the battlefield.